Chosen one, what if I told you that right now? There are eyes on you, in places you've never stepped. Whispers about you, in rooms you'll never see. And files with your name sitting behind locked doors you'll never touch. And it's not because you've done something wrong, it's because you're about to receive something so massive, so reality-altering, that the system has no choice but to watch. They don't waste surveillance on the powerless. They watch what they fear might rise too high, and you quiet, steady, unstoppable, have set off alarms you didn't even know existed. This isn't about pocket change. This is inheritance level, legacy level. The kind of power that doesn't just change your life, it shakes the grid. If your spirit has been restless, if you've felt the unseen eyes, the strange interference, the tension you can't explain, this is why you are being monitored. Not to stop you, but to measure the force of what's coming your way. And chosen one, when the right soul receives the right resources, they become untouchable. Drop 777 inch the comments if you can feel this message in your bones. And to every single soul who has supported this mission, whether through a super thanks or simply by listening, know that you are part of a global awakening they cannot silence. Your support pushes this truth further than the algorithms want it to go. And I thank you from the deepest part of my spirit. Now, stay with me until the end, because what I'm about to reveal will not only confirm every suspicion you've had, it will rewrite the way you see the world around you. Let's begin. God's chosen ones. You're being watched because a massive inheritance is coming. They don't waste their time in the shadows. They do not chase illusions or whispers in the dark. They only fix their gaze on those marked for the throne, those whose destiny has already been inscribed in heaven's architecture. For promotion cometh neither from the east, nor from the west, nor from the south, but God is the judge. He putteth down one, and setteth up another. Psalm 75:6-7. Do you realize what it means when people you've never met, with resources you can't yet imagine, start tracking your every step? Why now? After all your years of silence, it is because the veil has been lifted. You are no longer a faint trace in their system. You have become the anomaly that unsettles their equations. The thunder that rattles corridors they vowed you would never walk. Imagine a billionaire, not a reckless one, but a man who understands the calculus of influence, waking to see millions vanish from his account. He does not roar in panic. Instead, he reaches for his encrypted phone, makes 2 calls, and stillness returns. The power lies not in the noise, but in the command of the unseen. In this same way, chosen one, you have been drawn into a game you never asked to play. One where silence is a fortress and patience is a weapon. Be wise as serpents and harmless as doves. Matthew 10:16. The very moment your path aligned with an inheritance designed to alter not only your bank account, but the entire architecture of your life. The invisible networks noticed. Surveillance, contrary to what they want you to think, is not just about catching criminals. It's about containing those who rise too high without permission. They never meant for you to make it. You were the outsider, without their surname, without their gatekeepers. And yet, here you are. They do not open digital dossiers on ghosts. They monitor forces they cannot bind, and that is you. Like an untamed river that overflows engineered dams, you carry a current they cannot reroute. The inheritance forming around you is not merely monetary, it is a transfer of influence, independence, and authority to them that is more dangerous than anything you could post, tweet, or declare from a pulpit. Why? Because their fragile order only functions when every citizen walks in straight lines. But you were born to bend those lines into new shapes. Consider Winston Churchill, the British Prime Minister, who once said, "You have enemies. Good. That means you've stood up for something, sometime in your life." His words, "Mirror your path for every eye fixed on you now," is proof that you've risen without their blessing. But let's draw from the other side. History also gives us Judas Iscariot, a man who walked beside the light himself and yet chose betrayal. He gained silver, but lost his soul. And his name became a warning, etched into eternity. That's the fate of those who trade destiny for temporary gain. They end up hanging from the very rope they thought would pull them higher. You, chosen one, have walked through storms designed to sink you. You've stood when friends turned their backs, pressing forward when your own shadow felt like the only ally. You weren't handed this inheritance. You forged it in fire, silence, and patience. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. Even the wealthiest of this world guard their growth with quietness, because noise attracts inquiry. Inquiry invites surveillance, and surveillance hunts for weakness. Yet you possess what billionaires cannot buy: raw spiritual equity, the blessing of the Lord. It maketh rich, and he addeth no sorrow with it. Proverbs 10:22. This divine transfer is more than wealth. It is an atmospheric shift. Your digital signature pulses differently now. Your choices sharpen. Your circle refines. Time compresses around you until you are no longer merely accessible. You are untouchable, like a rare frequency in physics. You vibrate beyond the range of their control systems, and that terrifies them. Because how do you manage a being never designed to be managed? You don't. You attempt to stall them. Sow doubt in their ranks. Leak suspicion into their relationships. But by the time these tactics begin, the eagle has already taken flight. They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. Isaiah 40:31. The truth is, chosen one, money is never neutral. In the hands of the awakened, it becomes a lever that moves kingdoms. They know your sudden rise will not just fill your account, it will shatter the old hierarchies. That is why algorithms, institutions, and unseen observers have already shifted to watch you, because you are not just another success story. You are a destabilizing force in their architecture, a divine variable that rewrites their entire formula. You are the storm their radar detected, but could not predict. And like in Victor Hugo's Les Miserables, when Jean Valjean stepped out of the prison gates, nothing in the city's balance of power remained the same. So too will your emergence unsettle their empires. So let them watch, let them track, let them whisper in fear. Every glance they cast your way is confirmation that heaven's decision is irreversible. You are not a threat because you are loud. You are a threat because you carry the quiet inevitability of prophecy. Rise, chosen one. Do not shrink under the weight of their scrutiny. Stand, because your crown is already being forged in the unseen halls of eternity. And when it is placed upon your head, the world will understand the watch was never to stop you, but to prepare for the moment you would reign. Every eye isn't an enemy. Some are simply calculating the measure of the wave before it crashes. Not every glance aims to destroy you. Some are waiting to see if you will destroy yourself. Others are there to gauge whether you can stand the weight of the crown before it even brushes your head. Chosen one. There are eyes on you right now, not because of who you were, but because of who you are about to become. There's a whisper moving through the unseen that you are inevitable. Imagine stepping into a silent museum at night, where every laser in the room pivots toward you, not because you've stolen anything, but because they suspect you might be the next curator. This is what divine surveillance feels like. A quiet, intentional redirection of attention, not to wound you, but to discern whether you can carry the inheritance forming in your atmosphere. For the eyes of the Lord range throughout the earth to strengthen those whose hearts are fully committed to him. 2 Chronicles 16-9. And when the eyes of both heaven and earth are fixed on you, how will you stand? The universe doesn't scatter power like leaves in the wind. It tests it, measures it, refines it. Sudden wealth is never only about the numbers in your account. It's about influence, stewardship, and the spiritual gravitation you now carry. Some of this watchfulness is protective, even strategic. Some of it is the system trying to read your spiritual pulse, to know what kind of disruptor you will be. And you might wonder, if I've done nothing wrong, why do I feel the weight of constant eyes? The truth is simple: because you've been doing everything right. You've been breaking generational chains in silence, healing when no one was clapping, rising without asking for applause. And that kind of frequency cannot remain hidden. Picture an ancient vault sealed for centuries. One day, without warning, it begins to hum with an unfamiliar resonance. No one has broken the lock, yet something inside is stirring. That's you. The value within hasn't been touched for generations, but now it's vibrating into the world's awareness. So they gather, quietly, to see what happens when the seal breaks. Will you squander it like a river spilling into a wasteland? Or will you channel it like an underground spring that turns a desert into a garden? This is the first test, not failure, but attention. To whom much is given, much will be required. Luke 12:48. Some observers want to know if you'll posture too soon, speak before you move, or place sacred power into hands that still remember an older, weaker version of you. Nature teaches this truth. A young eagle is watched closely the first time it leaps from the nest. Not all watchers are predators. Some are fellow eagles, ensuring the wings hold steady in the wind. Likewise, some of the eyes on you are guardians in disguise, financial institutions, unseen allies, even silent spiritual sentinels. They audit potential as carefully as they track threats. Their aim is not to stop your rise, but to make sure when you ascend, you do not burn the entire grid with excitement. Yet mixed among them are watchers with venom behind their stillness, hoping ego or impatience will make you stumble before you've crossed the threshold. And here's the question you may not have asked yourself yet. If every step you take is being recorded, are you moving in a way that matches the weight of your calling? Power, chosen one, is not seized. It's proven in the way you walk under scrutiny. Imagine yourself on the grand stage of an old European theater, its chandeliers dimmed so the spotlight can burn only on you. The crowd is silent, but every heartbeat in the room is tuned to your next move. You're not performing for applause. You're being measured for the role you were born to play. This is what the book of James meant when it said, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life." James 1:12. Some watchers are like silent investors. They're not concerned with your history, your scars, or even your miracles, only with whether you can remain steady when the floor drops away. Real inheritance is never just assets, it is the stewardship of attention. The calm in the tempest. Even the system knows that people who rise without a sponsor, without the safety net of privilege, carry an unpredictable fire. And that fire, if left unchecked, can ignite awakenings far beyond one life. This is why you felt strange delays, sudden ghostings, or last-minute disruptions. Your path is being tested in ways you cannot yet see. And here's a mystery. Attention is its own battlefield. Your energy now draws and repels like a magnetic storm, setting off vibrations in places you've never walked, agencies you'll never meet, algorithms you'll never see. Corporations that don't just want your data, but want your potential tamed, all watching. Because if someone like you rises too far too fast, you don't just change your own life. You disturb the entire sleep of a system built on distraction and defeat. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper. And every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment thou shalt condemn. Isaiah 54:17. This is why their eyes remain on you, not just to protect, but to predict. And deep inside, the real question is, do you truly believe you are prepared for the moment God has already written into your story? Remember the old hymn from Handel's Messiah, "And he shall reign forever and ever." That refrain echoes the truth. Those destined to reign are tested in the shadows, long before the trumpet sounds. And chosen one, you are in that shadow testing now. The inheritance forming around you is dimensional, spiritual, generational, disruptive. Only a soul that can endure this level of observation without collapsing will be trusted to carry it. So when you feel that pressure, that invisible gaze measuring your every move, don't shrink back. Let them watch. Let them write their reports. Let them simulate outcomes. They can monitor every step, but they cannot stop the script heaven already sealed. This is not paranoia. This is proof. You were born to stand under this light and still walk forward. The crown will not slip from your head. The stage will not swallow you whole. You will not break. You will pass every single test, and then, chosen one, you will reign. The systems are watching. Now the question is not whether you are seen, it's whether you will stand as a weapon or collapse as a weakness. When the world fixes its gaze on you, it isn't admiration, it's evaluation. A quiet tribunal deciding whether you'll be used or whether you must be muted. The moment your frequency shifted, they noticed. In physics, a shift never happens without a new source entering the field. You felt it as heaviness in your chest, as fog around your thoughts. But what if that pressure was evidence? Not an accident, for the eyes of the Lord run to and fro throughout the whole earth, to show himself strong in the behalf of them whose heart is perfect toward him. 2 Chronicles 16:9. They are mapping you in real time, measuring whether your light can be contained or if it will leak into places they vowed would stay in darkness. You were activated, chosen one. The instant your vibration began to broadcast wealth, transformation, and influence, a single question rippled through encrypted channels. Are you being studied to be used, or measured to be crowned? In engineering terms, you've become a load-bearing node, the point in the structure where everything either holds or fails. And if the atmosphere paused to hear your next move, what does that say about what's inside you? Keep thy heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. Proverbs 4:23. This pause is not empty space, it's the divine architect checking the foundation before laying the next stone. Imagine a military radar catching an aircraft with no transponder code. Not hostile, not friendly, unidentifiable. That's you, a rare anomaly in their control grid. They're not merely tracking your steps, they're classifying your essence. Will you be a controllable asset or an uncontrollable threat? It didn't begin with sirens or paperwork. It began 3 days ago, when the room felt like it was holding its breath. Then came the confirmations. The black SUV. Tinted glass. No plates there. Again. In a different place. On a different day. Will you label the pattern coincidence or calling? In the psychology of elite sport, this is pre-contact stillness, the microsecond before impact, when everything slows, so destiny can be precise. And like in a chess match between grandmasters, the silence before the move can be more dangerous than the move itself. They weren't there to scare you, they were there to watch the storm they cannot contain. Your existence alone could reroute the flow of power. And they need to know whether you'll bottle it or ignite it. They open files, tweak algorithms, whisper questions in rooms you haven't entered. Will this one serve the machinery or set it on fire? In leadership circles, the late Steve Jobs was known for saying, "Innovation distinguishes between a leader and a follower." He understood that when a person's presence threatens to rewrite the existing system, those in power will either attempt to recruit them or neutralize them. To whom much is given, of him shall be much required. Luke 12:48. And in your case, the requirement will not just be skill, but the discipline to use that skill without letting pride burn it to ashes. Systems theory says the least predictable variable becomes the most studied. That variable is you. Attention itself becomes the test. Will your character stay calibrated when pressure spikes? Will your speech stay measured when rumor maps the room? They are betting on your collapse. Heaven is building on your composure. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper, and every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment thou shalt condemn. Isaiah 54:17. Every glance, every delay, every unseen hand in your path is part of an advanced stress test, one designed not to destroy you, but to prove you can carry what's coming without it crushing you. Now pick your role. Your next decision will signal the classification, asset or threat, controlled or chosen. But the verdict is not in their files, it's in your obedience. If every eye studying you today became silent tomorrow, would your integrity still speak? Stand anyway. Because the kingdom has already spoken. If God be for us, who can be against us? Romans 8:31. The air is still. The game clock is paused mid-match. And the architecture of your future is waiting for its keystone. When you step forward, it won't just be a move, it will be a shift in the entire design. A move that forces even the watchers to acknowledge they miscalculated you from the start. When your phone glitches, chosen one. It's not always the harmless hiccup of technology, it's the tremor of unseen attention brushing against your world. The screen freezes mid-text, as if the very signal carrying your words has been intercepted, inspected, and weighed in silence. A call flashes as missed, though the phone never rang. Emails hang in limbo, buffering not because of weak Wi-Fi, but as if each packet of data is being sifted through invisible sieves before reaching you. Apps stall, signals vanish, and deep in your spirit, a whisper rises, "You're being watched." But why would the eyes of hidden systems fall on you now, and not before? When spiritual voltage begins to surge in a chosen one, both earthly and unseen realms adjust their gaze. This is the ancient pattern, for the eyes of the Lord range throughout the earth to strengthen those whose hearts are fully committed to him. 2 Chronicles 16:9. Your alignment with heaven is not invisible, It's a flare in the darkness. Can you feel the air shifting around you lately? Imagine walking through your ordinary day, unaware that your digital footprint burns like phosphorescence in deep ocean water. A glow no radar can miss. Not because you violated a law, but because the architecture of your life, the way you pivot, rise, and obey divine nudges, has disrupted the usual signal of the world. Think of King David, still in the fields when the prophet arrived, uninvited to the gathering, yet already anointed in heaven's registry. 1 Samuel 16:11-13. The palace had not yet called his name, but heaven's seal was already upon him, and seals draw scrutiny. The network has already pinged your file, somewhere, in a place you will never enter. Your name is highlighted, not for crime, but for calling. What happens when the world sees potential in you that you have not even fully recognized in yourself? They don't waste resources monitoring lottery winners. They don't pour surveillance into those who stumbled into luck. They train their watch on the ones whose resources carry gravitational pull, those whose presence alone shifts an atmosphere, and that is you. You're not just walking toward wealth, you're being ushered into influence. And influence weighs more than gold, because it bends hearts, redirect destiny, and rewrites narratives. Jesus said, "To whom much is given, much will be required." Luke 12:48. Do you see now why the weight you carry attracts such attention? This is why the more aligned you become, the more your devices feel subtly claimed by another will. That uneasy flicker you sense when the signal dies mid-prayer, or when a message drafts itself into disappearance. It mirrors the moment the prophet Elisha's servant felt surrounded by unseen armies. 2 Kings 6:17. He thought he was outnumbered until heaven opened his eyes. Could it be that what you're experiencing is not an attack, but a scan? The glitches are not random. The patterns are not a coincidence. Behold, I am sending you out as sheep in the midst of wolves, so be wise as serpents and innocent as doves. Matthew 10:16. In history, those with power to shape the course of events have been shadowed. Niccolò Machiavelli, the Renaissance political thinker, once warned that the higher the tower, the stronger the wind. When your rise is undeniable, forces will measure your foundation. And in Scripture, we see not only heroes, but also the downfall of those who watched with envy. Take King Saul, once chosen, anointed, celebrated. Yet when David's favor grew, Saul's gaze turned from mentorship to monitoring, from protection to pursuit. The outcome? He lost his kingdom, his peace, and ultimately his life. 1 Samuel 31:4. What begins as watchfulness can turn into obsession, and obsession destroys the watcher first. When wealth and calling converge in you, alarms sound in places you cannot see. You disturb frequencies, alter dynamics, and shift the spiritual vector of entire rooms without uttering a word. What starts with a frozen phone screen is just the first ripple. The tidal wave is still gathering its force offshore. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. But that does not mean weapons won't be forged. It means they will fail when they meet the purpose burning inside you. Chosen one. This is no time to fade into the background. This is the hour to rise, to guard your heart, and to walk with holy awareness. You have been tagged by heaven and tracked by earth, but your steps are ordered by the Lord. The watchers cannot halt what God has decreed. Stand tall, because your inheritance is not walking, it is running toward you. Unstoppable, and almost at your door. You just entered their radar. Chosen one. not because you stumbled into fortune, but because you outgrew the cage they carefully built for you. They never truly feared your money. Wealth alone is common enough. What unsettles them is your mind, when it no longer requires theirs, your ability to think, decide, and lead without dependence, without changing your address or your circle. Your world has shifted. The very ground beneath you, once compacted and controlled, has been upgraded, reinforced like fertile soil, suddenly awakened after years of drought. And now, your name is no longer a faint murmur passed in small, safe gatherings. It echoes down the corridors of boardrooms, flashes across back-end security systems, and appears on silent watch lists where interest is measured not in curiosity, but in strategy. The moment you rise, truly rise, you outgrow the coordinates of your old life, and that is when they reclassify you as something new, unpredictable, and therefore dangerous. For years you may have lived like a shadow present, but unregistered, a ghost in the grid, unbothered, uncategorized. Then almost overnight, you transformed into a data point of concern. You didn't commit a crime. You committed a shift from surviving to ascending. This is the kind of motion that unsettles power structures. Because, as it is written, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1-5. What happens when a system designed to contain finds itself unable to define you? Nature understands this law. A tree that outgrows the forest canopy forces the surrounding shade into rearrangement. A river that shifts its course changes the ecosystem for miles. A hawk rising on a thermal current doesn't flap harder. It simply catches the invisible lift others cannot see. You have caught such a current, and they can't chart its source. Most people never light up the radar. They move in prescribed lanes, following scripts, tethered to systems they've been taught to trust. But you broke the pattern. You became a question without an answer. Where did they come from? Who's backing them? What are they building? By the time you noticed the ascent in your own spirit, the system had already raised your file, scrutinizing the anomalies. Financial spikes flagged, behavioral shift documented, strategic silences noted. Because the higher you climb, the more they need to label you asset, threat, or sovereign. History leaves a trail of such sovereign disruptors. Nikola Tesla, offering energy that could have freed the world, was watched, obstructed, and buried in obscurity. Malcolm X, wielding truth sharp enough to sever the chains of dependency, was surveilled, discredited, and silenced. Neither man was merely wealthy, both were uncontrollable. And uncontrollable power is the one currency the system will always move to neutralize. In the play St. Joan by George Bernard Shaw, Joan of Arc declares before her judges, "I am not afraid. I was born to do this." That is the defiance. The system fears a voice that owes them nothing, a mission beyond their reach. Because this is no longer about money, it is about control. They do not seek powerful people, they seek manageable ones. Those who require approval, loans, and validation to act. Those who live within the limits they set. But you, chosen one, you have already stepped past the invisible perimeter, too far to retreat. Now you inhabit a reality where eyes do not merely glance, they record. Where silence is not a sign of peace, but of calculation. Your rise is rewriting your category from background noise to an unanticipated force. And when the system has no category for you, it defaults to calling you a threat. But threats to man-made control are often vessels for God-ordained freedom. If God is for us, Who can be against us? Romans 8:31. Will you shrink to fit their labels? Or rise to embody the freedom heaven already wrote over your name? Chosen one. The time for quiet ascent is over. This is the hour to stand with your head unbowed, to move forward with the awareness that heaven's mark upon you will always outshine earthly monitoring. They may watch, but they cannot halt what has been decreed over you. Rise not timidly, but like a storm, no horizon can contain, for the crown you carry is already recognized in the courts of eternity. When you rise without their permission, chosen one, you trigger tremors in corridors you have never stepped into. They do not fear the idea of a rise. History has been full of rises. They fear the unpredictable ascent that requires no map, no guiding hand, no scaffolding of their system. This is the kind of rise that shakes the ground beneath established structures without ever announcing its arrival. It is like a seismic event, deep in the mantle, silent, but releasing enough stored energy to rearrange landscapes. And here's the truth: such movements cannot be rehearsed or replicated. They happen once in a generation. And you are living in that rare moment. The truth is, you are in that moment now. And that is when surveillance becomes deliberate, not because you have committed some breach of law, but because you have crossed into territory they vowed you would never touch. The moment wealth begins to harmonize with your spiritual frequency, the entire equation changes. In the science of resonance, when two frequencies align, they amplify each other exponentially. This is what has begun in you, the resonance between your divine calling and your earthly resources. For the gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable. Romans 11:29. This is not just an alignment, it is a synchronization of heaven's timeline with your earthly moment. And that convergence terrifies those who thrive on control. You are no longer in the shadows. You have transitioned from background static to a signal impossible to ignore. In architectural terms, it is as if a previously overlooked stone in the quarry has been chosen for the keystone position in a cathedral. Suddenly, the entire design pivots around it. How does one categorize an element they never planned for, but now cannot remove? This is why in military strategy, the most dangerous force is often the one that wasn't in the original battle plan. It cannot be predicted, only reacted to. The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Psalm 118:22. Imagine the chessboard of the world, each piece moving in predictable patterns until one pawn breaks formation. Suddenly, the algorithm collapses. In systems theory, you have become the singular perturbation, the variable whose unexpected movement forces the recalculation of the entire model. The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Psalm 118:22. And when a system recalculates, it does so with urgency, because unpredictability is the one thing even power fears. They would rather face an enemy they know than a sovereign they can't anticipate. Every watcher now measures not only your trajectory, but your composure. Will you move recklessly, burning through your position, or will you advance with the precision of one who knows their identity? This is not merely about money, it is about alignment. In the language of covenant, wealth is not the reward, it is the signal flare announcing the activation of a kingdom assignment. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Jeremiah 1-5. And when the signal is lit, the watchmen, both earthly and unseen, train their eyes on the source. If you are asking why the atmosphere feels heavier, why each step draws more unseen attention, it is because your rise has been marked. In competitive sport, there is a still moment between plays when the entire stadium holds its breath, waiting, anticipating, knowing the next move could change the entire game. You are in that pause. Every spiritual spectator is leaning forward. Will they fold? Will they compromise? Or will they move like the sovereign they were born to be? And in that stillness, heaven is already setting the stage for your next move. The late architect Zaha Hadid once said, "There are 360 degrees, so why stick to one?" She revolutionized her field by defying the linear constraints that others called essential. That's what your rise represents, a refusal to move in pre-approved directions, bending the grid to fit a higher vision. You are proving that destiny has more dimensions than those the system can map, and your movement becomes the blueprint others will secretly study, yet never fully replicate. You were not designed to chase checks. You were constructed to carry kingdoms. Kingdom economics transforms resources into tools for justice, into frameworks for liberation. And now, because you have risen without their blueprint, without their leash, they are not merely observing, they are strategizing. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, Isaiah 54:17. For every plan drawn against you, heaven has already authored a counter-design. Chosen one. This is your proving ground. Rise with full awareness. Advance with unshakable authority. Let them watch. Let them measure. Let them whisper for what God has marked. No system canerase, stand. Because the kingdom you carry is not waiting, it is already in motion. And when the moment comes to move, you will not just step forward, you will take ground they never thought you could touch. This shift was never a random, chosen one. It is the return of a bloodline that refused to be erased, a current of destiny that outlived centuries of suppression. They believed they buried your legacy, but in truth, they planted it, never realizing it was a seed waiting for the right soul to rise. What they meant for evil, God meant for good. Genesis 50:20. This is not luck. It is not a coincidence. And it is far from being a glitch in the system. It is divine precision moving through you with the kind of accuracy that only heaven's hand can orchestrate. Could it be that the timing you're feeling now was set in motion long before your generation even existed? You've felt it, haven't you? That sharpened intuition that seems to arrive before the facts do. That eerie accuracy in your timing calls coming exactly when you needed them. Opportunities sliding into place without you lifting a finger. This is not a strategy, it is orchestration. A symphony that began before you were born. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Jeremiah 1-5. Every note has been playing in the background of your life. And now the volume has been turned up. What if every chance encounter you've had was actually a piece of a map only heaven could draw? This wealth is not new, it is ancient. It is spiritual. It has been held in trust. Inherited not through paperwork, but through frequency. Through what Scripture calls an everlasting covenant. Isaiah 55:3. The moment you're in a frequency aligned with what your bloodline was always owed, the heavens moved without hesitation. Time began to fold around you. People were repositioned. Access opened. Even the watchers increased. Because while the system knows how to track money, real power is traced by something far deeper, blood memory. Picture a locked vault buried beneath centuries of history, sealed off from hands unworthy to touch it. For generations, it has been silent. Then, without warning, a hum begins, not from outside intrusion, but from within. That hum is your soul recognizing its inheritance. You did not stumble into this rise. You reactivated it. Because power that has been stolen never ceases to exist, it waits. It waits for the one in the bloodline strong enough, awake enough, aligned enough to bear it again. In the world of art, The French sculptor Auguste Rodin once said, "The main thing is to be moved, to love, to hope, to tremble, to live." You have carried all of those: love for your calling, hope beyond logic, the trembling of responsibility, and the fierce pulse of life. And that is why the inheritance has found you. It will never rest in the hands of those who cannot feel its weight. You've always known you were different, not built for a life of small ceilings or the quiet compromises that others settle for. That's not ego, it's ancestral memory. Your DNA has been humming with a song history tried to silence. They altered records, buried names, rewrote truths. But the blueprint survived in you. The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Psalm 118-22. And as you step forward, the system is noticing. They are studying the pattern, and it feels familiar to them. They've seen it before in the kings who built nations, in the architects who reshaped cities, in the revolutionaries who tore down empires. That same current is alive again. Yet history also leaves its warnings. In ancient Israel, there was King Ahab, a man entrusted with power but corrupted by greed and manipulation. He used his authority to steal Naboth's vineyard, thinking no one could hold him accountable. But his reign ended in blood and disgrace. 1 Kings 21. The watchers know that when true power reawakens in the right hands, it exposes and overthrows power in the wrong ones. That is why their eyes are fixed on you, not just in suspicion, but in fear. You are not merely rising, you are restoring. You are not just receiving wealth, you are reclaiming what was stolen, silenced, and suppressed, and they know it. This is the reawakening of a bloodline they pronounced dead. They were wrong. The Lord will restore the years the locusts have eaten. Joel 2:25. And when resurrection runs in your veins, what power on earth could ever stop you, chosen one? You are the proof that divine timing is never late and that heavenly inheritance never expires. So rise not timidly, but as one who carries centuries of promise in their step. For what is unfolding now is not the beginning, it is the return. You are no longer simply a person, chosen one. You have become a vault with a pulse. And that living vault makes you a target. They don't pursue you for your personality or charm. They pursue you for what they suspect you carry. This is no longer about being liked, loved, or even understood. That version of you died the instant wealth aligned itself with your divine assignment. The blessing of the Lord brings wealth without painful toil for it. Proverbs 10:22. The moment alignment happened, the universe flipped a switch, and the atmosphere around you recalibrated. Can you feel how the air shifts when you enter a room now? Can you sense how conversations subtly change in your presence? Now you are currency in motion, a walking vault, a breathing asset. The world senses it before you open your mouth. It's like a change in barometric pressure. Before a storm, people feel your presence and instinctively adjust. Some will stand in respect, but that respect is often just a disguise for calculation. Others will fear you, not for any harm you've caused, but because your silence feels like strategy, and your stillness feels like a force waiting to move. And in nature, even predators hesitate before approaching an apex presence. Then there are the predators who wear masks. They smile to your face, yet behind closed doors, they blueprint your fall. Because once you become valuable, the world often stops seeing your humanity. You become a target with legs. You don't just carry wealth, you embody it. And embodiment changes everything. It is like a great oak tree bearing centuries of growth in its trunk, every ring of your life telling a story. Every branch casting shade others want to rest under. yet some will bring an axe. The question is, how many will approach to honor your shade? And how many to cut you down? With this embodiment comes a pressure that alters your movements without asking for your consent. You don't walk the same way. You don't speak with the same unfiltered ease. Your circle contracts, not out of arrogance, but out of necessity. Your habits sharpen like a hawk focusing on prey from heights others cannot reach. Because wealth doesn't just buy freedom, it demands vigilance. You have become both the watcher and the watched. Imagine walking through a crowded market with a vault chained to your spine, not dragging you down, but shaping your every step. That is your energy now, and like the scent of rain before a downpour, people pick up on it, even if they cannot name it. Some are drawn to it, seeing you as a beacon. Some want to plunder it, seeing you as a prize. Some want to sabotage it, seeing you as a threat. But all of them notice it. Be sober-minded, be watchful. Your adversary, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion, seeking someone to devour. 1 Peter 5-8. And every interaction becomes a quiet test who will reveal their true nature when the pressure builds. This awareness sharpens you. You begin to sense who is off, who asks too many questions, who leans in with flattery but hides extraction in their eyes. You notice how people repeat your words in twisted form, how they weaponize your silence, how they read meaning into your smallest moves. This is not paranoia. It is the gift of pattern recognition forged through tension. The eagle learns to ride the wind, not in calm skies, but in storms. And the storms you face now are revealing who is truly for you and who has been studying you for the wrong reasons. And here is the brutal truth. If you do not command your wealth, it will command you and eventually crush you, not just financially, but energetically, emotionally, spiritually. You were never just handed money. You were entrusted with power, and power always comes with opposition, both seen and unseen. There is a moment in the film, A Man for All Seasons, when Sir Thomas More says, "When a man takes an oath, he's holding his own self in his hands, like water, and if he opens his fingers, then he needn't hope to find himself again." What will you do with the vow your very presence has made to heaven? Will you guard it like the treasure it is? Or will you let it slip through your fingers unnoticed? So move like the vault you are. Lock what needs to be locked. Guard what must be guarded. Because now, chosen one, you are not simply holding wealth, you are wealth. And in a world that runs on power, that makes you both the most sought after and the most dangerous presence in the room, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54-17. The crown is already on your head. Now decide how you will carry it. The system does not truly fear chaos. Chaos can be managed, redirected, or monetized. What it fears most is the one who no longer needs it, because the moment a soul learns to breathe without its air supply, the system loses its control. The most dangerous person is not the one holding power in the conventional sense. It is the one whose survival is no longer tethered to their networks, their structures, or their approval. It is for freedom that Christ has set us free. Galatians 5:1. And that freedom is not given. It is seized in obedience to a higher call. How would your life shift if every invisible string trying to pull you suddenly snapped? You were never supposed to get this far, not with clarity, not with resources, not with a sovereignty of mind that refuses to bend. This infrastructure was never designed for you to thrive. It was engineered to contain you. In economic architecture, it is what sociologists call structural captivity, systems embedded in daily life, that masquerade as opportunities but operate as cages. Credit scores, student loans, late fees, taxes, inflation, mortgages. The borrower is a slave to the lender. Proverbs 22:7. Every arch and column of this man-made temple is meant to keep you orbiting their altar, feeding their economy while starving your own. They give you just enough to keep you chasing, but never enough to escape until now. Because when someone like you breaches their perimeter, you violate their blueprint. In physics, a closed-loop system remains predictable until an external force introduces non-linear dynamics. Suddenly, the old equations no longer apply. That is you. You are the unknown variable in their formula. And in a system obsessed with prediction, unpredictability is the ultimate threat. The wind blows wherever it pleases. So it is with everyone born of the Spirit. John 3:8. What if the unpredictability they fear is the very sign that you're moving in the flow of God's design? Most people live bound by contracts, monthly payments, interest rates, approvals mechanisms that function like psychological resonance chambers, amplifying dependence until it feels like reality itself. This is not accidental. It is design. Dependency is their leash. Cut it, and they cannot lead you anywhere. When you need the system, you do not question it. You do not rebel. You do not rise. You submit quietly, thinking it is for your own security. But you, chosen one, you broke formation. You refused the coordinates they assigned you. And now, your finances, your energy, and your vision no longer revolve around survival. They revolve around sovereignty. That makes you what systems engineers call a circuit breaker in the machine, a single point whose refusal to complete the circuit forces the entire grid to reroute. Imagine a domino line stretching for miles, designed with perfect precision, each piece falling exactly on cue. Then, one domino halts, refusing to fall, refusing to yield to gravity's momentum. That is you. And the moment you stopped playing by their timing, you exposed how fragile their grand design really is. The moment you stopped needing their money, their timelines, their validation, you became uncontainable. Surveillance isn't just about tracking your rise anymore. It's about studying your rebellion. They are dissecting the moment you realized the chains were an illusion. Because once a prisoner learns, the cell door was never locked. There is no force on earth that can make them bow again. In the corporate world, the late business magnate Ingvar Kamprad, founder of IKEA, once said, "Only those who are asleep make no mistakes." He disrupted the furniture industry by rejecting decades of retail tradition, flat packing products, cutting overhead, and placing the power in the customer's hands. The establishment resisted him at first, but when his model broke their monopoly, they could no longer ignore the truth. Independence is the death of control. Could it be that your breakthrough is meant to become the blueprint that exposes every false wall for others still inside? You broke free, and to them, that is not just a threat, it is an existential crisis. You are proof that the prison was never real, that the locks were smoke and the bars were air. And now that you've seen through the illusion, they know the most dangerous truth of all: you will never bow again. Whom the Son sets free is free indeed. John 8:36. They do not fear your fortune, chosen one. They fear what you will build that they cannot burn down. The system has never been afraid of wealth in itself. It has been afraid when wealth finds its way into the wrong hands by their definition, hands that stop asking for permission. Your rise is not unprecedented, but it is rare. And rare rises shake the ground under structures that depend on compliance. When something rare appears, it forces every existing order to review its defenses, because they know it will not fit into their molds. The blessing of the Lord brings wealth, without painful toil for it. Proverbs 10:22. If God's blessing comes without their stamp, how could they ever control it? When someone like you gains access to real power, their first instinct is to contain it, not because of the size of your bank account, but because of the size of your independence. That is what their programming cannot tolerate. The borrower is slave to the lender. Proverbs 22:7. And you have broken that chain. How does a control system survive when the people it was designed to manage can no longer be managed? They cannot predict you anymore. And unpredictability is the seed of fear in any power structure. Without the ability to measure you, they have to either destroy you or change their own rules entirely, which they will never willingly do. History leaves its witnesses. Marcus Garvey, a visionary leader who dared to build black-owned shipping lines, financial institutions, and media outlets, was not merely resisted, he was strategically erased from mainstream history. His success showed an entire generation that dependence was not inevitable. Then came Howard Hughes, billionaire genius who refused to be a puppet for political or corporate masters. They branded him unstable, boxed him into isolation, and pulled every string they could reach. These men remind us of a truth: when control fails, the next move is sabotage. And sabotage is not always open war, it's erosion over time, making you doubt your own foundations until you stop building. In the Bible, Nehemiah faced the same spirit when rebuilding Jerusalem's walls. His enemies, Sanballat and Tobiah, tried intimidation, distraction, and slander to stop the work. Nehemiah 6:1-9. Yet the wall was completed in 52 days because he refused to come down from his assignment. Could it be that your current pressure is proof you are building something they can't tear down? If opposition is the shadow, then your progress is the light casting it. Without movement, there is no shadow. The very resistance you feel is proof of your forward motion. When you stop depending, you start disrupting. And you, chosen one, have stopped asking. You no longer kneel at the altar of banks, bosses, or systems. You are not merely stacking cash, you are shifting class. And that shift is loud in ways you cannot always hear. It echoes through boardrooms, political circles, and corporate networks. One truly independent person is a problem, but an independent person with vision, that's a rebellion in motion. Every step you take outside their approval is a brick removed from their walls. How long can a fortress stand when those bricks keep disappearing? Imagine their blueprint for control, a grid where every life is mapped, every outcome predicted, every dependency reinforced. Then, suddenly, one person steps outside the page and begins redrawing the map. That person is you, and it terrifies them, because your reach is no longer contained by their boundaries. You will lend to many nations but will borrow from none. Deuteronomy 28:12. Once you prove that their system is optional, you give others permission to try the same. And a single defector can start an exodus. They fear you will build schools that do not teach their ideology. They fear communities that do not require their approvals. They fear movements that do not need their funding. Because true independence spreads like fire, and fire cannot be negotiated with. You become a symbol, a living, breathing contradiction to their entire design. And symbols have power. They awaken the sleeping. They challenge the narrative. They make others look at their cages and ask, "Why am I still here?" That question is the beginning of every revolution. This is why the heat is rising. This is why the pressure is relentless. Not because you failed, but because you succeeded without giving them the credit. And now, there is no leash strong enough to restrain you. You are not merely escaping control, you are threatening its very architecture. If God is for us, who can be against us? Romans 8:31. The day you walked out of their prison, you carried the keys for countless others without even knowing it. And the more you walk in freedom, the more those keys rattle in the ears of the still captive, chosen one. This is the moment you stop apologizing for your freedom. Stand taller, build bolder. Let your independence become the proof that their chains were always made of air. Because once you walk out, others will follow. And that is the victory they fear most. They cannot stop what has already begun, but they will do everything to slow it. Your task is simple. Keep moving, keep building, and keep refusing the leash they keep trying to throw around your neck. Your wealth exists in shadows, chosen one. And every watcher is waiting for the exact second it solidifies. This kind of wealth does not knock politely on the front door. It reshapes the entire structure of the house from within. It bends the beams, shifts the foundations, and changes the architecture of your life before you even realize it has arrived. The system can feel the tremor before you can see the form. The wealth of the wicked is stored up for the righteous. Proverbs 13:22. That is why their eyes are on you, not because of what you have, but because of what is making its way toward you right now. The fortune tied to your name is not sitting in a bank account. It is not folded in your wallet, locked in your safe, or waiting in your inbox. Not yet. It hovers in a state the prophets of old would call already and not yet, a kind of suspended reality. In the language of physics, it is potential energy, an unseen reservoir waiting for the right moment to release into kinetic force. And the moment it chooses you, the ecosystem around you will shift, just as the sudden bloom of a desert flower changes the entire landscape in a single morning. Could it be that you are in that final moment, before the soil bursts into color? For the vision is yet for an appointed time, though it linger. Wait for it. It will certainly come, and will not delay. Habakkuk 2-3. Wealth like this does not move in straight lines. It does not send an announcement or arrive in predictable intervals. It collapses into form like a glacier breaking into the sea stillness. One moment, unstoppable motion. The next, 1 second it is invisible. The next it is everywhere. You are not waiting for wealth. Wealth is waiting for you to stabilize into the version of yourself capable of carrying it without collapse. To whom much is given, much will be required. Luke 12:48. And the system knows it. They can detect when your roots are anchoring deep enough to hold the weight of what's coming. They do not need to read your bank statement. They are already tracing your vibration, your micro shifts in digital patterns, the subtle elevation in the frequency of your actions. Imagine a hawk riding unseen thermal currents high above the ground. Those who study you can feel the lift before the wings even open. That is the level of attention on you now. Not your present balance sheet, but the potential energy stored in the vault of your future. Think of it as a satellite scanning the atmosphere, not for storms, but for sudden heat signatures, not for war, but for the rapid, upward spike of energy that precedes a wave. That is quantum-level surveillance. Data-driven systems now chart your trajectory, not your transactions. They have no need to wait for you to file taxes. That is the thinking of the last century. This century's watchmen look for momentum curves, for inflection points, for the crest of the unseen swell before it crashes. Could it be that they have already mapped the wave you are about to ride? And here is the unspoken truth. They have seen your future wealth before you even fully believed in it yourself. The tools they use can identify acceleration long before arrival, just as seasoned sailors can read the wind in the water before the storm touches the sails. It is the same skill the enemy of your soul has tried to imitate for centuries, watching for the moment you are ready, so they can interfere before you arrive. But as in the parable of the 10 virgins, Matthew 25:1-13, readiness belongs to those who keep their lamps full. Once your wealth collapses into the present, the game changes. You are no longer a harmless equation on a screen. You are a live disruption. You shift from a theoretical scenario to an undeniable event, and that is when the system stops merely observing and starts reacting. In the play Saint Joan by George Bernard Shaw, Joan declares, "I will dare anything. I will dare what men call impossible." That is the energy of the moment when destiny arrives, not in hesitation, but in the defiant step into the role heaven has been preparing for you. Every good and perfect gift is from above, coming down from the Father of the heavenly lights, James 1:17. When the fortune in the shadows lands in your hands, the future stops being an approaching possibility. It becomes an unshakable present, and when that happens, chosen one, even the most watchful eyes will realize they are already too late. Move like smoke, strike like a shadow. In the unseen blueprint of the kingdom, the most decisive victories are forged in silence, like foundations poured beneath a cathedral under the cover of night. You are no longer holding mere currency. You are carrying an invisible fortress load, bearing truths cured in prayer, engineered with divine tolerances, and reinforced with assignments from heaven. The most powerful move isn't a roar, it's a phase shift, a sudden reclassification of you from subject to sovereign that no algorithm can anticipate. The horse is made ready for the day of battle, but victory rests with the Lord. Proverbs 21:31. Can you feel how the air in the room changes when you stop explaining and simply decide? Your quiet is no longer absent. It is a control signal. Heaven recognizes traditional banking was never designed for ascension. It was designed for containment. Contracts become ornamental chains, structure disguises limitations. But what has awakened in you is a kingdom governance protocol, a system that bypasses their clerks, clocks, and corridors. Your wealth is now decentralized liquidity, moving in channels they didn't architect and therefore cannot restrict. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay. Habakkuk 2-3. This waiting isn't stagnation, it's latency with precision, like a master archer holding the string taut until the exact wind shift. Have you noticed that every invitation you decline quietly is a corridor you keep clear for the right door? They are no longer monitoring your balances, they are tracking your pre-transaction state. In physics, pre-resonance is when a structure vibrates before the full force arrives. That is your spirit now humming at inheritance frequency before manifestation. Their analysts scrape your decision entropy, timing jitter, and pattern variance to predict the moment you will break from dependence. Be as shrewd as snakes and as innocent as doves. Matthew 10:16. What would happen if you treated every email, meeting, and signature as an upstream battlefield instead of an afterthought? That is where the true war is won. Noise can be mapped. Silence confuses. Loudness has a high signal-to-intercept ratio, easy to locate, easy to disrupt. But sub-threshold movement below their detection floor restructures the board before they even load the game. No weapon forged against you will prevail. Isaiah 54:17. Weapons aim at coordinates. Sanctified stealth refuses to publish them. Do you understand how dangerous your restraint has become to systems that thrive on your predictability? In the economy of attention, opacity is an asset class. Like the master builders of heaven's architecture, you are aligning columns with calling and arches with assignment. Designs are approved in prayer, stress-tested in fasting, and constructed in a space the enemy cannot access. Be still and know that I am God. Psalm 46:10. This stillness is not vacancy, it is load, bearing silence, the quiet moment between plays when the stadium holds its breath and the field geometry already favors you. When the curtain finally lifts, will the walls stand plumb, the gates hung, and the keys already in your grasp? The late British architect Zaha Hadid, known as the Queen of Curves, often developed her most radical designs behind closed doors, revealing them only when the structural mathematics were undeniable. By the time critics saw the plans, the geometry was so resolved that no compromise could dismantle it. Another example is Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German theologian who resisted the Nazi regime not by broadcasting his plans, but by moving under the radar, weaving untraceable networks of influence. Their shared strategy: when the design is complete, the unveiling cannot be stopped. Back in your present moment, every word you speak, every click you make, every file you send is telemetry to their system. Cut the feed, reduce emissions, increase encrypted, off-record channels for decisive moves. When they have no Bayesian priors, no predictive model that fits you, they must admit they are blind. And when their map is wrong, their interference misfires. Say less, move sharper, build deeper. Let your progress move like tectonic plates, imperceptible until the night it reshapes continents. When the veil drops, your fortress will already be standing, columns unshaken, arches aligned, foundation unbreakable. On that day, every surveillance ledger will become obsolete, and you, the one God chose, will rise without permission to take the inheritance sealed for you before the foundation of the world. Play the long game, or be played by it. In the kingdom economy, the battlefield isn't only measured in days, it's measured in decades, in lifetimes. In the eternal scroll of heaven's ledger, the end will come at the appointed time. Daniel 8:19. If your enemy can read your next move, they can ruin it before it's birthed. But when they cannot even identify the game you're playing, they've lost before they take their first step. The enemy thrives on predictability, and your silence dismantles their maps. It is the difference between a soldier marching in plain sight and a general who moves entire armies in the dead of night without a single torch lit. Have you noticed how silence feels heavier than speech when you carry something heaven has sealed? That weight is the evidence that what you hold is not ordinary, it's eternal property under divine lock and key. This is no longer about fast money or attention-hungry victories. That chapter is finished. You are not constructing for applause. You are laying foundations for immortality, structures that will stand when the currency of this age turns to dust. Like a master clockmaker tuning the final gear in a cathedral's ancient bell tower, your work requires patience, precision, and holy silence. Every decision is a chisel strike against stone, forming pillars that must hold for generations. By your endurance you will gain your lives. Luke 21:19. The applause you don't hear now is the proof that you're working beyond the reach of shallow praise. What if the key to your future wasn't speed, but the discipline to move in rhythm with eternity instead of urgency? The impatient seek visibility, The chosen seek invincibility. Wealth has already reshaped you. It didn't simply raise your income, it rewired your frequency. Your internal architecture has shifted. The air around you carries new density, and the world feels it. The system feels it. They circle like satellites, locking onto a heat signature, not because you are reckless, but because they fear you won't be. That terrifies them, because discipline cannot be baited, and patience cannot be rushed. The real war now is not fought with swords, but with algorithms, contracts, data points, and silence. Their battlefields are invisible, yet their weapons leave real scars. Do you sense how the atmosphere changes when you make a move in obedience to God, even before anyone sees it? That is the spiritual resonance that alerts both heaven and hell at the same time. In the 20th century, investor Warren Buffett quietly built an empire without broadcasting his every trade. He called it waiting for the right pitch, a philosophy that mirrors the biblical truth. There is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens. Ecclesiastes 3:1. He understood that one decisive move at the right moment could outweigh 100 impulsive ones. The same is true in the spirit. One act of obedience in the right season can collapse decades of demonic work. By the time his competitors saw his moves, the foundations were too deeply rooted to shake. The world called it genius. Heaven calls it wisdom. Could it be that your greatest power is not in making waves, but in controlling the tide before it's visible? Even the sea obeys the moon's pull in silence. The system will always claim it watches to protect, but control wears the mask of protection until it's too late. History is littered with examples of those who believed the smile of the empire meant safety. Judas Iscariot, who betrayed Christ for silver, learned too late that the system he served had no mercy for traitors. His end was isolation and ruin. The same spirit moves in modern powers, courting you with opportunities that come wrapped in contracts but tied to chains. They understand that the easiest way to cage a lion is to convince it the bars are for its own safety. Do you recognize the difference between protection and possession? The chosen must. That is why you must play with wisdom, legality, and ruthless intelligence. They expect noise, so give them none. Control the narrative by erasing it. Build your fortress like an underground city, seen by no one until the gates open fully formed. Announce nothing. Let them guess. Let them assume. In a world addicted to exposure, mystery becomes your most unassailable defense. Even a fool is thought wise if he keeps silent. Proverbs 17:28. In the natural world, the panther hunts best when unseen. In the spiritual, the chosen rise fastest when underestimated. Every unnecessary word is an open window for the enemy's wind to enter. If they can't track your motion, how can they intercept your momentum? By the time they realize you've moved, your victory will be complete. Knowledge, in this hour, is no longer just power, it is survival. Financially, you must build beyond reach, multi-layered structures, diversified channels, assets veiled in complexity, so that wealth is never left naked under the glare of their lights. Spiritually, remain unmoved. Fear is their crowbar, doubt is their leash. The moment you hesitate in faith, the system gains its grip. Stand firm, and you will win life. Luke 21:19. This is not a season to be reactive. It is a season to be architecturally strategic, like a builder placing the final keystone on a bridge that no storm can wash away. The goal is not to outrun them, it is to make their pursuit irrelevant. You are not simply here to make money, You are here to own your timeline. The obedient to the system are the easiest to chain. The unprepared are the quickest to fall. But you, chosen one, are neither. You are unboxable, unreadable, untouchable. You are the unpredictable current that erodes every false dam placed in your path, and that makes you the anomaly they cannot forecast. When their charts fail to predict you, their strategies collapse under the weight of their own uncertainty. From this day forward, play with the patience of eternity and the precision of prophecy. Speak less, move deeper. Align your steps with the architect who sees the end from the beginning. Build like one whose blueprints are drawn in heaven's courts, and when the curtain finally falls and the vault of heaven swings open, the inheritance will not just be yours, it will be unassailable. The game will end, and you will still be standing, crown intact, destiny fulfilled. Chosen ones, if this message has stirred something deep within your spirit, it's because the inheritance I've been speaking about is already moving toward you. This isn't just about wealth, it's about stewardship, legacy, and walking in the authority heaven has already signed over to your name. You're not just being watched because of what you have now, you're being watched because of the kingdom you're about to establish. When that moment comes, it will not arrive with fanfare, it will arrive with weight, and you will stand, not as someone who stumbled into blessing, but as one who was forged, tested, and found faithful. For the vision awaits an appointed time, though it linger. Wait for it, it will certainly come, and will not delay. Habakkuk 2-3. The world may try to measure you by what it can see, but heaven is measuring you by what you can carry. If this word confirms what you've been sensing in your own spirit, don't let it stay here. Share it, because someone else you know is standing on the edge of their divine moment and needs this reminder to hold the line. Like this video, so it can reach others who are fighting their silent battles. Comment below with 777 as your public agreement that you're ready to receive what's already yours in heaven's storehouses. Subscribe to this channel so you won't miss the strategies, revelations, and confirmations God is releasing in this season. To those who've supported this channel through Super Thanks, I honor you. And to those who haven't, but are still here listening, leaning in, and growing with us, you matter just as much. This community is built not on coins, but on calling. So walk out of here today, covered in the unshakable truth. You are already equipped, already chosen, already seen. Heaven has the final word over your life, and I speak this blessing over you now. May your hands never lack, your heart never fail, and your steps never wander from the path marked for you before the foundations of the world. God bless you, and I'll see you in the next transmission. What if I told you that your bank balance is lying to you, that your current lack isn't a reflection of your value, but a setup for a divine reversal so shocking, so supernatural, that people will whisper behind closed doors? They must have done something unnatural to get all that. But they won't know the truth. It wasn't magic. It was movement from heaven. Get ready, chosen one, because the vaults are about to open. And when they do, the frequency of your life will shift so dramatically. Even your silence will make people nervous. Your glow-up is coming so fast, it will look like sorcery. But it's strategy, God's strategy. Comment 777 if your spirit feels this. If you know deep down that something has been building in the unseen, waiting for your yes, your patience, your stewardship, this is it. Thank you to every divine soul who's been sowing into this channel through Super Thanks. Whether you've given or simply watched, your presence is sacred here. You are not just supporting content, you're fueling a prophetic movement. Now let me ask you something wild. What if you were never poor, just pre-wealthy in disguise? What if your past lack was just heaven's version of rehearsal before the riches arrive? Hold that thought, because in the next moments, I'm about to expose exactly why God has been quietly training you behind the scenes, and how this sudden wealth is about to flow into your life in ways no one around you will be able to explain, except you. Let's go deeper. God's chosen ones. God's about to make you wealthy, and they'll think it was magic. It looks like a miracle. It feels like the reward of long suffering, but sudden wealth real. Life-changing. Access-granting wealth isn't just a shift in financial status. It's a spiritual litmus test disguised in commas and bank notifications. What appears to be God handing you treasure is actually heaven watching your soul under a microscope. Because money doesn't just move things, it unmasks things. And what if the financial release you've been praying for isn't just about upgrading your life, but exposing your heart? In Deuteronomy 8:18, we're reminded, "But remember the Lord your God, for it is He who gives you the ability to produce wealth, and so confirms His covenant." Notice, the verse emphasizes covenant, not comfort. Wealth is a covenantal tool, not an emotional crutch. So when the zeros begin to multiply and the financial struggle lifts, that's not the celebration, it's the entrance exam, the quiet test you didn't know you signed up for. What will your soul do when it finally doesn't have to beg anymore? We often associate blessing with relief. But what if the blessing becomes the battleground? Because when you're financially constrained, your decision-making is often sanctified by survival. You ration, you pray, you slow down, you consult God before every move. But when freedom hits, when the options multiply, so do the spirits of pride, entitlement, and ego. They don't come with red horns. They come in the form of, "You deserve this," or "Flex on them now." And that's where most lose the plot. Just ask King Solomon. At the peak of his wealth, fame, and glory, it wasn't an enemy army that derailed him. It was his unchecked appetite. 1 Kings 11:4 tells us, as Solomon grew old, his wives turned his heart after other gods, and his heart was not fully devoted to the Lord his God. Wealth didn't make Solomon disloyal. It revealed where he was already fragmented. Wealth is not neutral. It either sharpens you or seduces you. And spiritual wealth is the same. Why do you think Jesus said in Luke 16:11, "If you have not been trustworthy in handling worldly wealth, who will trust you with true riches?" The currency in your bank account is often heaven's barometer for whether your soul can be trusted with deeper things, divine influence, prophetic authority, generational impact. Are you stable enough to wield this kind of power without turning your testimony into a spectacle? This same truth played out in the life of Harriet Tubman, born into slavery and stripped of everything. She still risked it all to free others, not after she became rich, but while she had nothing but vision, faith, and divine urgency. Tubman once said, "God's time is always near." She understood that divine wealth was never about personal security, it was about purpose. What good is wealth if it doesn't become a rescue boat for others drowning in what you survived? And then, on the other end of the spectrum, We witness a cautionary tale in the rise and fall of Charles Ponzi, the infamous financier who manipulated the postal reply coupon system into one of history's most notorious scams. Initially hailed as a genius, Ponzi dazzled the public with lavish displays of wealth, but beneath the surface was a soul starving for validation. He didn't manage wealth, he exploited it, and in the end, he lost everything: fortune, freedom, and even his name. He died in obscurity, his legacy tarnished by greed and deception. So here's the unsettling question: when wealth knocks, will it reveal your healing or your hidden hunger? Will it build altars or burn bridges? The Apostle Paul once wrote in 1 Timothy 6:10, "For the love of money is a root of all kinds of evil." Not money itself, but the love of it. The obsession, the identity-wrapped desperation. Because if you're still trying to use your wallet to fix wounds from childhood, the money won't serve you, it'll enslave you. Power doesn't purify motives, it magnifies them. This is why God often delays financial elevation, not to punish you, but to detox you. Exodus 23:29-30 echoes this strategy. I will not drive them out in a single year. Little by little, I will drive them out before you. Until you have increased enough to take possession of the land, God withholds excess to strengthen capacity. He stretches time to anchor characters, and maybe, just maybe, this entire waiting season wasn't a punishment, but a purification. What if the delay wasn't rejection, but heaven's construction zone, installing reinforcements in your soul to hold the weight of what's coming? Wealth is not the proof of divine favor, obedience is. Money is not a trophy, it's a tool, and tools in the hands of the unhealed become weapons of self-destruction, but in the hands of the anointed, wealth builds shelters, funds missions, ends generational curses, and breaks open the gates of systemic bondage. If you've been feeling the tug like something massive is circling your life, ready to break, don't be surprised if your next test doesn't look like warfare, but wire transfers. Because if God is now choosing you to steward this, it's because heaven already did the soul scan and whispered, "You're ready." They say money changes people, but the truth runs deeper than that. Money doesn't morph your character, it magnifies your core. It doesn't write new lines in your story, it puts a spotlight on the ones you tried to hide. Like a microphone pressed into your soul, wealth takes the whispers of your inner world and turns them into surround sound. And if you haven't healed what's echoing in your silence, sudden abundance will only make the noise louder. Jesus said in Luke 6:45, "The mouth speaks what the heart is full of," and wealth doesn't fill your heart, it just makes the overflow public. When God allows wealth to enter a chosen one's life, it's not just about provision, it's about revelation. If you were anchored before, you'll expand with grace. But if you were drifting, you'll lose yourself in the current of applause, envy, and performance. Why? Because unprocessed pain always finds new ways to perform. When influence enters, so do invisible contracts. Expectations start to circle you like hawks, some from people, some from your own ego. Wealth doesn't just buy access, it demands responsibility. Can your inner world handle the weight of outer success? Or will the spotlight expose the fractures that success was never designed to heal? Many dream of wealth as if it's a rescue rope from brokenness. But what if the rope only pulls up what you buried, like sediment stirred by sudden rain? Money kicks up everything that was quietly settled at the bottom. Suddenly, you see it, the fear of being unseen, the patterns of overspending to impress, the compulsion to stay relevant, the need to prove to your past that you made it. If happiness was absent before, money won't deliver it. It will demand answers. Here's a question that haunts many who've climbed high too quickly. What if the thing you prayed for is the very thing that exposes the parts of you you tried to keep hidden? Would you still chase it? In Romans 2, Paul wrote, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." And that renewal doesn't wait for wealth. It must precede it. Because if your patterns are still broken, prosperity will not heal you. It will simply give you more tools to act out your dysfunction on a larger scale, just as the moon reveals the silhouette of mountains hidden by the dark. Wealth illuminates traits buried by lack. What was once quiet now demands attention. Nature itself teaches us this truth. Take the cicada, a strange insect that lives underground for over a decade before emerging suddenly in swarms. While underground, it matures silently, but when it surfaces, it becomes loud, so loud, it can drown out other sounds. Wealth, like the emergence of the cicada, amplifies the noise of what has been forming in the dark. If you weren't refined in the hidden years, you'll come out screaming, but not in joy. In chaos. In the Italian Christian film Luci sulla Croce, Lights on the Cross, a grieving young man gains sudden fame after surviving a tragedy. But instead of peace, it gives him a platform he isn't ready to stand on. At one point, he whispers, "The light didn't save me, it showed me." That's what wealth does. It's not the blessing itself, it's the mirror, the magnifier, the amplifier, not just of success, but of identity. Another question to wrestle with. If no one clapped for you, would you still be able to celebrate yourself? Or are you chasing wealth not for freedom, but for applause? This is why God doesn't rush your breakthrough. He delays it with purpose. In Luke 16:10, Jesus says, "Whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much." It's not about how much you hold, it's about how you handle it. Some of you are still in the little season, not because you're cursed, but because God is building your core. He's rewiring the part of you that wants to spend to be seen. He's detoxing the part of you that equates value with volume. And in this preparation, He watches how you behave when no one's cheering. Because if you can govern yourself in silence, you can govern with wisdom. The real danger isn't money, it's identity, confusion. When money arrives and you're not grounded, it seduces you to become whoever people will pay to see. You stop living from the soul and start performing from the wounds. And that's where many crash, confused, surrounded, but lonely, famous, but fractured, rich, but running from themselves. God never wanted your name in lights if your spirit couldn't handle the heat. Psalm 37:16 reminds us, "Better the little that the righteous have than the wealth of many wicked," because little with character is safer than much with chaos. And wealth with no wisdom is like a castle built on sand, grand in appearance, but doomed at the first storm. So ask yourself this silent question buried deep in your spirit. Are you asking God to bless your name? Or are you asking Him to build your character before the blessing arrives? Wealth will make your voice louder, but only wisdom can keep your echo holy. God's chosen ones are not just called to increase, they are called to carry increase without losing themselves in the process. He's not preparing you to show off. He's preparing you to outlast the pressure, because when God finally opens the floodgates, He doesn't want your money to shout louder than your mind. He wants your stability to speak louder than your status. When a promise is delayed, most people instinctively translate it as rejection. to the natural mind. The absence of movement must mean the absence of favor, but for the chosen ones, those who carry divine assignments and are marked by generational impact, delay is not a rejection. It is a divine deceleration strategy. It's heaven pressing pause not to deny you, but to insulate you. What looks like silence from above is often a carefully measured withholding meant to shield you from a misalignment that could sabotage the future you were built for. Psalm 84:11 reminds us, "No good thing will he withhold from those who walk uprightly." So, if it's being withheld, then either it's not good yet, or you're not yet upright enough to hold it without hurting yourself. The very thing you cried out for may have crushed you if it arrived before your discernment did. You weren't forgotten. You were being strategically camouflaged, while heaven constructed the proper boundaries around your purpose. To the untrained eye, this looked like stagnation, but in the spiritual dimension, this was sacred architecture, a heavenly firewall being installed between you and the opportunists who only clapped for your potential while planning to hijack your platform. What if the delay wasn't a punishment, but a purification? If the wealth had come while your vision was still cloudy, you would have funded betrayals in the name of loyalty. You would have invested in projects that were really parasites. You would have misread manipulation as mentorship. Just as oil can be poured into cracked pottery and lost without trace, your early blessings would have leaked through the fractures in your relationships. That's why heaven said, "Not yet." Not while you were still trying to bring everyone with you. Not while you still felt guilty for leaving familiar dysfunction. In Genesis 13:14, God didn't speak to Abram about his divine inheritance until Lot had separated from him. Only after the wrong attachments were removed could the right destiny be revealed. Abram wasn't being stalled. He was being unshackled. And even more critical than separating you from people, God was separating you from your own former self. In neuroscience, there's a process called synaptic pruning, a biological phenomenon where the brain removes unnecessary neural connections in order to increase efficiency. What if the silence in your life was spiritual pruning, a divine reorganization of your emotional circuitry? God wasn't just cutting people off. He was cutting access to the parts of you that would have defaulted to people-pleasing, overgiving, or self-betrayal. What did it take for you to stop confusing history with covenant? And this is where it gets more dangerous. Because wealth doesn't enter a vacuum, it magnifies everything already orbiting your life. When money arrives, masks fall, applause grows louder, opportunists multiply, without the discernment that delay forges. Even the chosen can become casualties of counterfeit support. In Exodus 3:20, while Moses lingered on the mountain receiving the law, the Israelites grew impatient. That delay, only a matter of days, revealed their appetite for idols. They melted their gold and built a golden calf. Delay doesn't just test patience, it reveals hidden allegiances. So, if you've been in the waiting room, it's because God wanted to see not just what you were praying for, but who you would become in the absence of applause. Have you ever stopped to ask yourself this? If God had said yes to that one thing back then, would you still be alive in your calling right now? Now witness the orchestration of the divine. The silence wasn't just a shield, it was a rewire. You were placed in a season of emotional vacuum insulation, where heaven created space between your identity and those who were only invested in your struggle, not your strength. Those who cheered for you while you were small, but would have weaponized your growth the moment you stepped beyond their expectations. When you cried over their exit, God wept for your rescue. Hebrews 12:6 reminds us, "The Lord disciplines the one he loves." Sometimes, that discipline is spatial, emotional, relational. God delays the promise not to taunt you, but to test you, to see if you'll still worship without a stage, to see if you'll protect your peace even when no platform depends on it. The testimony of Jean Lanvin, the iconic French fashion designer and founder of one of the longest surviving fashion houses in Paris, embodies this truth. In her early years, she was dismissed, overlooked, and told that her aesthetic was too soft for the times. But while others pursued trends, Lanvin built timelessness. Her delay became her distinction, and when her breakthrough arrived, it wasn't trend-driven, it was legacy-born. Today, the House of Lanvin stands because she didn't rush with the crowd. She waited with conviction. The same principle is at work in your story. You weren't called to quick visibility. You were called to unshakable value. In the field of fluid dynamics, engineers understand the concept of laminar flow, a pattern of movement where every layer of a fluid moves smoothly in harmony. However, when external disruptions are too strong, the flow turns turbulent. God's delay wasn't divine neglect. It was a divine laminar flow. He needed every layer of your spiritual life, faith, trust, discernment, healing to move in alignment before sending the downpour of increase. He didn't want your breakthrough to come wrapped in turbulence. And here's something few realize. The people who were meant to be beside you didn't leave. They lasted. Time exposed the spectators. Wealth would have validated them. That's why God stripped it away until they left on their own. When the blessing comes, and it will, you won't owe anyone an explanation. You'll just notice that the ones still standing aren't interested in your overflow. They were always drawn to your oil. Proverbs 10:22 declares, "The blessing of the Lord brings wealth without painful toil for it." Pain didn't purchase your favor. It refined it. And now, you're not just ready for wealth. You're prepared for weight. Rise, not with haste, but with honor. Because when the gates open, you won't just walk through them. You'll walk in authority. Every delay was a divine data point. Heaven used to reinforce your foundation. And now, you won't just carry the wealth. You'll govern it. You won't just gain favor, you'll command it. You won't just survive your rise, you'll bless others through it. Because what once felt like silence was actually strategy. You are not late. You are right on time for divine inheritance. What's coming to you is not just money. It's a mantle. This next financial wave isn't about ease or ego. It's about elevation. You weren't anointed to stunt. You were anointed to be a steward. Because chosen ones don't just receive wealth, they carry answers. And divine answers come wrapped in responsibility. Psalm 112:3 declares, "Wealth and riches are in their houses, and their righteousness endures forever." Not fame, not applause. Righteousness. You weren't called to collect trophies. You were called to bankroll truth. Wealth in the hands of the chosen isn't about personal comfort. It's about divine commissioning. It's not for proving your worth to the people who doubted you. It's for funding assignments that generations will thank you for. This is not prosperity for vanity. This is provision for vision. And yet, isn't it strange how so many pray for wealth, but never ask heaven why they would be entrusted with it? When God releases sudden financial increase to his chosen ones, it is never arbitrary. It's not about likes, aesthetics, or designer affirmation. That level of purpose is too shallow. The wealth he's about to drop into your hands is meant to shift regions, free captives, build sanctuaries, and seed reformation. He's not sending you checks. He's sending you blueprints. This is why the wilderness was long. You weren't just being positioned, you were being purified. In Exodus 3:6-5, we read a powerful moment where the Israelites gave so generously toward the building of the tabernacle that Moses had to tell them to stop giving. Imagine that. A community so financially aligned with divine purpose that heaven had to pause the donations. That's what happens when wealth finds people who understand assignment. It becomes unstoppable generosity, not performative giving. Now ask this: when the money arrives, will it amplify your assignment or distract you from it? The truth is, many wouldn't survive what you've endured. The stripping, the silent seasons, the delays. But all of that wasn't meant to punish you. It was meant to purify your motives, so that when the wire transfers hit, you wouldn't immediately default to performance. God didn't just want your bank account to be full. He wanted your heart to be clean. In today's world, one of the clearest examples of wealth as divine trust is the story of Hamdi Ulukaya, the Turkish-born founder of Chobani Yogurt. Once a broke immigrant with little English, he built a billion-dollar company from the ground up. But instead of flaunting his success, Ulukaya gave away a majority of his wealth, granted stock to his employees, and hired refugees to fill his factories. In an interview, he once said, "The purpose of wealth is to uplift humanity, not decorate privilege." That's the posture of divine stewardship. But on the other end of the spectrum, there's a cautionary tale in Adam Neumann, the former CEO of WeWork. Initially celebrated as a visionary, Neumann used the company's rising value to fund an extravagant lifestyle, buying jets, properties, and private indulgences. Eventually, poor financial decisions and unchecked ego led to his removal. The company suffered, employees were laid off, and his own credibility collapsed. His downfall reminds us, when purpose is abandoned, prosperity turns into poison. Another question to wrestle with: is your desire for wealth rooted in vision or validation? Chosen ones don't spend to be seen. They sow to be sent. Luke 16:10 reminds us, "Whoever is faithful with little will also be faithful with much." If you've been faithful when nobody noticed, if you've sown when nothing seemed to grow, if you've given with no applause, then what's coming to you isn't just reward. It's heaven's response to a heart that stayed anchored in purpose when it had every reason to drift. And this is why the wealth coming to you won't feel ordinary. It will feel divine, because it won't be coated in vanity. It will be soaked in assignments. God isn't resourcing you randomly. He's aligning your wallet with your weight. Because purpose without power is limited, but when purpose is fused with heaven-backed provision, it becomes unstoppable. Like Joseph managing Pharaoh's storehouses, your hands are about to hold what famine tried to cancel. Are you ready to fund the prayers if someone else is too tired to pray out loud? James Vians, 17 Assureses. Every good and perfect gift is from above. The wealth coming is not a loophole. It is a legacy. It is not indulgence. It is impact. God is not blessing you so you can shine. He's blessing you so others can breathe. You're not entering a season of excess. You're stepping into a season of divine utility. Build, fund, release, repair, restore. This is the hour where heaven places the blueprint in the hands of the builders, not the braggarts, not the showboats, but the ones who cried in silence, served without recognition, and stayed faithful without evidence. Now is your time to build what others will inherit. When the wealth reaches your hands, it won't just look like money, it will feel like prophecy fulfilled. Because heaven doesn't fund egos, it funds assignments. And the fact that it's coming to you is proof that you were found faithful. There's a silence around you that isn't empty. It's investigative. a silence that's not neglect, but observation, right now, while you carry on with your ordinary days, honoring your routines, praying quietly, showing up with integrity in small places. Eyes are on you, but this time, they're not eyes of envy or opposition. They are the eyes of divine gatekeepers. These are not people who merely see potential. They're people who unlock destiny. Strategic investors, global thinkers, executives, silent benefactors. Men and women aligned with kingdom principles who have the power to shift the trajectory of your life with a single agreement, contract, or connection. And they're not moved by charisma. They're moved by consistency. In Luke 12:42-44, Jesus asks, "Who then is the faithful and wise manager, whom the master puts in charge of his servants? The master returns and finds him doing so, not performing. Doing. You are not being tested in noise. You are being weighed in the quiet. Faithfulness in anonymity is heaven's way of writing your resume. Have you wondered why you've felt so hidden lately, even though you've grown so much? It's because this moment is not about public confirmation. It's about private evaluation. Financial gatekeepers, those positioned by God to release resources tied to your assignment, are drawn to character more than content, to purpose more than polish. They've seen flair. They've seen trendy branding. What they're scanning for is spiritual velocity, your alignment with heaven's pace. They're discerning whether your decisions flow from obedience or opportunism, like seeds hidden underground during winter. Your growth isn't visible yet, but root systems are expanding. And the ones with true insight, they're watching the soil, not the show. They're tracking your resilience curve, not your follower count, because chosen ones who are trusted with wealth must first be trusted with obscurity. One of the best illustrations of this is found in the emperor penguin, a species that nests in the harshest winters on Earth. During the coldest months, when storms are brutal and food is scarce, the male penguin cradles the egg on his feet, shielding it under his body for 2 straight months without eating. There's no celebration, no visibility, just quiet preservation. What if your current silence isn't a punishment, but a spiritual incubation like the penguins? A test of whether you can protect destiny in cold seasons. And this is the layer few talk about. Your stewardship in scarcity is the data being reviewed in heaven's boardroom. Proverbs 27:18 says, "Whoever tends a fig tree will eat its fruit, and whoever looks after his master will be honored." Tending is not glamorous. It's repetitive. It's disciplined. But gatekeepers study this very rhythm. How do you tend what hasn't bloomed yet? Now, here's the part I miss most. The gatekeepers are closer than you think. Some are in meetings discussing impact strategies. Others are praying for divine confirmation on who to sow into. You're not waiting for the perfect pitch. Heaven is waiting to release favor once you hit full alignment. You've been building slowly, brick by brick. While others chased shortcuts, you've refused to compromise, even when it cost you a connection. And that's precisely why the right eyes are now being directed toward you. And to bring this deeper, in the lesser-known Dutch Christian film, Het Woord, The Word, a young priest says to his mentor, "God does not send the rain until the soil is done absorbing the silence." You are in that soil moment, absorbing the stillness that prepares you for a rain others won't understand when it finally comes. If everything you've been doing in the shadows were broadcast today, would it reveal purpose or performance? God has always used silence as the sorting ground for greatness. David was anointed as king but sent back to sheep. Joseph had dreams but was sold into slavery. Jesus was the Son of God, but worked a carpenter's bench for 30 years before preaching. Their delay wasn't divine distance, it was divine surveillance. Psalm 101:6 echoes, "Heaven's standard, my eyes will be on the faithful in the land, that they may dwell with me. The one whose walk is blameless will minister to me." Notice the qualification: not the talented, not the loud, but the faithful. Gatekeepers aren't just watching for your product, they're watching your posture. They're listening for your language when you think no one's around. Do you bless others in private? Are you generous when it stretches you? Do you pray with purpose, or only when the pressure spikes? These questions aren't pass, fail, they're weight tests. Because the next door isn't just about access, it's about activation. Romans 8:19 says, "Creation waits in eager expectation for the children of God to be revealed." The earth isn't groaning for influencers, it's groaning for faithful ones. You are not chasing money. Heaven is training money to chase you once you're ready. That's why the tests have felt internal. That's why the spotlight has stayed dim. Because when the reveal happens, it won't be cosmetic. It'll be cosmic. And when the doors swing open, and they will, it won't be sudden to you. It'll be sacred. You'll know it was forged in the quiet. While others were staging scenes, you were sowing seeds. Keep showing up. Keep tending the soil. Keep choosing integrity when it feels invisible, because when heaven finishes its audit and the gatekeepers get the green light, you won't just be funded. You'll be trusted. And in the economy of God, trust is more powerful than transaction. This isn't performance, it's preparation. And preparation always attracts the right eyes. When divine wealth comes suddenly, it doesn't just elevate, it exposes not just your purpose, but the hidden insecurities of those who once assumed they outranked you. People who felt safer when you were struggling, who could categorize you as harmless, who labeled you with phrases like nice but average, now feel destabilized by your rise. And not because you took something from them, but because your success reorders the hierarchy they created in their minds. What happens when your breakthrough makes others question their own belief systems? Sudden wealth becomes more than currency. It becomes a confrontation, a mirror not just to your growth, but to their stagnation. You didn't just succeed, you survived what they secretly hoped would crush you. And now, they're not celebrating, they're squinting. Not because your light is evil, but because it's honest. It reflects everything they didn't confront in themselves. Proverbs 13:22 tells us, "A good person leaves an inheritance for their children's children." But this kind of inheritance isn't just about assets, it's about answers. It's about confronting a generation's worth of cycles and choosing to break them publicly, unapologetically. What if your elevation is God's response to everything others mishandled behind closed doors? You didn't skip the line, you were prepared in silence while others built stages. But to the unhealed, your rise feels like robbery. Not because you took their spot, but because your obedience rendered their excuses useless. And instead of asking how they missed their own moment, they begin questioning why you were chosen. Your wealth reveals what they've been hiding. Years of pride disguised as professionalism. Jealousy masked as jokes. Laziness hidden behind false spiritual superiority. They can't process how the one they overlooked is now walking in overflow, so they minimize it. It's luck. They say, it's a loophole. But deep down, they know what you're walking in can't be bought. It was forged. There's a principle in quantum mechanics known as wave function collapse, a phenomenon where a particle exists in multiple possible states until it is observed. The very act of observation forces the particle into one fixed state. Spiritually speaking, your breakthrough has the same effect. Your visibility collapses their illusion. When they saw you struggling, they could pretend their path was superior. But now, they're forced to choose, evolve or envy, and in that internal crisis, many will pick envy, because envy requires no discipline. It only demands projection. Suddenly, your rise becomes their attack. Not because you targeted them, but because you represent what they forfeited in silence. Psalm 75:6, -7 says, "No one from the east or the west or from the desert can exalt themselves. It is God who judges. He brings one down. He exalts another." Elevation isn't random. It's sovereign. And heaven didn't check resumes. It checked resilience. This is what shakes them. Your wealth didn't arrive on a stage. It arrived in the shadows. It wasn't built on spectacle. It was built through sacrificial integrity. It's not the commas in your account that bother them. It's the quiet obedience that can't be explained. British-born humanitarian and speaker Zainab Salbi, founder of Women for Women International, once said, "The strength of a woman is not in what she achieves in public, but in what she survives in private." Her words carry weight because she used her own platform to empower war survivors in silence, while many others were chasing headlines. What if your increase is God's reward for what you survived without complaint? Now let's go deeper. Some will claim you're flaunting, even when you're being silent. Some will accuse you of ego, even when you're walking humbly, because your presence alone is now disruptive. Not because you're loud, but because their wounds are loud. You've become a trigger, not for evil, but for unhealed perception. You represent restoration, and restoration always threatens entitlement. Ever wonder why people feel so uncomfortable when you're finally at peace? You didn't come to perform, you came to reflect, and that reflection distorts their comfort. Why? Because grace unmasks pride. Obedience reveals laziness. Favor opens control. When Jesus healed the man at the pool of Bethesda, John 5, not everyone celebrated. The religious elite questioned how he was healed, why he carried his mat, and what rule had been broken. Instead of praising the miracle, they scrutinized the method. Your breakthrough will attract the same people, so threatened by your wholeness. They try to dissect your holiness. Isaiah 60:1-2 commands, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." But notice the next line. See, darkness covers the earth, but the Lord rises upon you. Your light will contrast someone's darkness, not because you're attacking, but because you're illuminating. Don't waste time defending what was divinely orchestrated. Let them talk. Heaven's already spoken. And when they say, "Why you?" remember this: God doesn't elevate based on algorithms. He promotes based on alignment. You are not just rich in currency, you are rich in consistency. And what they called coincidence is now confronting their complacency. Let your success speak softly, and your obedience speak louder. You are not a fluke. You are a fulfilled prophecy. And your glow isn't arrogance, it's evidence. Evidence that what they tried to ignore has now become undeniable. You weren't chosen to make noise. You were chosen to make a legacy. They don't tell you this part. When people envision the life that comes with breakthrough financial overflow, global influence, expanded territory, they rarely talk about loneliness. They prepare you for opportunity, but not for separation, for celebration, but not for the echo of silence that follows success. And yet, for chosen ones, this is the part that hits the hardest. Wealth, while often seen as the answer to hardship, also becomes a filter, not just for who you bless, but for who can handle your blessing. And the truth is sobering. Most can't. Psalm 101:1-6 offers heaven's criteria for closeness. My eyes will be on the faithful in the land, that they may dwell with me. The one whose walk is blameless will minister to me. Faithfulness, not familiarity. Integrity, not proximity. God never intended for everyone to walk with your elevation, because your blessing isn't just public, it's prophetic. What if the silence you're feeling isn't abandonment but sacred insulation? The higher you rise, the more altitude shifts your atmosphere. Not because you're becoming arrogant, but because the air around you is changing. Not everyone can breathe in your new environment. Some who once laughed with you will now loathe your success. Some who once called you friend will start calling you fake. And not because you betrayed them, but because your growth confronts their stagnation. Luke 5:16 tells us. But Jesus often withdrew to lonely places and prayed. If even the Son of God had to retreat in isolation after miracles and favor, what makes us think divine elevation won't cost us human connection? And that's what hurts the most. Realizing that the very people who once celebrated your survival are now triggered by your success. What they called potential when you were broke, they now label arrogance when you're blessed. This is the cost of divine momentum. It reveals motive. Suddenly, people expect access not based on loyalty, but history. They assume they're entitled to your fruit because they once saw your seed. But God never said your increase was communal. He said it was covenantal. Have you ever noticed how the ones who help the least often demand the most when you finally break through? Real wealth exposes false loyalty. Some will become passive-aggressive. Others will ghost you and act like you changed. And then there are those who stay but with envy, tucked behind every compliment. The circle doesn't just shrink, it recalibrates. Because what used to be comfort now becomes caution. Your discernment sharpens, your standards shift. To illustrate this, the story of Nnedi Okorafor, an award-winning Nigerian-American novelist. Early in her journey, she faced brutal industry rejection, cultural stereotyping, and financial limitations. But once her Afro-futurist novels reached global acclaim, the same publishers and institutions that once dismissed her began begging for partnership. In a powerful interview, she said, "My isolation was painful, but it was the reason my voice stayed authentic. Had he let everyone in, my story would have changed, and not for the better." Her solitude became her sanctuary. Now contrast that with the story of Elizabeth Holmes, the disgraced founder of Theranos. Holmes rose rapidly in Silicon Valley, attracting billions in investments, media admiration, and political attention. But underneath the image was secrecy, manipulation, and false loyalty. As the lies unraveled, so did her support system. Investors pulled out, partners disappeared. Her wealth wasn't built on purpose, it was built on performance. And when performance failed, so did her protection. Here's a question worth wrestling with. Are you asking God for visibility without the integrity to handle the isolation it demands? The pattern is consistent. David was anointed in front of his brothers, yet still had to hide in caves alone. Joseph dreamed in his father's house, but was refined in a prison cell. Even Paul, after his radical transformation, said in Galatians 1:17 that he did not consult with anyone immediately. He went into Arabia and was alone with God. Isolation isn't punishment, it's preparation. And yet the enemy will try to convince you otherwise. He'll whisper, "They've left you. You're forgotten. You're unloved. But Psalm 91:1 silences that lie. He who dwells in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. The shadow isn't absent, it's covering. Chosen ones must understand. Not everyone is called to sit at your table just because they knew you in the wilderness. Some were assigned only to your survival season. Letting them into your abundance would be like planting weeds in fresh soil. They'd suffocate the fruit before it ripens. Have you been confusing history with covenant? Is it possible that God is protecting your peace through separation? The conversations are changing. The room is quieter. The laughter feels distant. But don't grieve what God has removed. Your solitude is not exile. It is refined. Heaven has assigned this space so you can make decisions without noise. Hear His voice without interference, and move with clarity, not chaos. God is not punishing you by thinning the crowd. He is preserving the oil by sealing the room. You are not alone, you are set apart. The silence around you is not rejection, it's a sacred strategy. Let those who misunderstand your distance call it pride. Let those who resent your clarity call it coldness. Heaven knows the truth. You are being fortified in the quiet for a reign that cannot be touched. When you finally walk into rooms your former circle can't enter, remember this: not everyone is meant to walk with royalty. Some are only meant to watch from a distance. Sudden wealth rarely arrives alone. It brings company, sometimes celebrated, sometimes seductive, often unseen, where heaven opens doors for impact. Hell drafts, invitations for compromise. And the most dangerous invitations won't come dressed as disaster. They'll come dressed as destiny. Not every open door is divine. Some are designed to mimic the look of a miracle, only to dismantle your mission from within. 2 Corinthians 11:14 reminds us, even Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. That disguise doesn't just appear in temptation, it appears in negotiation, in meetings, contracts, pitches, and exclusive offers that seem perfectly aligned with your goals until you read the fine print in the spirit. What if the very deal you're praying over is being prayed over by darkness? 2. Sudden financial elevation attracts opportunities, but some of those opportunities are poisoned wells. They look clean, they sound promising, they mirror your mission, but their agenda is subtle contamination, not partnership. Their handshakes are cloaked in flattery, and their contracts are cloaked in bondage. This is why discernment becomes your most valuable currency when wealth arrives. The enemy knows he cannot reverse what God has blessed, so he redirects. He sends what feels like favor, but is engineered to fracture your purity. Partnerships that seem like purpose, but end in control. Investors who fund your vision but censor your voice. Deals that grow your brand, but silence your authority. Jesus faced this exact strategy in Matthew 4:8-10. Satan offered him all the kingdoms of the world and their splendor. If Jesus would bow, the offer was real, the elevation was global, but the exchange cost was worship. This is the enemy's business model: offer visible gain in exchange for invisible compromise. Could it be that the fastest route to visibility is also the slowest route to spiritual ruin? Some offers will promise you stages only to muzzle your message. Some partners will affirm you publicly while draining you privately. And what makes this harder is how subtle it looks. These aren't criminals. They're charmers, polished, articulate, well-connected. They say all the right things, but their spirit carries corrosion, like ivy climbing the side of a strong tree. They wrap themselves around your mission until their influence becomes inseparable from your voice. And by the time you realize it, they've turned your freedom into a franchise. Have you prayed about your partnerships as much as you've prayed for provision. This is why Nehemiah refused Sanballat's repeated requests to meet. In Nehemiah 6:3, he responds, "I am doing a great work, and I cannot come down." He discerned that the meeting wasn't collaboration, it was sabotage. And in a world that prizes networking over kneeling, discernment is your only protection. Now, let nature teach you. The anglerfish, deep in the ocean's darkest trenches, attracts prey using a glowing lure that looks like a harmless flicker. Smell a fish, drawn to the light, swim closer, only to be consumed. The trap didn't look threatening, it looked inviting. Could it be that the offer glowing in front of you is bait, not blessing? That's why the quiet check in your spirit matters more than the commas on the contract. In the French Congolese film Matins d'Afrique, Mornings of Africa, a weary village pastor is offered a chance to be funded by an outside company promising clean water and electricity. But midway through the negotiations, he pauses and says, "I cannot accept light from a hand that will later control my shadow." That one line disrupts the entire deal. He walks away poorer in resources, but richer in obedience. And eventually, divine provision comes from an unexpected place, pure, uncontaminated, and with no strings attached. How many are signing deals that elevate them but enslave them? Your calling is too costly to be rented out to the highest bidder. God didn't pull you through fire just for you to dance in chains made of gold. He didn't hide you in the wilderness, only to hand your voice to manipulators with microphones. Isaiah 30:1 warns, "Woe to the rebellious children who carry out plans that are not mine, forming an alliance, but not by my spirit, heaping sin upon sin." Not every alliance is evil, but any alliance not birthed by God can become a burden from hell. This is why your peace must become your compass. You are not called to chase every connection. You are not called to accept every offer. You are not even called to explain every no. You are called to protect the purity of your mission, even if it means walking away from deals others would kill to have. Financial increase without spiritual clarity is a formula for spiritual entrapment. So when the deal comes, pray, fast, ask, what is the spirit behind this? What's being exchanged beyond the numbers? Who gains access to my name? Who gets authority over my voice? Proverbs 10:22 declares, "The blessing of the Lord brings wealth without painful toil for it." True wealth doesn't come with hidden bondage. It comes with holy clarity. You are not disparity. You are discerning. You are not here to sign everything. You are here to build something eternal. You are not meant to impress crowds. You are meant to release captives. So pause before you sign. Pray before you proceed. Because wealth with bondage is not a reward, it's a rebrand of slavery. The door that God opens never asks you to sell your voice to gain your future. Most people dream of their first million as a finish line, the moment when the hustle quiets, when the worry dies, when life finally exhales. They see it as the final destination, a soft landing into freedom. But for those marked by heaven, for those chosen to disrupt generational cycles, fund kingdom agendas, and rewrite legacy, that first million doesn't feel like a cushion. It feels like a call to arms. It doesn't announce rest. It announces warfare. Because the moment you cross into financial overflow, you don't just enter prosperity, you enter exposure. And when the mask of invisibility falls, so does the illusion of safety. Deuteronomy 8:18 reminds us, "Remember the Lord your God, for it is He who gives you the ability to produce wealth." But this ability is not just skill, it's spiritual readiness. The first million is a confirmation of capacity, not comfort. It's heaven saying, "You've been proven in the furnace, now you'll be tested in the flood." What if your first major financial breakthrough wasn't a reward, but a battlefield promotion? When you were broke, you were invisible to systems. Your name didn't echo in rooms where power was traded. But now, the moment you touch wealth, you also touch the attention of realms both human and spiritual that were fine with you being overlooked, but are threatened by you being empowered. And that's when it begins. The legal warfare arrives. Audits that feel random. Partnerships that are traps in disguise. Lawsuits baited for headlines. And contracts engineered to entangle. The financial warfare follows. Sudden losses that seem unnatural. Advisors whose smiles carry sabotage. And overheads that explode without warning. And then comes the most overlooked attack. Ancestral warfare. The spiritual networks that governed your bloodline's scarcity, dysfunction, and delay will not applaud your freedom. They were assigned to hold your family in stagnation, and now you've crossed the threshold they guarded. Isaías 58:12 declares, "Your people will rebuild the ancient ruins and will raise up the age-old foundations. You will be called the repairer of broken walls." That's not just poetic, it's prophetic. You're not just gaining wealth, you're threatening altars. Could it be that your increase has awakened enemies who were dormant for generations because no one before you dared to rise? You are now standing in the middle of a cosmic disturbance. You've activated a legacy tremor. The enemy isn't just watching you, he's reacting to the disruption you've become. This is why discernment must become your compass. Not every celebration is genuine. Not every applause is clean. Some want access. Not to honor, but to hijack. Some want proximity not to build with you, but to neutralize you. Some want your strategy not to multiply it, but to mimic, dilute, and dismantle it. Have you trained your spirit to sense betrayal before it manifests? In systems theory, there's a principle called quantum inertia, the resistance of a system to change when it's been stable for too long. Your family, your community, even your internal structures may begin resisting you, not because you're wrong, but because you're different. The breakthrough you carry breaks equilibrium. You're not just fighting for survival anymore. You're building for those who never even imagined they could own. 1 Peter 5-8 warns us. Be alert and of sober mind. Your enemy, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion, looking for someone to devour. Lions don't roar at shadows. They roar when they see territory slipping from their grasp. Your rise has made you visible. And visibility without spiritual preparedness is an open invitation to warfare. This is why every yes must now be surgical. Every agreement, spiritual, emotional, financial, must pass through the filter of purpose, not pressure. Let's anchor this in real life. Tobi Lütke, founder of Shopify, once described how his overnight success turned into months of sleepless discernment. "I wasn't afraid of losing the money," he said. "I was afraid of losing the mission by saying yes to the wrong people." Lütke understood the same truth. God is training you in now. Not every door is a divine doorway. This is the cost of walking in elevation without losing your essence. Matthew 4-8, 10 illustrates Satan offering Jesus all the kingdoms of the world, if he would only bow. The temptation wasn't in the wealth, it was in the compromise required to keep it. You must never forget, the greater the platform, the more seductive the shortcuts. But for those chosen by heaven, shortcuts are traps in disguise. Could it be that your greatest warfare isn't external but internal? Will you preserve your purity under pressure? Thermodynamics teaches us that heat always moves toward equilibrium. It spreads until balance is achieved. But when God places fire in your bones, you are no longer built to be balanced. You're built to burn brighter, not settle for safe. You didn't just receive money, you received an assignment. You didn't just rise. You ruptured the spiritual architecture that said your name would never be mentioned. This is not about luxury. It's about legacy. This is not about finally being seen. It's about finally being sent. Psalm 144, 1 declares, "Praise be to the Lord my rock, who trains my hands for war, my fingers for battle." And that's exactly what he's doing, equipping you not to brag, but to build. Your first million didn't make you rich. It made you relevant to heaven's timeline. You didn't just enter wealth. You entered warfare. But with war comes weaponry. And with pressure comes precision. Guard your vision. Anchor your discernment. Refuse to be swayed by noise, numbers, or notoriety. You are not just a survivor. You are the breaker of bloodline curses. You are not just a builder. You are heaven's battle cry wrapped in flesh. Now rise, not with fear, but with fire. Because the wealth wasn't the reward. The wisdom you gain in the fight, that is the blessing that hell can never steal. This next level of wealth coming to your hands is not for flexing. It's not to settle old scores, silence critics, or validate self-worth. You're not being called to a pedestal, you're being called to a platform, and not just to be seen, but to serve. Because this kind of wealth isn't for gossiping, it's for commissioning. Heaven didn't endorse you to increase your status. Heaven commissioned you to expand God's reach. Isaiah 58:12 says, "You will rebuild the ancient ruins and will raise up the age-old foundations. You will be called the repairer of broken walls." You are not simply inheriting money, you're inheriting mandates. You're not being crowned, you're being trusted. Trusted to build what institutions failed to protect. Trusted to fund what governments overlooked. Trusted to carry what only yielded under relentless obedience. Have you noticed how the weight in your life has never matched the level you were at? That's because your calling outranked your circumstance. You've always carried an anointing that made others uneasy. Not because of arrogance, but because of your divine assignment. And now, with the shift in resources, that assignment is about to take form. The first wave of wealth was to survive. This next wave is to revive. And it won't make sense to most, because the world is trained to chase applause, but chosen ones are trained to steward altars. This is why you've walked through poverty with dignity. Why did you learn to stretch a seed like it was a harvest? Why did you give even when it cost you? God was testing, not your wallet, but your will. And now, you're about to carry what can't be faked. Divine authority wrapped in radical generosity. But here's the tension. Can your mindset match the mantle? This level of influence isn't for those chasing clout. It's for those anchored in covenant. The wealth coming isn't just currency. It's kingdom capacity. Not to feed egos, but to feed nations. God is not looking for hoarders. He's looking for harvesters. Luke 12:48 reminds us, "To whom much is given, much will be required." That requirement isn't pressure, it's a privilege. You're being entrusted to outgive what most people only dream of earning. Not because you begged for it, but because your hands passed the test. Scarcity didn't break your generosity. Lack didn't kill your faith. And isolation didn't contaminate your compassion. In this season, you're not just a success story. You're a distribution center, a spiritual warehouse through which divine provision flows like water across dry ground. Have you prepared your heart for the weight of being someone else's answered prayer? In a world obsessed with legacy through buildings and brand names, God is writing your legacy through breakthroughs, through the vision you'll fund, the communities you'll rebuild, the ministries you'll underwrite, and the families whose cycles will be interrupted because you said yes to radical obedience. Real wealth builds movements, not monuments. To illustrate this, Yvon Chouinard, the founder of Patagonia, unlike most billionaires, Chouinard stunned the business world when he gave away his entire company, valued at $3 billion, to a trust that would ensure all future profits go toward climate justice. In his own words, "Earth is now our only shareholder." He didn't just succeed, he shifted the system. And in contrast, Martin Shkreli, a former pharmaceutical executive, infamously hiked the price of a life-saving drug by over 5,000%. Prioritizing profit over people. Though once celebrated for his business prowess, his greed led to public outrage, criminal investigation, and eventual imprisonment. His name, once associated with success, is now a cautionary tale of what happens when wealth is worshipped instead of wielded for justice. Are you ready to be remembered, not for what you accumulated, but for what you activated? Proverbs 11:25 declares, "A generous person will prosper. Whoever refreshes others will be refreshed." What's coming to you is not designed to end with you. It's a river, not a reservoir. The more you release, the more heaven sends. This is why the warfare has been so intense. Because you're not preparing to walk into a small season, you're about to carry global weight, the kind that shifts structures, fonts forgotten visions, and liberates generations from silent bondage. And this is why your heart must be clean. Because kingdom wealth is holy, and with it comes kingdom responsibility. You were never called to shine, you were called to shift. The blessing was never the platform, it was the power to pour. While others are chasing spotlights, you'll be lighting torches in dark places. While others are securing mansions, you'll be rebuilding homes for the broken. While others chase status, you'll be answering prayers that haven't even been spoken yet. You will not just be seen, you will be sent. And when the world asks, "How did you do it?" they won't see vanity. They'll see restoration wrapped in responsibility. When sudden wealth comes, it doesn't just arrive in your account, it arrives in your atmosphere. And with it comes a breeze of recognition that feels strangely familiar. Why? Because abundance has a memory, and it tends to draw back those who once watched you fall and said nothing, or worse, smiled. Sudden elevation won't just increase your access, it will expose the motives of ghosts. People from your past, long silent, will suddenly find their way back, some with hearts that have matured, others with intentions that have mutated. How do you respond when God blesses you in front of the very ones who broke you? Genesis 50:20 reminds us of Joseph's words to his brothers, the same brothers who sold him into slavery. "You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good." That's the tension of elevation. You are no longer in the pit, but the memory of it still echoes when certain faces walk back into the room. What no one tells you is this: the higher you go, the quieter the apologies become. You may never hear, "I'm sorry." You may never get the explanation that haunted you for years. Some will act like nothing ever happened. They will laugh as if they were never stabbed. They will compliment your success as if they weren't part of your collapse. And you will feel it, the holy burn of restraint, the temptation to clap back, to flex your receipts, to remind them that you outgrew every grave they tried to bury you in. But here's the sacred truth: power is proven in silence. Is it truly a victory? if you still need them to validate it, like the alpine tree that continues to grow even in the aftermath of an avalanche. You too have stretched upward while buried. That tree doesn't resent the snow. It uses the pressure to drive its roots deeper, and now that you've emerged, the same ones who left you under the cold will try to sit in your sunlight. Luke 6:28 says, "Bless those who curse you. Pray for those who mistreat you, not because they deserve it, but because you're different now. The wealth you carry demands a higher response. Your abundance is not just monetary, it's emotional, spiritual, and prophetic. And this is where the test intensifies. Can you steward abundance without vengeance? From a distance, they'll assume the blessing is just about lifestyle. They won't know it took sleepless nights, secret sobs, spiritual surgery, and holy obedience to stand where you're standing. Are you willing to forgive someone who would never even admit they hurt you? That's the mark of true royalty. To extend mercy, not because they earned it, but because you've evolved beyond needing revenge. In the Belgian-French Christian film L'Enfant Prodigue, there's a line that echoes this transformation. Forgiveness is not a reward for repentance. It's the evidence of a new kingdom. You are not carrying wealth just to enjoy life. You're carrying wealth to rewrite spiritual patterns. And forgiveness is the gate that unlocks generational healing. Forgiveness doesn't deny what happened, it just refuses to let it shape the future. Some of the ones who return won't even recognize their own shadows in your story. They'll try to rewrite history, placing themselves closer to your breakthrough than they ever were. They'll suggest they always believed in you, and you'll know the truth, but you'll also know freedom doesn't need footnotes. Deuteronomy 8:18 declares, "But remember the Lord your God, for it is He who gives you the ability to produce wealth." So even the platform you now stand on is not for proving people wrong. It's for showing people what restoration looks like when God writes the script. Can you keep walking like royalty even when the crowd includes people who betrayed the crown? You see, vengeance is loud, but vindication is quiet. And right now, God is setting a table for you not to humiliate your enemies, but to heal through restraint. Psalm 23:5 declares, "You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies, not to taunt, but to testify, not to shame, but to showcase grace." Imagine a wildflower that grows in the middle of scorched earth. It does not grow in vengeance. It grows because growth itself is a form of protest. And likewise, your maturity is your rebuttal. Jesus on the cross looked down at the ones who mocked him and said, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." Luke 23:34. What if your destiny requires you to bless people who once buried you in silence? You are now carrying influence that can shift bloodlines. Don't let old shadows stain this new oil. Your story is not just about what you survived. It's about how you responded when given the chance to break others the way they once broke you and choosing not to. You were not called to crown yourself with pain. You were called to walk in power. You do not owe them closure. You owe yourself peace. The reward for surviving betrayal is not payback, it's positioning. And while they stayed small, pettu, and avoidant, you grew. Quietly, deeply, eternally. Let your silence preach. Let your table speak. And let your wealth be the echo of a heart so healed. Even hell has nothing left to accuse. Here's the truth no one tells you about answered prayers. Sometimes they arrive wrapped in discomfort. Sudden wealth is not just a financial shift, it's a psychological recalibration. You prayed for it. You prepared for it. You prophesied it. But when it shows up in full force, something inside you still trembles. Why? because while heaven delivered it, your nervous system is still trying to believe it. You've become so used to surviving that thriving feels suspicious. And what's worse, that little whisper that echoes in the corner of your mind, are you sure this is for you? It doesn't come dressed like fear, it wears the robe of false humility. But make no mistake, it's not divine modesty. It's the trauma of being underestimated. Now confronting the reality of being chosen, can you fully embrace a throne when you spent years sitting in the shadows of everyone else's applause? Romans 8:15 reminds us, you did not receive the spirit of slavery to fall back into fear, but you have received the spirit of adoption as sons. But here's the battle: your spirit was adopted into royalty, but your mind still thinks it's a servant. This is the war of imposter syndrome, and it doesn't just whisper, it rewires. Psychologists have noted that those who endure long seasons of rejection often develop something called earned helplessness, a state in which they doubt their ability to impact outcomes, even when the power is finally in their hands. So, when the wealth comes, when the emails change, when the flight seats upgrade, your body may arrive before your identity does. Have you ever walked into a divine door and still felt like a visitor? David did, in 2 Samuel 9. After becoming king, he asked, "Is there still anyone left of the house of Saul to whom I may show kindness?" He wasn't showing off. He was grounding himself in the covenant that elevated him. He knew power without perspective becomes perversion. But you must also know this: perspective without permission can become paralysis. Now that God has handed you the blessing, you must give yourself permission to live inside it. You're not faking your way into anything. You were formed for this. But when imposter syndrome tries to echo louder than your assignment, remember this: you are not here because you manipulated your way in. You are here because God ordained your arrival before they even locked the door. Let's break this deeper. In theoretical physics, there's a principle called quantum decoherence, the process by which a system transitions from multiple possible states into one defined outcome. Once it's observed, spiritually speaking, your destiny is collapsing into certainty. But the remnants of possibility still flicker in your mind, like echoes of another version of you, one that's no longer relevant, but not yet fully released. Can you stop mourning the version of yourself that was shaped by lack and fully step into the one shaped by legacy? You see, imposter syndrome is not evidence of inauthenticity, it's proof of transformation. You are not an imposter. You are the evolved version of the overlooked seed that refused to rot in the soil of doubt. Let me show you something. Pope Francis once reflected in an interview, God does not choose the qualified, he qualifies the chosen. And this is precisely the paradox that births anxiety during elevation. You're being upgraded by grace, not because you lied your way to the top, but because you were forged in the silence no one saw. Now, let's talk about someone whose history is almost overlooked. Zarifa Ghafari, one of Afghanistan's first female mayors, appointed at just 26-inch, a patriarchal, war-torn system. She was targeted with threats, survived multiple assassination attempts, and still pushed forward. She admitted in one interview, "Sometimes I feel like I don't belong anywhere, but maybe that's how I know I belong to change." That's the kind of realization that transcends imposter syndrome. It births kingdom identity. You're not called to fit in. You're called to disrupt, deliver, and demonstrate what God can do with someone the world tried to ignore. Let's not forget Moses. In Exodus 3, when God calls him to lead a nation out of bondage, Moses doesn't say, "Thank you." He says, "Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh?" But God doesn't answer with Moses' resume. He answers with presence. I will be with you. That's the antidote. Not performance. Presence. Not perfection. Permission. So if you've been feeling like a fraud in the middle of your favor, pause. That's not you. That's the echo of an outdated identity, fighting for space it no longer deserves. You are meant to be here. Not because you checked every box, but because you became the answer to prayers your ancestors never had the words to articulate. Can you imagine how many people are waiting on you to stop questioning your seat at the table and start feeding nations from it? This isn't a mistake. It's a move of God. You are not an imposter. You are not an accident. You are not too late, too unqualified, or too overwhelmed. You are precisely on time, precisely aligned, and precisely what this generation needs to witness. Step fully into the room, take up your space, and silence every whisper of fraudulence with the thunder of your obedience. You didn't trick your way into this level. You outlasted what tried to bury you, and heaven made sure you were the one left standing. There's a sacred reason your rise wasn't rapid, a divine strategy behind why your gifts were overlooked. Your brilliance seemed dimmed, and your name remained absent from the rooms others were applauded in. The delay wasn't because heaven had forgotten you, it was because heaven was hiding you, not out of punishment, but out of protective preservation. God didn't allow you to be visible too soon, because the system, the very one that celebrates performance over purity, would have devoured your destiny before you could discern what was truly holy. Have you ever wondered why some people got platforms overnight while you sat in the shadows, holding a word too weighty for premature stages? Have you wrestled with the thought, why does no one see me? All while knowing deep inside that if they did, they might try to use you instead of honor you. What you called rejection was divine redirection. What felt like silence was actually spiritual encryption. God concealed your oil so it wouldn't be contaminated. He knew that if the wrong people got a hold of your value before your roots were deep enough, they'd twist your calling into currency, packaging your pain as a product and calling it partnership. In 1 Samuel 16, David was left in the fields, while Jesse paraded his other sons before the prophet. His absence wasn't an insult. It was an indication that what is truly anointed doesn't need to perform to be selected. When God is your promoter, no platform can contain what He's about to pour. There were platforms you didn't get because your discernment wasn't ready. There were contracts you never signed because your purity was still being fortified. There were rooms you weren't invited into because your voice was not designed for echo chambers. It was created to break chains. Jesus, in John 7-6, said, "My time is not yet here. For you, any time will do." He was speaking to his brothers, who pushed him to reveal himself prematurely, but the Messiah knew something critical. Divine timing is not just strategic, it's protective. And you, like Christ, have been walking under a timetable that refuses to be manipulated by applause or ambition. The world once ignored the raw talent of fashion designer Thebe Magugu, a South African visionary who reimagines African culture through modern silhouettes. For years, his work was minimized, bypassed for Western templates. But when the time was right, when cultural appropriation had run its course and authenticity could no longer be denied, God elevated him in a way that couldn't be replicated, bought, or fabricated. His designs didn't just make runways, they made prophetic statements. I've been here all along, and now the world must reckon with what it overlooked. Now contrast that with the story of Anna Delvey, a con artist who manipulated New York's elite by pretending to be an heiress. She craved influence without identity, access without integrity. Her rise was fast, but her fall was faster. She was exposed, imprisoned, and became a cautionary tale of what happens when appearance outruns substance. What good is visibility if your soul is not ready to carry what your name is called into? You weren't missing out. You were being insulated. You weren't being left behind. You were being hidden under the shadow of the Almighty. Psalm 91:1. Where no opportunist could hijack your blueprint. And now that you've walked through valleys of humility, rejection, and silence, you're no longer tempted by the counterfeit crowns they offer. You've seen enough manipulation to recognize it dressed in mentorship. You've lived through enough lies to detect exploitation hiding behind opportunity. Can you feel the shift? Can you sense that this time, your unveiling isn't just for applause, it's for alignment? You were camouflaged for the battle you weren't yet ready to fight. Covered so that your purity wouldn't be pimped for profit. Your no was sacred. Your delay was armor. Your lack of spotlight was actually your shield. Romans 8:18 reminds us that the sufferings of this present time are not worthy to be compared with the glory which shall be revealed in us. You weren't being punished. You were being protected from premature exposure. And now heaven is shifting the spotlight, but not in the way the world expects. You won't rise through clickbait or compromise. You won't be celebrated for echoing trends. You'll be known for breaking generational chains. This is the season where your identity won't be negotiable, where your worth will no longer be debated, where your name will not only be known, it will be respected, because the time has come where your voice will be heard and heeded, not manipulated. Now you don't crave approval. You crave obedience. Now you don't need permission. You walk on purpose. You've been through too much to hand your identity to applause. You've seen the inside of betrayal, the underbelly of ambition, and the shadows of delay. And yet, like Joseph in Genesis 50:20, you can say, "You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good, to bring about that many people should be kept alive." You are no longer asking to be seen, because now you're being summoned. You are not rising to be used, you are rising to be released, not to entertain systems, but to disrupt them, not to chase seats at their tables, but to build altars that outlast their institutions. This is your moment to stand. Walk forward with fire in your bones and truth in your chest. You are no longer hidden, because now the system can no longer hijack you. You're not just stepping into a season of financial increase, you're stepping into a dimension of divine intelligence. There's a sacred difference. Riches can be won overnight, but resourcefulness is forged in the secret places. God is not simply preparing your bank account for overflow, He's preparing your inner architecture to steward it. Because here's the truth. Wealth without wisdom is a wildfire. It can consume everything in its path, if not controlled. So God, in His mercy, is not just sending money. He's sending a mindset. He's stretching your capacity to think beyond survival and into systems, beyond accumulation and into activation. Have you noticed that lately? Your desires are shifting. You no longer crave things to flaunt. You're longing to build things that function. You're not thinking about designer labels. You're thinking about generational legacies. That's the sign of internal wealth. That's the mark of divine rewiring. In Romans 2, Paul said, "Be transformed by the renewing of your mind." What if your breakthrough isn't in your next paycheck, but in your next perspective shift? The eagle does not gather gold to build its nest. It gathers the right branches, sturdy, flexible, wind-tested. Why? Because the eagle knows that a future generation will be raised there. Likewise, You're being taught to build wisely, not just decorate extravagantly. Are you recognizing that God has been teaching you to prioritize long-term stability over short-term applause? The oak tree does not rush its roots. It sinks them deeper before growing taller. In this same way, you're no longer reaching for status. You're being trained to root in strategy. Real abundance is never just about how much you can consume. It's about how much you can cultivate. That's why this season feels like internal renovation. It's not punishment, it's preparation. Psalm 112, 3 declares, "Wealth and riches are in their house, and their righteousness endures forever." This is not just about the overflow, it's about the order that maintains it. And order begins in the inner man. That's why God is recalibrating your emotions, the parts of you that once overspent to feel accepted, overgave to feel needed, or overcommitted out of fear of abandonment. Those emotional fractures are being healed now. If God gave you everything you prayed for today, could your nervous system carry it without collapsing? Could your soul sustain it without self-sabotage? You're no longer building your worth through buying power, you're anchoring it in eternal purpose. Proverbs 13:22 tells us, "A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children." This means legacy isn't a luxury, it's a mandate. God is calling you to think decades ahead, not just days. You're shifting from instant gratification to intergenerational strategy. Resourcefulness is not flashy, it's fundamental. It's that quiet knowing that you can walk into any room, see a problem, and engineer a solution spiritually, emotionally, financially. It's the confidence of Joseph in Genesis 41-39, when Pharaoh said, "Since God has made all this known to you, there is no one so discerning and wise as you. You shall be in charge of my palace." Joseph didn't just interpret dreams, he built infrastructure during famine. You're being trained to do the same. That's why heaven is teaching you to say no to things that once excited you. Not everything that glitters is aligned. Not every opportunity is God-ordained. You're no longer intoxicated by shiny, but you're aligned to the sacred. There's a scene in the Italian Christian musical Il Tempo del Ritorno, The Time of Return, where a father turns to his wandering son and says, "You thought the treasure was gold, but the treasure was discipline." That line echoes the heart of God in this hour. Discipline is becoming your wealth. Wisdom is becoming your investment. Restraint is becoming your power. Have you realized that God has been preparing you for rooms where the currency isn't cash, it's clarity? You're learning to delegate, to scale, to invest, not just in stocks, but in people, in mission, in movement. You're discerning when to spend and when to sow, when to bless and when to build. This is wealth by heaven's design. Proverbs 25:28 reminds us, "A person without self-control is like a city with broken down walls." So now God is rebuilding your inner city, not with bricks of pride, but with pillars of peace, not with gold-plated ceilings, but with a roof that covers others. And the most powerful sign of transformation, you're not desperate to be rich anymore because you've already become whole. That's the real wealth, the one that cannot be taxed, stolen, or duplicated, the one that heals while it helps. You are not chasing riches. You are becoming a wellspring of resourcefulness, a carrier of clarity, a builder of holy blueprints. You are not here to impress the system. You are here to outlast it. So rise, chosen one, rise and build, rise and steward, rise and disrupt cycles of lack with systems of legacy. You've just been reminded of a divine truth that many overlook. God's wealth isn't just about what's deposited in your account, it's about what's deposited in your character. You're not just being blessed, you're being built. Every lesson, every delay, every internal shift has been heaven's curriculum, shaping you into someone who can handle the weight of legacy, not just luxury. If this message stirred something in your spirit, don't silence that confirmation. Like this video so the algorithm becomes a witness to what God is doing. Comment below and tell me, what part pierced through the noise and spoke to your becoming? Because your revelation might be the confirmation someone else has been desperately waiting for. And if this is your first time here, welcome home. This space isn't for the curious, it's for the called, the chosen, the ones who don't just want prosperity, they want purpose. So, if that's you, subscribe to the channel and turn on your notifications so you never miss a prophetic moment that could shift your entire season. To everyone who's ever hit the super thanks button, sown into this word, or simply sat in stillness with it, I honor you. And to those who haven't given anything but your presence, your attention, your heart, thank you. That's sacred here. Now go forward with this. You're not chasing blessings. You're becoming the blueprint. You're not collecting coins. You're carrying kingdom code. And you're not alone. You're aligned. God bless you. May favor chase you. Wisdom fill you. And legacy follow you wherever you go. What if I told you wealth was never the final goal? What if everything you're gaining right now is actually preparation for something that will outlive you? Chosen one, this message didn't just scroll into your life by chance. You were led here by divine timing, by sacred design. There's a stirring in your spirit that even you can't fully explain. A shift, a pull, a weight of responsibility wrapped in favor. Because what's happening in your life right now is not just about money. It's not just about the numbers in your bank account. This is legacy work, eternal work. And heaven has placed the pen in your hands. You're not just getting rich. You're rewriting your bloodline. Before we go deeper, take a holy pause and type 777 in the comments right now. That's not just a number. It's a prophetic sign that you're aligning with the frequency of heaven. You're ready to break every generational curse and build something that cannot be erased. And to every single soul who's supported this movement through super thanks, thank you. Truly, your honor, your generosity, your belief in this sacred space, it's not going unnoticed. You are not just viewers. You are builders of this mission, co-heirs of a rising spiritual legacy. I speak blessings over your seed. Because what we're about to break down isn't just information, it's divine activation. 8 revelations are about to open your eyes to why things are shifting, why you're being called higher, why your wealth isn't just for you, it's for your grandchildren's grandchildren. Not everyone will stay till the end, but those who do, they'll see what God has been setting up all along. Let's go deeper. God's chosen ones, you're not just getting rich, you're creating a legacy. Chapter 1. The shift from survival to legacy. There was a time when survival wasn't just a season for you, it was your entire ecosystem. You didn't just pray for daily bread. You fought to breathe through nights that tried to swallow your calling whole. But your survival wasn't a sign of failure. It was the sacred crucible. While others were chasing comfort, God was cultivating character within you that could not be bought or broken. You weren't behind. You were being built. Like clay held in the kiln of affliction, Every fire you endured was heaven's way of hardening your foundation so it wouldn't crack under weighty assignments. What if the pain wasn't punishment, but preparation? What if the delays weren't denial, but design? You gave when you barely had a pulse left in your finances. You forgave while you bled internally. You praised even when your voice trembled from exhaustion. This was more than grit. This was sacred training. You weren't in a waiting room. You were in heaven's academy for architects. God wasn't just getting you through. He was teaching you the psychology of persistence, the mathematics of trust, and the architecture of spiritual weight-bearing. But he knoweth the way that I take. When he hath tried me, I shall come forth as gold. Job 23:10. While others leaned on networks, you leaned on heaven. You learned to discern frequency shifts in silence, to decode spiritual patterns in isolation. You were not being punished, you were being positioned. God was turning your mind into fertile ground, not just for thoughts of survival, but for visions of legacy. Now everything is shifting. The internal alarm that used to scream, "Am I safe?" has transformed into the divine whisper, "What am I called to build?" You're no longer trying to escape, you're ready to establish. You've stopped praying for exits and started asking for blueprints. Can you feel the shift? You are no longer a wanderer, you're a founder, and founders don't chase attention until they cultivate substance. You're stepping into a season where God is entrusting you with wealth, not for luxury, but for legacy. This is kingdom capital, destined to break generational chains, birth visions, and fund movements, just like Joseph in Egypt, whose years in prison were preparing him to manage a famine. Your confinement prepared your capacity. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Genesis 50:20. Consider the life of Malachi Torres, a modern-day social architect raised in the slums of Lima. Once a child beggar, he used every scar as a map to build schools for children like him. When asked why he never flaunted his wealth, he said, "I wasn't raised to make money. I was raised by pain to build futures." That's the difference between income and impact. That's legacy. Yet for every legacy builder, there's a cautionary tale. Andrew Wakefield, a former British physician, manipulated scientific data and launched false fears about vaccines, disrupting global health for decades. Why? Because he chased significance without surrender. When ambition is uncoupled from integrity, it creates destruction masked as discovery. Who are you becoming as you build? Unless the Lord builds the house, the builders labor in vain. Psalm 127:1. Legacy is silent but strategic. The sequoia tree grows in groves, not alone. Its roots intertwine underground, creating an invisible web of strength. Like you, its greatness isn't loud, it's linked. You're not growing for applause, but for alignment. The impact you're cultivating will outlive your name, like roots that hold the earth long after the leaves fall. Legacy begins in your mind, rewiring neural pathways, elevating your questions. No longer, "Will I be okay?" Now, "What ripple effect will my obedience set in motion?" The righteous man walks in his integrity. His children are blessed after him. Proverbs 27. You're not called to shine, you're called to seed. And seeds die before they multiply. Your tears watered them, your losses fertilized them. Now, harvest is not just on the horizon, it's in your hands. The provision coming to you isn't just to elevate your life, but to emancipate others. Can you see it? That the healing flowing through your lineage didn't start from a seminar. It started from your silence, your integrity, your unseen surrender. You're not trying to leave behind wealth. You're trying to leave behind wholeness. A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children. Proverbs 13:22. This is what the enemy feared. Not your income, your insight. Not your riches, your resonance. He attacked your mind because he knew if you ever upgraded your internal frequency from fear to vision, you'd shift timelines. And now, it's happening. You're not just becoming wealthy, you're becoming a wellspring, an origin of healing frequencies for generations you'll never meet. Now to him who is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or think, to him be glory. Ephesians 3:20-21. You're rising not just to collect, but to correct. You're building homes of wholeness, systems of justice, institutions of restoration. You are walking in divine inheritance. You're not afraid of lack anymore. You're afraid of wasting purpose. You don't desire status. You desire impact. This is why God chose you, not for your perfection, but for your consistency in chaos. You didn't wait until you were secure to be faithful. You praised when logic said you shouldn't. And now you're not just rising, you're radiating. Your life is no longer a reaction to pain. It's a response to divine purpose. This isn't prosperity. This is prophecy. This isn't excess. This is establishment. This isn't ego. This is eternal design. You are not just getting rich. You are becoming a builder of legacies, an architect of freedom. This is your moment, and the world won't even see it coming until it's already standing. Chapter 2. Why you had to lose first. Chosen one. It didn't feel fair. It didn't feel holy. It didn't even feel survivable at times. But chosen one, you had to lose first. And it wasn't because you failed. It was because heaven was forming you for something heavier than applause. Legacy. The silence you experienced wasn't neglect. It was strategy. The betrayal wasn't punishment. It was pruning. Every closed door was an invisible doorframe for a future structure God was about to help you build. You weren't being shut out. You were being set apart. Have you ever wondered why God didn't step in when you cried out with everything in you? Have you questioned why he let you sit in scarcity when he owns everything? Because loss in the divine curriculum isn't the end. It's the entrance exam. Before I was afflicted, I went astray, but now I obey your word. Psalm 119, verse 67. You had to know how it feels to be rejected, not so you'd live in fear of it, but so you'd never reject others once elevated. You had to be underfunded and underestimated so pride wouldn't poison your platform later. God was hollowing you out, not to break you, but to make room for glory. Think of Ruth gathering leftovers in foreign fields after losing everything. What looked like loss was actually alignment. Her obedience positioned her to become the grandmother of kings. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him. Romans 8:28. Your version of not enough was not a divine oversight, it was a sacred oversight. God was personally overseeing your refinement, because what you're carrying now requires spiritual infrastructure, deep roots, not shallow applause. In the field of architecture, the taller the building, the deeper the foundation. Your setbacks were soil excavations, digging down to bedrock, so what God builds through you won't collapse under pressure. What looked like delay was divine engineering. And when you had to sit in rooms where you felt invisible, it wasn't rejection, it was soul compression, like coal under weight becoming a diamond. Humble yourselves, therefore, under God's mighty hand, that he may lift you up in due time. 1 Peter 5:6. Me bring you to a story, not ancient but timeless. Amara Jensen, a ballet dancer from Denmark, lost her leg in a car crash at 23. Her entire world collapsed overnight, but in that valley she learned choreography of the soul. She became a mentor for disabled athletes and founded the Phoenix Movement, a global organization funding prosthetics for children in war zones. Amara didn't just dance again. She taught others to rise from ashes. The loss trained her hands for miracles. Now, contrast her with Martin Shkreli, a former hedge fund manager and pharmaceutical CEO, once known as Pharma Bro. He raised the price of a life-saving drug, Daraprim, from $13.50 to $750 per pill overnight. It was pure economic opportunism at the expense of the vulnerable. For a moment it looked like success. His portfolio expanded, his media presence exploded, but the rise was hollow. In 2017, he was convicted of securities fraud and sentenced to 7 years in prison. His empire didn't collapse because of scarcity. It collapsed under the weight of his own selfishness. His legacy is not a crown, but a caution sign. Because unchecked ambition without compassion becomes a curse, not a calling. For what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Mark 8:36. When a forest burns, it releases nutrients that were once trapped. It looks like death, but it's actually renewal. And you, chosen one, were being refined, not ruined. You lost much, but heaven was releasing what was buried. You weren't being emptied to punish you, but to prepare your soul to hold more. Have you noticed how deeply you now feel for others? How generous you've become, even without abundance? That's the mark of those who've bled in silence. That's what separates donors from kingdom builders. Legacy builders don't just give from abundance, they give from empathy. They remember the taste of lack. They steward blessings with sensitivity because they know what it's like to cry with an empty plate and a full heart. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Matthew 5:4. In the language of quantum physics, every loss was a frequency reset. God was retuning your vibration from anxiety to alignment. Every disappointment sent shockwaves through your spiritual DNA, breaking what was false, activating what was buried. There's a story of Elias Moreno, an ex-convict turned community developer. After losing 15 years to addiction and incarceration, he started planting gardens in food deserts. I lost everything, he said, but I found something bigger than myself, purpose. His gardens feed 700 families today. That's not just reformation, that's spiritual infrastructure. You lost to learn how to receive without ego. You lost to gain sight beyond what's glittering. You lost so the next time you win, you'll recognize the win isn't in the wealth. It's in what the wealth builds. Whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much. Luke 16:10. That's why now, as provision begins to flow, you won't just spend, you'll sow with strategy. You'll fund what heaven funds. You'll see money as seed, not status. You'll build shelters for the bruised. You will create scholarships for those whose dreams are still breathing under rubble. You'll be the answer to prayers you once prayed in pain, because what's coming to you is sacred, and only sacred vessels can carry sacred things. And you are that vessel. You won't hoard, because you remember what it felt like to lack. You won't crush others, because you recall what it meant to feel small. You'll move like rivers, not dams. You'll multiply what broke you. You'll resurrect what death claimed. But now that resurrection is near, can you feel why the pain had to precede the promise? So don't curse the loss. Bless it. It gave you vision with roots, generosity with memory, power with perspective. The loss didn't disqualify you. It qualified you for a throne you never chased, but were always designed for. And now, the one who wept in secret is about to build in public. Yes, chosen one, you had to lose first, because what you're about to carry isn't normal, it's eternal. Chapter 3. The Responsibility of Divine Wealth. Chosen one, the wealth that is approaching you isn't ordinary. It's sacred architecture designed by heaven and custom built for purpose. That's why God didn't allow it to arrive on your timeline. He waited until your motives matured, until your frequency rose from survival into stewardship, until your soul no longer craved applause, but alignment. This next level of abundance isn't coming to flatter your ego. It's coming to fulfill an eternal ecosystem that God has trusted you to nourish. You prayed for overflow, but did you realize overflow reveals who you are more than lack ever could? Have you noticed how lack refined you, but abundance will require you to reign? Before God deposits divine currency into earthly vessels, He conducts a soul audit. He doesn't just inspect your pockets, He inspects your pulse. The blessing of the Lord brings wealth without painful toil for it. Proverbs 10:22. And yet, wealth without worship becomes idolatry in disguise. That's why He had to remove the sediment of comparison, strip the plaque of performance from your heart, detox the subconscious need to be validated by material things. Divine wealth cannot dwell in divided motives. He had to be sure you'd use it not to compete, but to complete, not to showcase yourself, but to strengthen others. Each of you should use whatever gift you have received to serve others as faithful stewards of God's grace. 1 Peter 4:10. This next dimension you're entering is one where financial elevation meets prophetic responsibility. You're not just being blessed to enjoy, you're being blessed to equip. You'll be entrusted with decisions that shape destinies, not just deposits. You'll be called to fund blueprints that seem impossible, to raise voices that were once silenced by poverty. Just like Nehemiah, called to rebuild Jerusalem's walls from rubble, you've been burdened for broken systems. Nehemiah didn't just build, he budgeted, he sourced, he strategized, and he wept before he worked. Your divine wealth is arriving not just with opportunity, but with intercessory responsibility. Whoever is kind to the poor lends to the Lord, and He will reward them for what they have done. Proverbs 19:17. But understand, this isn't just generosity, it's governance. You're being positioned as a kingdom financier, a divine distributor. Your bank account is about to become a battlefield where heaven's will is accomplished through your yes. Sister Alondra James, a retired schoolteacher from Memphis. After 30 years in education, she received an unexpected inheritance from a distant cousin. Instead of retiring in luxury, she bought a condemned building and turned it into a safe house for girls escaping trafficking. She said, "God didn't bless me to disappear. He blessed me to deliver." That's divine wealth with divine clarity. But not everyone stewarded increase this way. Look at Elizabeth Holmes, founder of Theranos. Once hailed as the youngest self-made female billionaire, her empire was built on deception, not destiny. She promised revolution but delivered ruin. Her obsession with perception over process led to criminal fraud. She had the platform, but lacked the internal scaffolding to sustain it. Her fall was not financial, it was foundational. That's what happens when people touch divine realms with unclean hands. If you have not been trustworthy in handling worldly wealth, who will trust you with true riches? Luke 16:11. Even in physics, we know that energy, when contained in the wrong structure, causes explosion, not expansion. And so it is with divine wealth. Without the vessel being reinforced, it collapses under sacred weight. You're not just being called to receive wealth. You're being called to recalibrate the temperature in every space you walk into. Have you sensed lately that rooms feel different when you enter? That atmospheres shift, not because of your clothes, but because of your calling. You are a thermostat, not a thermometer. You're not here to measure environments. You're here to raise them spiritually, emotionally, and economically. In the wild, elephants walk in matriarchal herds, and when one finds water, she doesn't drink alone. She stomps the ground, signaling others to come. That's you now. You've located provision, but it's not for solo consumption. It's for tribal liberation. Isaiah Vega, once a homeless poet in the Bronx, kept writing prayers into subway walls. A philanthropist discovered his writing, offered him a grant, and he used it not to escape, but to build a literacy center inside the same neighborhood shelter he once slept in. He said, "I never wanted wealth. I wanted windows, and now I open them for others." What if what you're carrying isn't just about resource, but about restoration? Command those who are rich in this present world not to be arrogant, but to do good, to be rich in good deeds, and to be generous and willing to share. 1 Timothy 6:17-18. Chosen one, this is why the warfare hit so hard before the breakthrough. It wasn't about the money, it was about the mission. The enemy doesn't panic when you receive. He panics when you remember the poor, when you rebuild temples, when you invest in mines instead of malls. You're no longer thinking in accumulation, you're thinking in activation. You're not chasing luxury, you're launching legacies. You're not trying to shine, you're trying to shift cultures. You'll be called to fund kingdom tech, to build sanctuaries, to restore broken schools, to finance the silent prayers of communities gasping for air. And God trusts you, not because you're flawless, but because you didn't fold. When it was hard, you stayed obedient. When it was barren, you still sowed. When it didn't make sense, you didn't stop showing up. Now ask yourself, what mountains will move when I give from my scars, not my surplus? You are a distributor of divine currency, a carrier of spiritual capital, a builder of economic ecosystems that reflect heaven's justice. Prepare your hands not just to receive, but to release. Prepare your mouth not just to celebrate, but to speak freedom. Prepare your life not just to prosper, but to pour. Because this next realm of wealth isn't for display, it's for deployment. And you, chosen one, have passed every test. You are ready. Not because you're perfect, but because you're trusted. Chapter 4. You're building what they couldn't finish. Chosen one, you must understand, your life is not random. You're not just breathing to survive. You were sent into this bloodline, this era, this generation on assignment. You are not just living your own story. You're completing a sacred work that was started before you ever arrived. A divine construction paused by time, trauma, and limitations. Many who came before you hoped, but were never handed blueprints. They survived the flood, but never had the tools to rebuild. They carried dreams in their hearts, but died with them buried beneath burdens they never had language to describe. They were warriors, but they were also weary. And still, they paved just enough road so that you could walk further than they ever imagined. Have you ever wondered why your life feels unusually intense, like you're carrying weight that doesn't belong to you? Why your warfare seems older than your age, deeper than your decisions? Because it is. You're not just fighting your battles, you're breaking patterns stitched into the spiritual DNA of your lineage. You are rebuilding ancestral ruins, reactivating destinies that were frozen by fear, oppression, addiction, and silence. You're not the beginning, you're the turning point. Your people will rebuild the ancient ruins and will raise up the age-old foundations. You will be called repairer of broken walls. Isaiah 58:12. What they couldn't finish, you've been anointed to complete. That's why your tears fall heavier. That's why your decisions feel more permanent. You were born not just with breath, but with divine architectural memory embedded in your bones. The assignment is generational, the blueprint is ancient, the materials are sacred, and the call is not optional. Your ancestors tilled the soil of suffering. They worked jobs that broke their backs. They stayed in relationships that starved their joy. They endured systemic injustice without the tools to fight back. But they prayed, even if their prayers had no words. They groaned in silence, and heaven heard them. You are the answer to their groanings. Before they call, I will answer. While they are still speaking, I will hear. Isaiah 65:24. You're the first to speak out loud what others only dared to whisper in secret. You're the first to walk through doors that were once bolted shut by history, class, and curses. You're holding what they could only dream of: language, freedom, healing, voice. Camila Ortega, a civil rights historian from El Salvador. Her grandfather was a field worker who never learned to read. She became the first in her family to earn a doctorate, and instead of climbing alone, she founded the Legacy Bridge Foundation, offering scholarships to children of undocumented immigrants. "I write books," she says, "because my ancestors weren't allowed to write their names. That's what finishing the unfinished looks like." But not everyone who inherits legacy handles it wisely. Johan Mertens, a real estate heir from Belgium, inherited an empire built by his great-grandfather's sacrifice during wartime reconstruction. But Johan used it to fund gambling rings, bribe politicians, and launder money through luxury projects. Within 7 years, he had not only bankrupted the estate, but buried its name in scandal. His ruin wasn't financial, it was foundational misalignment. Legacy cannot survive where ego replaces reverence. By wisdom, a house is built, and through understanding, it is established. Proverbs 24:3. Every time you forgive a parent who didn't know how to love you, you break a pattern. Every time you choose honesty over silence, you redeem a past built on secrets. Every time you plant hope in the soil of your pain, you are fulfilling a promise that began generations ago. You are the carrier of rain where there was once only drought. Giant redwood trees thrive because of the underground networks formed by older trees. Some trees die, but their roots still feed the living. What you are growing is not just for you, it's built on what was buried. You are not weak for feeling tired. You are a spiritual excavator, digging up things others buried and didn't want to confront. That's why you felt the attacks on your mind, your money, your identity. That's why every decision feels costly, because your construction site isn't just personal, it's prophetic. Unless the Lord builds the house, the builders labor in vain. Psalm 127:1. You are carrying intergenerational assignments. The trauma that took down 4 generations before you is now trembling because you didn't collapse. You cried, you stumbled, but you didn't quit. And now, heaven is placing tools in your hands that no one in your lineage has ever held. You have the time they weren't allowed. You have the vision they were denied. You have the faith they were forbidden. And you have the favor that was stored up through the faithfulness of those who came before you. You were not chosen randomly. You were deployed strategically. Have you realized that every act of healing you choose is a brick in a foundation for those who come after you? That every decision to break silence is actually building strength into future generations? Ezra Baptiste, a once incarcerated chef in New Orleans, came from 5 generations of poverty and gang affiliation. After prison, he opened the Healing Table, a community kitchen where returning citizens cook meals for at-risk youth. "We're not feeding mouths," he says. "We're feeding memory." That's what legacy construction looks like. "I will pour out my spirit on your offspring and my blessing on your descendants." Isaiah 44:3. Chosen one, this is why you felt isolated, why you've had to carry burdens you didn't create, why your life has looked more like a battle than a blessing, because you are the first in your bloodline to walk in revelation, not just survival. You are the first to say, "It ends with me and it begins with me." You are not just chosen, you are called, you are commissioned, you are anointed to finish what others could not, and this is not pressure, it is privilege. So rise in your assignment, build with honor, lead with healing, speak with holy defiance, because you are the fulfillment of a prophecy they never got to see. You are the blueprint they prayed would walk. You are the vessel they asked God to raise up, and now He has. Chapter 5. You're not just gathering money, you're gathering purpose. Chosen one, let's make something clear. If your goal was simply wealth, you would have taken shortcuts long ago. You had access to open doors that offered fast profit, instant attention, and external validation. You could have signed contracts, accepted offers, or partnered with people who promised to change your life. But deep down, you felt it. The transaction wasn't worth the transformation it would cost. That check came with chains. That applause came with a silent agreement to abandon your assignment. So you walked away, not because you didn't need the money, but because your soul refused to sell itself. And in that refusal, you became spiritually dangerous. Have you ever paused to consider how many good opportunities were actually traps dressed in success? Have you wondered why your discernment rejected doors that others would have celebrated? Better is a little with righteousness than great revenues with injustice. Proverbs 16:8. God was training your discernment to override desperation. Every time your spirit whispered no when everything around you said yes, that was divine strategy. Every time your gut tightened in meetings that looked right on paper but felt wrong, in atmosphere, heaven was preserving your purpose. You weren't just saying no to a deal, you were saying yes to your destiny. You were never meant to chase riches, you were designed to carry revelation. You weren't called to worship wealth, you were chosen to steward it with sanctity. That's why you've always felt detached from the game others play. Because when you're wired for kingdom assignments, counterfeit crowns can't seduce you. Do not store up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moths and vermin destroy, and where thieves break in and steal. Matthew 6:19. Money is coming, but not because you manipulated algorithms or compromised your morals. It's not the fruit of hustle, but the reward of harmony. You walked in obedience even when it felt invisible. You moved at the speed of divine timing, not digital trends. And now the reversal is happening. There is a frequency shift in the spirit realm. Resources are magnetizing to your field, not because you begged, but because you became. You've been reshaped from consumer to creator, from survivalist to steward. And now, abundance is coming to fund what cannot be monetized. Freedom, healing, truth, restoration. Khadija Ali, a trauma-informed therapist from Detroit. She was offered a reality TV deal to turn her clinical practice into a drama-filled entertainment platform. The money was life-changing. The exposure could have made her famous, but she declined. Healing isn't performance, she said. Instead, she used a quiet grant to build a trauma center for children of incarcerated mothers. That's what it means to gather purpose, not just profit. Now, contrast her with Reed Callahan, a once respected tech entrepreneur who sold out his encryption patents to a conglomerate known for surveillance abuse. He made $150 million in 6 months and lost every ounce of public trust. His name, once associated with innovation, became synonymous with betrayal. He didn't build legacy. He bartered his voice for a vault. His bank is full, but his story is bankrupt. What good will it be for someone to gain the whole world, yet forfeit their soul? Matthew 16:26. Wealth without clarity is danger. Prosperity without purpose is pollution. But you, chosen one, are being prepared for a type of resource that comes with assignment-specific activation. The money you're receiving is not for you to flex. It's for you to free others. Have you noticed you're dreaming differently lately? That your prayers are not about what you can buy, but what you can build. God is not just giving you income. He's giving you infrastructure. You're receiving resources to build safe spaces, educational centers, digital sanctuaries, trauma-informed ministries, and economic ecosystems for those who've been invisible for too long. You're not gathering to store. You're gathering to sow with strategy. Even in biology, a healthy river does not hoard water. It flows. The moment it stagnates, bacteria forms. The moment it clogs, death follows. You are a river now. You've been carved through seasons of drought and pressure. But now you're being released to channel living water, to irrigate generational fields. The generous will themselves be blessed, for they share their food with the poor. Proverbs 22:9. Let me tell you about Zion Marek, but very real soul. A former foster youth who grew up in 12 different homes by age 16, Zion inherited a small inheritance from a biological aunt he never met. Instead of buying a car, he started a micro-scholarship fund for teens aging out of the foster system. No one built a bridge for me, he said, so I became one. He gathered money, but what he was really gathering was purpose with generational velocity. You're not just collecting dollars, you're collecting destinies. You're building equity, not in the stock market, but in heaven's economy. You're birthing systems, not just businesses. You're funding answers to prayers you once whispered through your own tears. That's what real prosperity looks like. And God is able to bless you abundantly, so that in all things at all times, having all that you need, you will abound in every good work. 2 Corinthians 9:8. You'll create safe houses for survivors. You'll fund technology that protects rather than exploits. You'll raise scholarships for brilliant minds trapped in broken zip codes. You'll finance films that heal instead of hype trauma. You'll birth solutions, not trends. And when the world asks how you did it, you won't boast about your branding. You'll talk about your obedience. Have you realized yet that your greatest abundance isn't what enters your hand? It's what flows through your spirit. That what you're gathering isn't currency, it's capacity. This is abundance with blueprints. This is wealth with heavenly coding. This is currency calibrated to purpose. The reason God is trusting you with this level of access is because you passed every test in silence. You didn't just stay pure in public. You stayed aligned in the private places where applause couldn't reach. And now, you are the divine banker of kingdom vision, a vessel of velocity, a divine data stream of generational recalibration. He who is faithful in a very little thing is faithful also in much. Luke 16:10. You didn't manipulate to get here. You matured. You didn't sacrifice your soul. You sacrificed your timeline. You were loyal when it was lonely. You were focused when no one clapped. And now, the compensation coming isn't just money, it's divine momentum. This is heaven's reward for those who didn't compromise for coins, for those who walked away from hollow gold and chose holy ground instead. You are not here to flaunt, you are here to fund freedom. So, prepare yourself, because what's coming will not ask who you were, but who you've become. You're not stepping into more for ego, you're stepping into it for impact. Preparation is not just about budgeting. It's about building capacity in your character. The higher you go, the deeper your roots must grow. Like an eagle that sheds its feathers to fly higher, you've let go of what once kept you grounded so you can soar on winds of purpose. Your hands are about to hold blueprints heaven has never released until now. And these aren't just ideas. They are divine instructions encoded with deliverance. You'll see visions in dreams that match the whispers you once heard in prayer closets. You'll sketch designs that serve the broken, not just the branded. Like Raquel Torres, a single mother in Arizona who turned her backyard into a learning garden for neighborhood kids. Her obedience became the blueprint for 12 other families to do the same. These are the kinds of ordinary builders heaven uses to release extraordinary plans. Your voice is about to unlock vaults of opportunity for others. Words that once trembled will now activate. Rooms will pause when you speak, not because of volume, but because of vibration. Like a tuning fork, your presence will bring frequency alignment to those who've forgotten their pitch. You won't be the loudest, but you'll be the clearest. And your tone will remind the forgotten they still have worth. Your giving will ripple into nations, not just through checks, but through choice. Every generous act, no matter how small, will echo into places you may never physically visit. like Ezekiel Monroe, a retired mechanic in Georgia, who used his pension to pay off school lunch debt in his district. His story didn't trend, but it transformed 312 families who could finally breathe again. That's the kind of seed that travels faster than news. And your obedience will rewrite bloodline legacies. The curses that strangled generations before you are breaking because you listened. You are editing the script with each act of faith, deleting dysfunction and inserting divine patterns. Your children will live under words you whispered in pain. Your grandchildren will stand on ground you reclaimed through surrender. You're not just changing your family, you're rerouting history. You're not just gathering money, you're gathering what cannot be bought, purpose that liberates, and purpose never expires. It multiplies, breathes, and passes itself through generations like oxygen through open lungs. This is wealth that breeds freedom, not bondage. And that's why heaven trusts you now, because you finally see money not as a master, but as a mission, not as status, but as seed. Chapter 6. The enemy fears your impact, not your income. Chosen one, have you ever noticed how your financial journey has felt less like a path and more like a battlefield? Why is it that every time you're on the verge of breakthrough, something unseen snatches it away? Why does it feel like you have to push through cement just to make the kind of progress others seem to achieve by gliding? This isn't random. It's not because you're cursed or because you're unworthy. It's because your presence is dangerous to darkness once you're resourced. You don't just make money, you make movements. You don't just accumulate, you activate. You were never just chasing income. You were called to release impact. You carry a divine frequency that disturbs systems of injustice, and the enemy knows it. You pray like a prophet, give like a fountain, create like an architect, and discern like a warrior. Your heart is tuned to heaven's frequency, and that kind of alignment can't be bought. You don't chase trends, you carry templates, and because you're not just building for yourself, but for generations, every coin heaven puts in your hands becomes dangerous to hell. That's why you were resisted. Because when you're resourced, you'll rewrite generational narratives. You'll build safe houses in deserts. You'll fund ministries that break chains, support single mothers, house the homeless, and breathe oxygen into forgotten dreams. You won't buy designer chains. You'll break spiritual ones. You won't throw money at status. You'll plant into souls. And this terrifies the enemy. Not your bank account, but your blueprint. Not your assets, but your assignment. Do you really think all those delays were just coincidence? Every time you were lied to in business, every time someone used you, every opportunity that evaporated last minute, those were not random. Those were strategic strikes from the enemy meant to exhaust your hope. But even in lack, you sowed. Even in drought, you praised. Even when your name wasn't known, you carried heaven's weight. And every time you tithed while struggling, you were passing divine tests in hidden classrooms. Because God needed to know, can I trust you with power that won't corrupt you? Whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much. Luke 16:10. And now heaven is shifting. God is releasing the floodgates, not because you're lucky, but because you're ready. What was once resisted is now being released by divine command. Because the truth is, the devil may have slowed your income, but he couldn't stop your impact. You kept giving, building, nurturing. Like an underground river cutting through stone, your faith moved in silence but carved legacy. Now, God is matching your invisible obedience with visible provision. This isn't just financial favor, it's spiritual positioning. You're not being promoted to perform, you're being positioned to propel. Think of Esther. It wasn't her beauty that saved a nation, it was her positioning. God placed her in the palace not for comfort, but for divine confrontation. You're not just rising in status, you're rising in spiritual voltage. This isn't about influence, it's about authority. You weren't called to be popular, you were called to be principled. Even when no one saw, you moved in silence like a jaguar in the night, focused, disciplined, and discerning. That's why your voice carries weight, because you earned it in the wilderness, not in the spotlight. Be strong and courageous, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go. Joshua 1:9. What kind of atmosphere will your presence shift when you walk into a room? Maria Lopez, a school janitor in a broken neighborhood in Peru. She made less than minimum wage, yet every Friday she brought bread for students who had nothing. Years later, those students became doctors, teachers, and leaders. They never forgot the woman who gave in secret. Maria died with little, but built impact beyond measurement. She didn't need a title. She was heaven's strategy. She proved wealth is a tool, not a goal. And then there's the warning. Bernard L., a hedge fund CEO in New York. He gained billions by exploiting vulnerable communities with predatory loans. But when scandal erupted, his empire crumbled. His name is now a cautionary tale in ethics courses. Why? Because income without integrity collapses under its own weight. What good is it for someone to gain the whole world, yet forfeit their soul? Mark 8:36. Will you protect your soul as fiercely as your bank account? You're being given divine permission to fund the vision, to invest in what outlives you. Like Nehemiah rebuilding the wall, your hands aren't just building, they're restoring identity to people who forgot they mattered. Your time in lack was never punishment. It was refinement. It shaped your generosity, anchored your motives, and purified your strategy. That's why this next level of provision won't destroy you. It'll deploy you. You'll be heaven's financier, not just earth's consumer. Your wealth will multiply peace, not problems. You'll launch restoration centers, healing hubs, scholarships, sanctuaries. This is not prosperity gospel. It's purpose gospel. Like eagles who soar above storms, you weren't built to flap in panic. You were designed to glide in altitude. When storms come, your wings spread wider, not smaller. That's how your spirit has been trained. Financial warfare was your turbulence, but impact is your elevation. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. Isaiah 40:31. Will you soar or settle? The enemy tried to exhaust your seed, but he couldn't reach your soil. And now that heaven sees you're mature enough to plant purpose, the harvest will be unstoppable. Because what's coming through you is not about vanity, it's about victory. And every dollar will become a sword, every resource a bridge, every gift a weapon of healing. Chapter 7. You're not just getting rich. They thought this was about wealth, about the cars you'd park, the houses you'd decorate, the bank accounts you'd finally watch multiply. But chosen one, it was never about collecting things. It was always about constructing something that would outlast trends, applause, and even your name. Earthly treasures rust, but spiritual blueprints endure. Heaven didn't anoint you to accumulate trinkets, it anointed you to architect territories. What heaven had in mind for you was never confined to dollar signs or designer labels. Those are too fragile, too fleeting for the mantle on your life. You weren't just called to get rich, you were called to become a foundation, a living framework that holds others when the storms of history come. Do you understand the gravity of that? God didn't mark you for flash, He marked you for function. You weren't sculpted for shallow prosperity, but for structural purpose. The type of wealth you're entering has weight, not because of what it can buy, but because of what it will build. You're not being crowned with comfort, you're being cemented into covenant. Heaven didn't train you to build a lifestyle, it trained you to build a legacy system that transmits faith, clarity, and divine order. And to do that, God had to excavate every fragile belief, every faulty self-image, every broken framework that couldn't carry the next generation's future. For no one can lay any foundation other than the one already laid, which is Jesus Christ. 1 Corinthians 3:11. You became the answer to a blueprint someone else begged for. You're not just a name in your family. You're the divine infrastructure of restoration. Your life became the architectural answer to generational petitions your ancestors didn't even have language for. Their silence sowed the seed. Your yes is becoming the frame. Their pain planted something in the spirit. But you are engineering the outcome. And what you're building doesn't just disrupt family patterns. It alters spiritual inheritance roots. This wealth you're attracting isn't just financial. It's cultural, emotional, psychological. It holds the power to demolish strongholds that crippled generations before you. Why do you think the pressure on your life has been relentless? Why do you think you were attacked before you even had resources? Because foundations aren't born. They're forged through silence, under spiritual tectonics, in seasons where no applause echoed. The deeper the weight, the deeper the excavation. Like the invisible steel grid beneath every skyscraper, your invisible process was sacred architecture. God was testing your spiritual load-bearing capacity. Could you hold vision without entitlement? Could you absorb weight without ego? Could you withstand blessing pressure without emotional collapse? The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Psalm 118, verse 22. Now, look again. All those nights you thought you were breaking, you were actually settling into divine load lines. Every lonely season, every delayed door was a measurement. God was calibrating your internal strength to carry multi-generational impact. And now, you're not just launching a business, a ministry, or a movement. You are the core frame. You are becoming spiritual infrastructure, a launch pad for nations and neighborhoods you may never even meet. Take Dr. Tererai Trent, a Zimbabwean visionary once denied access to school. Her dream was literally buried, written down and sealed in a tin box beneath a rock. Years later, she fulfilled every goal. Not just for herself, but for thousands of girls across Africa. Oprah called her one of the most inspiring women on earth, not because of her wealth, but because of what she built. That is what you're becoming, a buried seed that turned into a generational blueprint. But never forget, every true foundation has its counterforce. Bernie Madoff, once praised as a financial genius, engineered a hollow empire. He manipulated trust, fabricated wealth, and disrupted thousands of destinies through greed. His structure looked solid until the shaking came, and when it did, his empire crumbled under its own deception, because anything built on illusion will disintegrate when tested by time. The wise woman builds her house, but with her own hands the foolish one tears hers down. Proverbs 14:1. That is not your legacy. Your legacy is mangrove deep. In nature, the mangrove tree survives in corrosive saltwater by extending intricate tangled roots that intertwine with others. It doesn't just stand tall. It stabilizes ecosystems. That's you. You are not rising in isolation. You are anchoring everything around you. Your financial ascent is not just vertical. It's horizontal, systemic, communal. Can you feel the internal shift? That this season isn't about more, it's about meaning. You're the one in your family line who finally said, "It ends with me." You weren't born just to recover, you were born to reconstruct. The money coming into your hands is consecrated. It's intercession-powered capital, designed to heal trauma, rehouse broken dreams, and turn exile into ecosystem. You're laying bricks of clarity. You're opening spaces for healing. You're building financial architecture that carries frequency-coded freedom. He raises the poor from the dust and lifts the needy from the ash heap. He seats them with princes. 1 Samuel 2:8. There are people alive right now who will never know your name, but they will live inside what you built. Like Mariam, a community architect born in war-torn Lebanon, orphaned at 9, She never got interviewed, but she pioneered trauma-responsive schools for displaced children. Now hundreds graduate yearly into futures her silence made possible. Her work isn't loud, it's load-bearing, and so is yours. You don't need validation, you need vision. You weren't made to be popular, you were constructed to be trusted. And trust is the rarest currency in the kingdom. God didn't choose you for applause. He chose you for accuracy. He didn't select you because of perfection. He selected you because he could build through you without breakage. Though the mountains be shaken and the hills be removed, yet my unfailing love for you will not be shaken. Isaiah 54:10. Now you've become the first to say, this blessing begins with me. You spoke what others only whispered. You dared to believe your obedience could shift a timeline. You declared war on silence and called legacy out of the dust. You disrupted generational patterns by doing something radical, believing that you were the beginning of restoration. But the mercy of the Lord is from everlasting to everlasting on those who fear him, and his righteousness to children's children. Psalm 103:17. You're the first to think in decades, not days. You don't just dream for your children, you make room for your great-grandchildren. You traded short-term applause for long-term alignment. The language of your vision is now generational. You no longer ask, what can I get? But what am I building that will last beyond me? Could it be that your vision is not delayed, it's just been calibrated for eternity? You're the first to choose substance over surface. You stopped performing for eyes that didn't see you and began building with stones no one else valued. While others decorate their image, you reinforce your core. Foundations aren't glamorous, but they are eternal. The applause of man fades, but the weight of heaven remains. Do not store up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moths and vermin destroy, but store up for yourselves treasures in heaven. Matthew 6:19-20. You're the first to host legacy, not just chase it. Legacy lives where discipline dwells. It cannot be possessed by the impatient. You became the resting place of generational strategy. You became the house where eternity feels safe. What you carry is not fast, it's foundational. Are you willing to carry greatness quietly, knowing heaven is watching what man overlooks? Your home will vibrate with healing. Even your silence will minister. Your furniture will carry peace. Your children will eat in safety and rest in spiritual clarity. What you build inside your walls will echo long after your voice is gone. Your structures will sing with purpose. Every system you create, in business, ministry, or relationship, will hum in heaven's key. You're not just setting goals, you're building resonance chambers for divine flow. What you manage in excellence today will become the architecture of healing tomorrow. Your stillness will echo wisdom. You no longer rush to explain. You govern with restraint. You are not loud, but you are loud in the spirit. You are trusted with silence because your presence already speaks. God has trained you to speak when necessary and build always. You're not just wealthy, you are weight certified. You've been through the furnace. You've passed the pressure tests. Wealth is not your master, it's your material. God can trust you with provision because he refined your motives before he released your resources. You're not just visible, you are vital to heaven's blueprint. Like collagen under skin or the gravity-holding planets in orbit, your presence may be unseen by man, but not by God. You are hidden, but holding everything together. Your role isn't to be loud, it's to be load-bearing. And what God is constructing through you will not collapse. It has been reinforced by delay, fireproofed by pain, and tested by silence. Heaven signed off on the structure before man ever saw the scaffolding. Your legacy is not temporary, it's tectonic. It will ripple across bloodlines, timelines, and nations. What you're building will impact people you'll never meet, in languages you don't speak, through systems you may never see. Your obedience is multilingual. Your legacy is transgenerational. This is not luxury. This is legacy. This is foundation work. This is you. Chapter 8. You're not building for now. You're building for never again. They thought you were rebuilding a life, a home, a name, a future. But in heaven's eyes, you were doing something far more disruptive. You were rewriting history, not the kind that ends up in textbooks, but the kind that lives in bloodlines. You weren't called to merely recover what was lost. You were sent to build something so whole, so sound, that the dysfunction of your lineage could never repeat itself again. You're not just a builder of structures. You're an architect of interruption, the kind of interruption that dares to say, never again will fear lead, never again will scarcity speak, never again will silence protect shame. You weren't raised to see the pattern. You were raised to break it. That's why you've always felt misaligned with the dysfunction around you, because your spirit was never created to submit to it. It was commissioned to stop it. They will rebuild the ancient ruins and restore the places long devastated. They will renew the ruined cities that have been devastated for generations. Isaiah 61:4. This is why it's been heavy. Not because you're weak, but because you're carrying time, the unspoken prayers of the past and the unseen needs of the future, both converging in your obedience. Every yes you give God is retroactive healing for what was broken before you, and prophetic infrastructure for those who will walk after you. You're not just shifting your life, you're rerouting legacy. You've become the hinge between what should have never happened and what will never happen again. That's why the resistance wasn't random, it was strategic. Hell doesn't fight what doesn't threaten it, but your very presence on this earth is a threat to everything that once ruled your bloodline. You didn't just break chains, you are now blueprinting new cycles, cycles of wellness, of clarity, of spiritual clarity and emotional safety. You're building in such a way that your children and those spiritually assigned to you will never have to recover from what you endured in silence. Your discipline is canceling trauma. Your forgiveness is engineering peace. Your boundaries are not walls of defense. They are generational gates of safety. The righteous lead blameless lives. Blessed are their children after them. Proverbs 27. You're not just fixing what went wrong. You're designing what should have been right all along. Like a silent reformer, you're not asking for justice through revenge. You're enacting it through reconstruction. This isn't about applause. This is about protection, the kind of protection that is preventative, not reactive. Hajime Narukawa, the Japanese architect who reimagined the world map so it would be more accurate and less distorted, challenging a global visual lie taught for centuries. His work didn't trend, it didn't flatter empires, but it told the truth, corrected perception, and restructured how the world saw itself. That's the kind of spiritual work you're doing. Quiet, radical, corrective, eternal. By contrast, think of Adam Neumann, the co-founder of WeWork, a visionary who preached transformation but built on illusion. What collapsed wasn't just a company, it was trust. He sold identity without substance. And when time tested his foundation, it crumbled, because charisma without character can only carry so far. But what you're building isn't surface, it's seismic. You are not being called to lead a movement based on trends. You're being formed to become a movement that outlasts time. The kind of movement that builds schools no one claps for, funds homes no one photographs, and rewrites what generations call normal. You don't need credit, you carry covenant. Unless the Lord builds the house, the builders labor in vain. Psalm 127:1. Your life is not a performance, it is a prevention. You are living proof that divine design can be stronger than inherited patterns. You are constructing not for comfort, but for continuity. Everything you touch is becoming encoded with instructions. This is how safety feels. This is how freedom speaks. This is how legacy behaves. You don't move quickly because you're lazy. You move slowly because you're calculating spiritual durability. You're testing the soul density of every decision, asking, will this still hold when I'm gone? Your decisions are no longer transactional, they are tectonic. Could it be that your boundaries are the final act of deliverance for someone you'll never meet? That's why you don't chase visibility. You honor your spiritual weight. You don't speak to be heard, you speak to be trusted. Your voice is not volume, it's voltage. And every word you release has been wired through pain, silence, and divine formation. You are not just a monument in motion, you are a living recalibration point, the kind of person heaven trusts to be invisible now, so that others don't have to be invisible later. What you're building is not performance, it is protection. And some of the greatest builders never end up on stages, but they are written into timelines. Take Marisol Hernandez, a single mother from a small town in southern Texas. No spotlight, no platform. But after surviving decades of domestic violence and poverty, she made one quiet decision that changed everything. She enrolled in night school, graduated, and opened a small trauma-informed daycare in her neighborhood. Not for profit, but for prevention. She said, "If I can keep even one child from feeling what I felt, then I've won." Today, her center has raised hundreds of children with safety and love their homes couldn't provide. Her name may never trend, but her obedience has become a spiritual firewall for an entire community. What made her dangerous to darkness wasn't her reach. It was her refusal to repeat what once broke her. And that's what makes you dangerous too. You don't look like a threat, but you are a walking disruption to what should have recycled again. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Psalm 34:18. So no, you're not building for now, you're building for never again. You're laying stone with your silence. You're erecting walls with your wisdom. You're roofing futures with your prayers. And even if no one sees the structure until long after you're gone, heaven will always know who started it. This is not temporary transformation. This is eternal protection. This is foundation work. This is what you were born to build. And if you are listening, chosen one, understand this. You are not anointed simply to be rich. You are called to create a legacy. Money is not an end prize, but a tool in the hands of the chosen to establish eternal things. What you are building is not just a fortune, it is an everlasting mark in the spirit world, a blessing to a generation you will never meet, a gateway to those who are silently watching. You are sowing not just by work, but by faithfulness. You are reaping not just by wisdom, but by being steadfast when no one is looking. And you are giving, not just to God, but to the mission He placed in your heart before you were born. If today's content has touched you, I invite you to explore more liberating and profound messages on my YouTube channel. There you will find in-depth spiritual prophetic videos, practical teachings tailored to the chosen one's journey, and divine strategies to help you step into your blessings at the right time and in the right way. Don't forget to like and share this video with others who are also on their journey of awakening and resetting their destiny. Leave a comment. I want to know where you are in your legacy building journey. And subscribe so you don't miss any of my videos, because every word I share comes from true guidance and is never random. Whether you send a super thanks or simply listen with an open heart, I am so grateful. It is your presence that creates a community of chosen ones, people who are quietly but powerfully changing the world. May you be blessed in all things, in your soul, in your finances, in your relationships, and in your mission. May the arms of God lift you above all doubt, and may everything you touch carry the fragrance of eternity. Until next time, stay faithful, stay set apart, and keep building what only heaven can fund. Blessings, chosen one. What if I told you The part of you that never settled, never stopped hoping, even when you had every reason to give up, wasn't being naive, it was being prophetic. What if your resistance to lack, your quiet refusal to believe that scraps were all you'd ever know, was actually proof that heaven had already whispered a different story into your spirit? You felt it, didn't you? Even in your driest seasons, something inside you said, there has to be more than this. Not because you were greedy, but because you were wired for glory. See, before this world taught you how to perform for crumbs, heaven had already prepared a table with your name etched into it. And now, right now, something sacred is shifting. Not around you, but within you. The version of you that stayed faithful when no one clapped, that chose silence over spectacle, surrender over striving, that version is rising. And it's not rising to compete, it's rising to receive. This isn't another hype reel, it's not spiritual fluff. This is alignment. And the wealth that's coming, it isn't a prize, it's a signal that your becoming has been witnessed. And the delay? It was never rejection, it was holy construction. So before we dive deeper, pause for just a second. Seal this moment. If your spirit already knows this message wasn't randomly scrolling into your life, type 777 in the comments, not just as a number, but as a declaration. It is time. I am ready. I receive what was written for me. Because this next part, it's going to reveal why you weren't overlooked. You were hidden, and now the unveiling begins. Let's go. Heaven's been waiting. God's chosen ones. God is about to make you rich. No one saw it coming. This is not about hustle, and it's never been about trying to earn what was already yours by design. You were not called to survive by exhausting yourself, but to be sustained by divine resonance. In the economy of heaven, the real you, not the curated version, not the role you had to play, is the one being funded now. Not the performance, but the presence. Not the imitation, but the incarnation of truth. And isn't that what always separated you, even in silence? You chose the narrow road that demanded surrender instead of strategy. The path that never promised applause, but always required alignment. Matthew 7:14 says, "But small is the gate and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it." You found it, and stayed when it was lonely. You're not being elevated because you learned how to play the game. You're being remembered because you had the courage to walk away from it. Platforms courted your talent, but rejected your truth, yet you never bartered the sacred for visibility. Like Moses, who left the palaces of Egypt for a wilderness he couldn't explain, you too rejected counterfeit crowns. Hebrews 11:26 reminds us, he regarded disgrace for the sake of Christ as of greater value than the treasures of Egypt. Why is it then that now, without credentials, without viral traction, without sponsors, you're being positioned for overflow? How do you explain a life that's glowing with provision when no formula or five-step funnel was ever followed? Could it be that heaven was always the silent architect, drafting your name into a blueprint no algorithm could delete? Remember what Jesus said in John 15:5, "Apart from me, you can do nothing." What you're carrying now isn't a reward for performance, it's a divine endorsement of identity. When God pays you, the currency isn't hourly, it's holy. Favor that bypasses bureaucracy, positioning that overrides protocol, anointing that creates gravitational access where walls once stood. Isaiah 22:22 affirms this. What he opens, no one can shut, and what he shuts, no one can open. They'll whisper, they'll question, they'll ask how you did it without hustling, how you opened doors without pushing. how you held influence without manufacturing relevance. But they won't understand that your stillness was strategic, not passive. You waited when everything screamed to move. You stayed hidden when the spotlight beckoned. And in that silence, something unshakable was forged. Psalm 46:10 echoes the blueprint of your spirit. Be still and know that I am God. You watched them race ahead while your soul sat in the shadows. You didn't skip steps. You simply honored the process. You surrendered the grind culture, not because you feared hard work, but because you no longer wanted to chase what your spirit had already inherited. In a world obsessed with metrics, you chose mystery. In a generation chasing likes, you chased light. And now the reward is catching up. It's like how certain trees, like the bristlecone pine, grow slowly in high-altitude deserts, becoming the oldest and most enduring life forms on Earth. While flashier trees grow fast and fall in storms, you were built by divine ecology. Slowly, deeply, intentionally. What's being birthed now was never meant to be rushed. Ecclesiastes 3:11 declares, "He has made everything beautiful in its time." And stories like yours were never meant to go viral. They were meant to be vital. Have you noticed how the ones who rise with flash often fall without foundation? How the ones who shout the loudest often hide the weakest structures? Could it be that your silence was your sanctuary and your patience the scaffolding for something heaven alone could sponsor? The world applauded the builders of empires, but heaven remembered the guardians of truth. Think of Dorothy Day, a journalist turned activist who gave up notoriety to live among the poor. She never chased wealth, but her legacy became a spiritual economy. On the other hand, Elizabeth Holmes, once hailed as a visionary in biotech, built her platform on deception. Her fall wasn't just public, it was prophetic. It revealed what happens when ambition outruns integrity. And then there are stories people haven't heard, like Mateo, a street violinist in Lisbon who refused to fake virtuosity for popularity. He practiced alone for years in tunnels, declining every producer that wanted him to modernize his soul. Today, strangers fund his concerts simply because his sound breaks through their noise. No brand, no platform, just resonance. This is your Mateo moment, your Dorothy Day moment. Not a return to performance, but a revealing presence. You gave up chasing validation, and heaven, quietly, fiercely, has written your name into an inheritance no market collapse or social algorithm could block. You didn't just avoid burnout, you dismantled the whole idea that worth must be earned through exhaustion. You are not a product of grind, you are a revelation of grace. This was never just about income, this is about impact, the kind that ripples through time, touches generations, and leaves traces on souls, not just spreadsheets. The kind of legacy no paycheck can measure and no resume can define. You weren't preserved to get paid, you were refined to shift dimensions. Because while the world saw stagnation, God saw strategy. Only heaven knows the hidden cost of your survival. How many nights did you cry and still show up with grace the next day? How many times did you get overlooked, not because you lacked substance, but because you didn't play small to make others comfortable? Luke 8:17 says, "For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought out into the open." And now the unveiling is happening, not just of your gifts, but of your story. There were entire seasons where celebrations skipped your name. You clapped for others while your own arms were empty. You cheered while your own soul quietly wondered, when will it be me? But even in invisibility, you chose integrity. Even in silence, you honored your assignment. Isn't it strange how the ones who do the most spiritual heavy lifting are often the most hidden? Could it be that God kept you hidden not to punish you, but to protect the seed before the harvest? Like certain deep space stars, whose light hasn't reached earth, not because they're dim, but because they dwell in distances too vast for immediate recognition. You were never absent, only ahead of your time. The laws of astrophysics remind us light travels, but it needs the right atmospheric clarity to be seen. And now the spiritual conditions are aligning, the frequency is matching, the veil is lifting. Isaiah 61 declares, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." Your light was never dim. It was preserved for Kairos timing, God's divine appointment. You weren't being overlooked, you were being constructed. The architecture of your inner world was being reinforced with beams of resilience and foundations of truth. Ephesians 2:21 affirms, "In him the whole building is joined together and rises to become a holy temple in the Lord." And what God was building wasn't a moment, it was a movement. While others sprinted toward visibility, you were being anchored for sustainability. You didn't miss your window, you became the window, the access point through which others will now find healing, perspective, and power. During this divine dormancy, you were like the baobab tree, known for growing in silence beneath the earth for years before emerging with a strength so expansive it defies drought. In ecology, this is called delayed emergence, a process where roots deepen while the surface remains still. That was you, growing without spectacle, stretching beneath storms no one saw. What if your invisibility was actually insulation? Take the example of Fred Rogers, yes, Mr. Rogers, the soft-spoken television icon who resisted glamour and chose depth. While networks demanded sensationalism, he stayed loyal to kindness and emotional literacy. Critics called him boring, but today, psychologists cite his work as foundational in child development and emotional intelligence. His quiet consistency became a national sanctuary. In stark contrast, televangelist Jim Bakker rose quickly with flash and empire, but ignored the inner scaffolding of character. His public collapse wasn't just moral, it became symbolic of what happens when charisma outruns consecration. He lost not only influence, but trust, and trust is the rarest currency of all. Meanwhile, stories like Yelena's remain mostly untold, a midwife in Eastern Europe who quietly delivered over 4,000 babies, many in war zones, never charging a cent to women in crisis. She lived alone, with no platform, just unwavering compassion. Decades later, those children have built schools, hospitals, and families shaped by her invisible care. Her name was never trending, but her legacy now pulses in the lives of thousands. And what about you? Could it be that your hidden years were really sacred architecture, God's way of reinforcing your soul before releasing your influence? How many times did you almost quit, but grace caught you by the collar of your purpose? How many internal battles did you win when no one even knew you were at war? Romans 8:18 says, "I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us." And that glory, it's beginning to shine through now, like light long held in suspension, finally breaking the horizon. You weren't invisible. You were calibrated for the atmosphere of destiny. And now that the alignment is here, nothing can stop what heaven already approved. And now that it has arrived, the glow can no longer be hidden. It's not loud, but it's luminous. It doesn't ask for attention, yet it commands reverence. What people once misunderstood as stagnation was actually sacred stillness. A divine pause, engineered not to break you, but to build load-bearing strength into your spirit. You weren't behind. You were being undergirded. The stillness wasn't silence, it was structural reinforcement. Isaiah 28:16 reminds us, "Behold, I lay a stone in Zion, a tested stone, a precious cornerstone for a sure foundation. The one who believes will never be shaken." And that's exactly what God was doing with you. Laying a foundation deep enough to hold not just your blessings, but the weight of your calling. They thought you were idle. But what if the delay was divine design? What if the drought was teaching you how to find oxygen in the unseen? How to move not from need, but from knowing? How to stand in rooms without adjusting your essence, just to belong? You were learning to breathe without begging. Like a freediver plunging into unknown depths, your lungs, your capacity to trust, were being stretched to endure without noise, without applause. You were learning the sacred skill of interior oxygenation, drawing power from the presence of God when external validation was absent. And now you're being called forth as that version of yourself. Not the filtered one, not the socially optimized one, but the aligned, whole, scarred but soft version. The you that didn't fracture under fire, even when the flames licked at everything you built. 1 Peter 1:7 speaks to this. These trials will show that your faith is genuine. It is being tested as fire tests and purifies gold. And you, yes you, came out refined, not resentful. The world offered you many trades: attention for authenticity, applause for obedience, survival for submission. You said no, even when it cost you your platform, even when it meant walking alone. You became the kind of soul heaven could trust, because you weren't for sale. You became light that didn't need a spotlight. You became proof that wholeness is wealth. And here's the mystery no one teaches you in hustle culture. Heaven never deposits where vessels are cracked. It waits, silently, until you're whole enough to hold what won't crush your character. That's why it felt like nothing was happening, because God was waiting for the structure of your soul to match the scale of his blessing. John 3:27 says, "A person can receive only what is given them from heaven. You couldn't manipulate it. You couldn't perform for it. You had to become the kind of person who could carry it." This wasn't a delay. It was divine engineering. In neuroscience, there's a term called neural pruning, the brain's process of eliminating synaptic connections that no longer serve you. Spiritually, that's what you've undergone. You weren't being punished. God was pruning every survival instinct, every applause addiction, every fear-based reflex, until only the authentic, unshakable you remained. You didn't just survive lean seasons. You survived the urge to shrink in order to fit, and that may be the rarest form of obedience, to remain fully yourself when every system rewards pretense. Take the story of Madeleine, a Parisian perfumer who refused to dilute her formulas to fit market trends. For 17 years, she sold almost nothing, until one royal client discovered her scent and made it a global signature. Her fragrance, now protected in glass cases across the world, was once mocked for being too pure to sell. But purity always finds its moment. Compare that to Adam Neumann, the former CEO of WeWork, who gained billions overnight by selling illusion. But when the cracks of inauthenticity showed, the fall wasn't gradual, it was devastating. Because wealth gained without alignment is a structural hazard. What good is expansion if your integrity can't carry the weight of it? And heaven never builds with compromised blueprints. Meanwhile, your blueprint was being redrawn by divine architects. Your spirit now radiates a frequency the world can't manufacture. It carries the calm of someone who no longer needs to impress. It carries the power of someone who knows the difference between real and performative peace. You are no longer a chameleon. You are a constant. Psalm 37:9 affirms, "For those who wait on the Lord, they will inherit the land." You waited, not just for a breakthrough, but for the becoming required to sustain it. And now, wealth is not coming to impress you. It's coming to join you, because what's been formed in you is now strong enough to hold what no vault can contain. This is the kind of wealth that feels like breathing, natural, involuntary, encoded into your rhythm. It doesn't come through frantic chasing or manipulative negotiation. It arrives in resonance with your alignment. It doesn't ask you to negotiate your peace or trade your soul. It doesn't wake you in the middle of the night with fear. it lets you rest. This is covenant wealth, the kind that doesn't just fill your hands but restores your nervous system. It doesn't come as a transaction, it comes as a testimony. Proverbs 10:22 declares, "The blessing of the Lord brings wealth without painful toil for it, not without discipline, not without process, but without the torment of self-betrayal." It's not the kind of abundance that demands you become unrecognizable just to access it. This is the wealth that says you don't have to contort, you don't have to perform, you're safe now. And that kind of safety, that internal exhale, isn't possible when your identity is tied to your output. It only comes when your essence and your expression finally agree. Why would heaven give you overflow while you're still living from depletion? Why would favor fall on a fractured version of you when the real you is the only one it was always meant for? Could it be that God delayed it, not to punish you, but to preserve your wholeness? Romans 5:6 says, "You see, at just the right time when we were still powerless, Christ died for the ungodly." That principle of divine timing didn't end at the cross. It continues in your calling. The reward does not arrive early. It arrives when your nervous system can hold rest without guilt. It arrives when your soul no longer craves applause to feel alive. Right now, something is shifting. You can feel it in the ether, in the quiet hum between heaven and earth, like a storm building in the deep ocean before the waves ever reach the shore. The air is thick with prophetic electricity. The pressure is mounting, but it's not anxiety, it's expectancy. Psalm 126:5 whispers to your timeline, "Those who sow with tears will reap with songs of joy." And that season of weeping, it's turning. The harvest is emerging, not because you forced it, but because you became it. It's the same kind of tension that builds in the atmosphere before tectonic plates realign. The crust doesn't shatter loudly, but the consequences are undeniable. The shift beneath your life is subtle, but it will reconfigure everything above it. A young woman named Farah once walked away from a lucrative advertising career when she realized she was selling ideals she no longer believed in. For years, she worked in obscurity, helping single mothers access housing, living paycheck to paycheck. Today, she leads a global initiative that's funded by philanthropists, not because she campaigned, but because someone quietly observed her faithfulness and wrote a check she never asked for. She didn't go viral. She went deep. And from the depth, God built a platform. Isn't it true that some of the most powerful shifts in your life happened when no one was clapping? Contrast that with Charles Ponzi, the namesake of the Ponzi scheme, who lured people with fake promises of fast return. His empire grew quickly but collapsed violently. What appears overnight without root will rot under pressure. What glows without integrity always combusts. You didn't rush. You didn't inflate. You inhaled when it hurt. You exhaled when no one saw. You practiced what psychology calls embodied regulation, training your nervous system to trust stillness, to sit with discomfort, to stay present without collapsing. You became an atmosphere before you ever entered one. Now the atmosphere has finally caught up to your frequency. This isn't emotional hype. It's quantum resonance, the vibrational alignment between who you are and what's arriving. And when the spotlight finally turns toward you, will you recognize that it's not validation, it's confirmation? 2 Corinthians 3:2-3 captures this mystery. You yourselves are our letter, written on our hearts, known and read by everyone, not on tablets of stone, but on tablets of human hearts. You've become the message. You're not waiting for validation. You are the evidence. Your rest is no longer passive. It's becoming prophetic. The stillness you cultivated in private is about to speak louder than any stage you were once denied. Your rest is becoming the revelation people didn't know they were waiting for. And your peace? It's now irrefutable proof. proof that a soul aligned with heaven needs no hype to be holy. Because when God funds a life, He doesn't just provide resources, He releases radiance. A frequency that no marketing strategy can imitate, no branding campaign can fake, and no influencer can replicate. Isaiah 30:15 says, "In repentance and rest is your salvation, in quietness and trust is your strength." That wasn't a metaphor, it was a blueprint. You weren't lazy, you were trusting, and now the glow that surrounds you isn't charisma, it's clarity. The era of performing is being closed. The era of proving is being buried. What's rising now is the season of receiving, not for who you pretended to be, but for who you never stopped being, even when it cost you everything. You're stepping into a realm where blessings don't arrive as wages, they arrive as witnesses. Have you ever noticed how peace unsettles people who only understand productivity? What if your stillness is the sign they couldn't decode? Could it be that your quiet obedience was louder in heaven than the noisy ambition of others? When the shift begins, it won't feel like a transaction. It will feel like a cosmic recognition, a nod from heaven saying, "You didn't compromise, you didn't collapse, you didn't contort, you stayed rooted." And now, the soil beneath your soul is opening. Hosea 10:12 echoes this moment. "Break up your unplowed ground, for it is time to seek the Lord, until He comes and showers His righteousness on you." The field you sowed in faith is responding, not to your striving, but to your stillness. Your seed has found its atmosphere. This isn't provision for rent or survival. This is resource tied directly to your remnant DNA. It's not just money, it's meaning. It's not just opportunity, it's orchestration. The wealth being released isn't external compensation, it's spiritual convergence. One man named Elias, a reclusive horticulturist in the Azores, cultivated a forgotten species of orchid in silence for over 22 years. No press, no business model, no social presence, just daily tending. That one flower now funds a global conservation project because it contains a scent compound impossible to manufacture. The world had to catch up to what he protected in secret. Meanwhile, in contrast, Sam Bankman-Fried, once hailed as a crypto visionary, created an empire built on artificial trust. His collapse was a warning. What looks like brilliance without rooted ethics is just performance under pressure. And performance always breaks. Now the shift may feel strange. Ease begins to displace the chronic tension you've normalized for years. Rooms open, not because you campaigned for them, but because they recognize your frequency. You're not kicking down doors anymore. Doors are recognizing your design. Isn't it wild how provision shows up fastest when you stop trying to earn it and just allow it to arrive? Ecclesiastes 2:26 reminds us, "To the person who pleases Him, God gives wisdom, knowledge, and happiness. But to the sinner, He gives the task of gathering and storing up wealth to hand it over to the one who pleases God." That transfer is not just economic, it's energetic. You are receiving what was held up because your soul is finally still enough to hold it. And when provision shows up before pressure even knocks, you'll know it wasn't bribery, it was confirmation that you were always enough, that heaven was never late, and that faithfulness always finds its form. This wealth doesn't just solve problems, it rewrites blueprints. It enters your life not to patch leaks, but to rebuild the structure from a place of overflow rather than survival. You're not just receiving things, you're receiving restoration. It's the difference between renting favor and owning inheritance. You used to think provision was something you had to strive to deserve. Now you're learning it's something that recognizes the frequency of your integrity. This is not about being impressive. This is about being true. Because when truth settles in your bones, resources start flowing not toward performance, but toward presence. In the field of architecture, there's a concept called load path integrity. It refers to how force travels from the rooftop all the way down to the foundation. If any beam is misaligned, the whole structure becomes unstable. That's why God refused to build your wealth until you were aligned, not just morally, but emotionally, spiritually, even neurologically. Now, your soul has become that path, and heaven is placing weight, not to crush, but to confirm. In a small coastal town, a violin maker named Giancarlo spent decades making instruments no one could afford. He refused to cut corners. Some called him foolish. Some said he'd die unknown. But one day, a composer stumbled upon one of his violins in a dusty music shop and wept while playing it. That sound, crafted in obscurity, became the signature of a film that touched millions. The violin wasn't sold. It was honored. Your life is like that instrument. Years of tension stretched across your soul like strings, tuned silently by suffering and sanctification. And now the composer is ready to play. You've been carved, shaped, and hollowed out, not to be empty, but to resonate. Every disappointment was a tuning. Every delay was an alignment of pitch. You weren't being ignored. You were being crafted. And now, heaven's hand is reaching for you, not to fix you, but to use you. What if the tension wasn't resistance, but readiness? Maybe what you called pain was actually preparation. Maybe the pressure wasn't punishment, but precision, pulling you into key, stretching your soul into harmony with divine timing. When a string is tightened, it risks snapping, but in the hands of a master, that tension becomes tone. Could it be that you're finally in tune? Psalm 18:19 declares, "He brought me out into a spacious place. He rescued me because he delighted in me." God isn't giving you wealth out of obligation. He's doing it out of delight. He's not blessing you to reward your effort. He's blessing you because your essence has become aligned with his joy. A spacious place isn't just about physical expansion. It's emotional and spiritual capacity. You're no longer surviving tight spaces. You're inhabiting divine largeness. And no, this doesn't mean the road ahead is without resistance. But the resistance is no longer internal. It's not self-doubt. It's not self-betrayal. What once warred within you has now made peace. And that inner stillness is now your greatest authority. Your war was never with people. It was with your own permission to be powerful. And now that you've silenced the inner sabotage, outer conflict no longer has control. Stillness is no longer your avoidance. It's your strategy. You now carry a kind of quiet that unsettles the enemy because it cannot be manipulated. That's why this wealth can't be stolen. It wasn't built on visibility. It was built on vibrational truth. And no enemy can reverse what was built through resonance. This kind of abundance has no passwords, no platforms. It's coded in your spirit. It vibrates on frequencies higher than performance and beyond reach of attack. What was forged in stillness cannot be dismantled by spectacle. This is wealth that was woven into your becoming. Can you feel it? The shift from chasing to carrying, from effort to embodiment. This isn't emotional, it's energetic. Your body knows the shift before your mind can name it. You don't need to run anymore because what you once chased is now resting in your atmosphere. You've stopped reaching outward, and heaven is now rising inward. God didn't want to fund your brand. He wanted to fund your becoming. And now that you've become, the floodgates are opening, not chaotically, but coherently. You were never called to build a persona. You were called to become a vessel. And vessels don't audition. They contain. The floodgates aren't random. They're rhythmic. God doesn't just pour where it's empty. He pours where it's ready. And now that you're no longer striving to convince, the miracle is no longer being delayed. It's a dwelling. You are no longer asking for miracles. You are housing them. Because for the longest time, you believed that worth had to be earned through depletion. You internalized a theology of labor where usefulness equaled love. You became fluent in exhaustion, speaking the language of doing instead of being. You knew how to perform for applause, how to stay busy to avoid feeling invisible. Like many trauma survivors, you mistook overfunctioning for favor and burnout for belonging. But that season is ending. This chapter is not about sacrificial visibility, it's about sovereign validity. You're being seen without bleeding for it. You're being supported without submission. You're being loved without shrinking into a version of yourself that was easier to digest. Galatians 5:1 says, "It is for freedom that Christ has set us free. Stand firm then, and do not let yourselves be burdened again by a yoke of slavery." This includes the invisible yokes, the emotional labor, the chronic overgiving, the spiritual guilt that tells you love must be earned through self-erasure. What if your enoughness was never meant to be proven, but simply embodied? This is not the season of just enough. This is the arrival of more than enough. Not because you chased it with strategy, but because you became the kind of soul that could hold abundance without drowning in ego. You don't need wealth to compensate for wounds anymore. You've been healed in the places where lack used to echo. Isaiah 61:7 affirms your transition. Instead of your shame, you will receive a double portion, and instead of disgrace, you will rejoice in your inheritance. And that inheritance isn't just spiritual. It's emotional, financial, territorial. It's showing up in every place you once felt forgotten. Could it be that rest is a form of resistance against every system that tried to monetize your pain? You've been entrusted with the weight of others' pain, and now heaven is entrusting you with joy. Why? Because you didn't become cynical. You didn't weaponize your wounds. You didn't let bitterness calcify your compassion. Dr. Edith Eger, a Holocaust survivor and psychologist, once said, "Your pain is not your identity. Your choices, not your trauma, determine your future." That's what you've done. You made choices that turned pain into portals, grief into grace. And that's what separates you from those who manipulate pain instead of mending it. Take Jordan Belfort, the infamous Wolf of Wall Street. He didn't build wealth through wisdom. He built it through exploitation. He spotted people's insecurities and sold them dreams laced with deception. Underneath the bravado was a hollow empire sustained by addiction, manipulation, and ego. His fall wasn't just financial, it was spiritual. Because when success is built on seduction rather than substance, collapse is inevitable. And yes, you were sent to broken places. You carried light into environments that didn't even know they were dark. You showed up in jobs, churches, homes, relationships, not to extract, but to heal. And now you're being sent to beautiful ones. Not because you demanded comfort, but because beauty finally recognizes your frequency. In physics, phase transition is when matter changes state, like ice melting into water. Not because it tries harder, but because the environment shifts. That's what's happening in your life. You're not trying harder, you're just in phase now. Psalm 34 verse 5 says, "Those who look to him are radiant. Their faces are never covered with shame." That radiance is showing up in you, not as aesthetic but as evidence. But not everyone will understand this shift. They'll look for formulas. They'll try to replicate what was never manufactured. They'll ask you for links, for tools, for shortcuts. What app did you use? What funnel? What coach flipped the switch? They want a button. But what's happening in you was never about buttons. It was about becoming. Isn't it strange how the people who once ignored you now want to decode your glow? Anna Delvey, a socialite who faked her way into New York's elite by posing as a German heiress. She gained access to luxury spaces, but built her entire empire on illusion. The moment the truth caught up, it all crumbled. Fraud charges, prison, public disgrace. Her story wasn't just a fall, It was a warning. Attention without authenticity leads to implosion. Meanwhile, someone like Nandita, a grocery store cashier in a small town in Kerala, India, spent 17 years quietly helping women in abusive marriages rebuild their lives, without a spotlight, without a title. When a journalist finally discovered what she had been doing, the town crowdfunded her first women's shelter. She didn't post about it, she embodied it. Impact didn't chase her, it found her. You didn't flip a switch, you let God rebuild your system. You didn't chase a quick breakthrough, you allowed a slow, sacred process to undo what trauma taught and rebuild what truth required. Instead of forcing your life into a formula, you surrendered to a rhythm only heaven understood. And now, every structure in your life, your values, your voice, your vision, has been realigned from the inside out. That's why what's coming will last. Because it's not built on noise, but on neural renewal and spiritual foundation. Ecclesiastes 8:6 reveals the hidden logic of your journey. For there is a proper time and procedure for every matter, though a person may be weighed down by misery. There was a method in the silence, a choreography in the chaos. Even when it felt like nothing was moving, heaven was conducting something beneath the surface. The delays were divine design, not punishment. That misery you carried was often misdiagnosed by others, but it was really the weight of preparation wrapped in patience. And now that time has arrived. What once crushed you is now your credibility. You don't speak from theory, you speak from trenches. What used to make you tremble now makes you trustworthy. The very battles that nearly ended you are the ones that now authorize you. Heaven doesn't erase the scars, it turns them into seals. And people won't just listen to you because you're polished, they'll follow you because you're proven. What if the weight that nearly buried you is now the foundation that makes you immovable? The heaviness wasn't random, it was architectural. God was laying something in you that pressure alone could activate. You weren't being buried, you were being anchored. And now, when the winds of culture shift, you remain, because you're no longer standing on approval, but on assignment. For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all. 2 Corinthians 4:17. What you carry can't be reverse engineered. It's not a product, it's a presence. There's no manual for becoming what you've become. No one can replicate the oil that was pressed from your perseverance. You are not a brand or a strategy. You are a living testimony. The atmosphere shifts when you walk in, not because of performance, but because of proven weight. You're not what happened to you. You are what heaven formed through what happened. But they won't find a formula, because this blessing wasn't downloaded from an online course or summoned by a marketing funnel. It didn't come from branding, batching, or performance metrics. It came from maintenance. From soul work done in silence, from daily obedience when nothing changed, from choosing love when you had every reason to self-protect. You maintained faith when the atmosphere around you screamed fear. You maintained character when your reputation was attacked. You held integrity like an anchor in the middle of cultural drift. You didn't let the wilderness distort your theology or corrupt your discernment. That's why it's flowing now. Not just finances, but clarity, confirmation, favor without fatigue. James 1:12 says, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised." You weren't just enduring, you were qualifying. Could it be that the very seasons you resented were the classrooms heaven used to certify your capacity? This wealth doesn't come with strings. It doesn't demand compromise. It doesn't whisper conditions under the table. It doesn't ask you to perform or shapeshift or charm your way into doors that were never yours to force open. Because this isn't a wage, it's not compensation, it's a testament. Psalm 37:4 affirms this. "Delight yourself in the Lord, and He will give you the desires of your heart." But now you understand. He wasn't giving you whatever you wanted. He was shaping your desires until they could be trusted. And here's the real proof. You don't feel frantic. You're not anxiously clenching for outcomes. You're calm. You're available. You're anchored. That calmness, that's a new frequency of receiving. In quantum physics, they call this coherence. When all internal systems align to allow a clean, energetic exchange. You're not leaking energy anymore. You've been sealed. Sometimes receiving doesn't come with fireworks. Sometimes it arrives like a mist, quiet, subtle, undeniable. A knowing that the war has turned, that the long drought has finally cracked, and rain isn't just falling, it's forming rivers that don't stop halfway. What if the stillness you once feared was actually the signal that you were stepping into supernatural security? This is when heaven begins to sponsor your rest. You're no longer hustling for breakthrough. You are being carried by what you've already become. Peace is no longer a practice, it's your posture. You're not being paid to perform. You're being honored for what you carry, not the mask, not the edited version, but the essence. You're being rewarded for who you were when no one was clapping, for the light you nurtured when the world mocked your glow, for the truth you preserved in secret rooms where lies were rewarded. That's the version of you heaven is funding. A woman named Clarice, an aging hospice nurse in rural France, spent 30 years sitting at the bedsides of the dying, many of whom had no family. She prayed with them, cried with them, wrote their last words by hand. No salary could match her soul's currency. One day, the son of a woman she sat with anonymously transferred enough to fund her dream, a farm-turned sanctuary for end-of-life care. No social media, no appeal, just legacy that returned to its source. Meanwhile, Billy McFarland, the infamous organizer of the fraudulent Fire Festival, sold people a luxury dream he never had the character to sustain. The result? International humiliation, criminal charges, years in prison. Why? Because charisma without integrity is a time bomb. It doesn't just collapse, it explodes. You, on the other hand, weren't busy trying to impress. You were busy preserving the flame in the cave of contradiction. And now, that flame is turning into overflow, into visible impact, into rooms you didn't have to audition for, into provision you didn't have to justify. Isn't it wild how heaven funds what the world ignored? Now, you're not chasing, you're carrying, and what you carry can't be bought, replicated, or rebranded. It's sacred, it's slow-built, it's real, and it's ready. Overflow like this doesn't just fill your cup, it redefines the container. It stretches the shape of your capacity, not to overwhelm you, but to reveal how much space your obedience carved out in the unseen. This isn't abundance that leaves you breathless and scrambling. It's the kind that fits you because it was formed within you first. Ephesians 3:20 whispers the math of this moment. Now to him who is able to do immeasurably more than all we ask or imagine, according to his power that is at work within us. The more didn't come from outside. It emerged from within, through power that was working, building, refining, long before the evidence showed up. That's why you don't feel imposter syndrome anymore. You're not trying to match a version of yourself you sold to survive. You're no longer calculating your value through the lens of other people's metrics. You're aligned. And alignment cancels anxiety. Could it be that peace is the loudest proof that you're finally operating in your true dimension? This is overflow that overflows into others. It's not tight-fisted or territorial. It multiplies because it moves through vessels that don't hoard. That's why God could trust you with it. You don't serve mammon, you steward mysteries. A schoolteacher named Marta, who taught underfunded inner-city classrooms for over 25 years, used her weekends to teach homeless teenagers how to write poetry and tell their stories. She never asked for recognition, but one of her students, now a best-selling author, named an entire literacy foundation after her. The overflow didn't just return, it reverberated. That's what your light is doing now. It's reverberating into places you forgot you even poured into. This is what heaven calls compound redemption, where not only are the years restored, but their ripple effect multiplies. What you sowed in tears is now producing fruit in places you never planted directly. Isn't it humbling that your invisible integrity is producing visible inheritance? That's why there's no rush, no panic, because you understand now, the reward was never just about resources. It was always about resonance. And when your spirit matches the sound of heaven, what's meant for you doesn't just arrive. It recognizes you. The wealth you're walking into now is the byproduct of that recognition, not a reaction, not a performance, not a transaction, but a holy acknowledgement of who you chose to be when no one was watching. And your Father who sees in secret will reward you openly. Matthew 6:6. And that kind of blessing can't be undone, because it wasn't built on strategy, it was built on substance. You're now stepping into opportunities that feel like alignment, not assignments you have to muscle through. There's no dread in your yes, no fragmentation in your acceptance. The doors opening to you now are not obligations, they're orchestrations. You don't have to shrink to fit them, you simply stand in them. And they recognize you because they were shaped by the same frequency you cultivated in silence. Provision is showing up like destiny, not debt. It doesn't come with invisible emotional invoices. It doesn't ask for your soul in return. You don't wake up wondering how you'll sustain it. You wake up knowing it was always yours. This isn't compensation, this is confirmation. Isn't it different when what you carry matches what you're walking into? The surroundings around you are shifting too. Environments that once drained your life force are being replaced by spaces that amplify your peace. You're walking into atmospheres that don't require you to negotiate your existence. This isn't relocation, it's resonant habitat restructuring. Your soul has become the compass, not your calendar. Isaiah 32:18 declares, "My people will live in peaceful dwelling places, in secure homes, in undisturbed places of rest." That is the architecture of your new season, secure, undisturbed, divinely assigned. You're entering a time where ease and excellence walk together, not as opposites, but as partners. You no longer equate stress with significance. You've shed the trauma bond with burnout. You're learning the rhythm of holy excellence, where grace becomes the gravity that holds it all together. You are no longer the underdog. That label was always a lie. It was written by systems that needed you to stay small. But heaven never saw you that way. Heaven saw blueprint, not background. Heaven saw assignment, not appearance. You're not a project to be fixed. You're a pillar, structural, essential, rooted. You're not a struggler looking for scraps. You're a steward managing overflow. You're not asking for a seat at the table. You are the table being prepared in the presence of those who doubted. Psalm 23:5 comes alive. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. And when people, some of whom once dismissed you, begin to ask how it all happened, you won't give them a link or a formula. You won't have a brand strategy or a 5-step funnel. You'll simply say, "I stayed when it was hard, I walked when it didn't make sense, and I never let bitterness kill the promise." Just like Eliora, a sculptor who spent decades carving abstract sacred forms in a coastal village no gallery would visit. For years, her work was dismissed as too spiritual for modern taste. But she kept creating, not for praise, but because the vision burned in her bones. One day, a European cathedral curator stumbled upon her studio while lost on a hiking trail. Within a year, her work became the centerpiece of a global exhibition on sacred resilience. She didn't market herself. She became what couldn't be ignored. Meanwhile, Bernie Madoff, once considered a genius in finance, ran the largest Ponzi scheme in history. He gained wealth, access, and admiration, but built it all on deception. When the collapse came, it didn't just destroy billions in savings, it devastated lives. His legacy? A warning that brilliance without integrity is a house made of smoke. You, on the other hand, became fireproof in the furnace of delay. You didn't just survive disappointment, you refused to make it your identity, and that refusal became the gate heaven now opens for you. Could it be that excellence was always your DNA, and now the world is finally catching up to your rhythm? You're not standing because you were promoted, you're standing because you were proven. When heaven called you a pillar, it wasn't a compliment, it was a designation. Pillars don't move, they don't flinch, they carry weight. They hold up entire rooms while still remaining grounded. In ancient architecture, load-bearing pillars were only entrusted to stone that had survived intense refining, chiseling, and pressurized aging. That's you, not ornamental, foundational. You were processed for permanence. 1 Peter 2:5 declares, "You also, like living stones, are being built into a spiritual house." You weren't born to be a temporary fixture. You were designed as a load-bearer in divine infrastructure. People may not always see your strength, but they're standing because of it. Could it be that all along you were never overlooked, just positioned too deeply for shallow eyes to see? And you're not just a steward of money or moments. You're a steward of meaning, of spiritual texture, of emotional legacy. You carry stories in your silence, hope in your posture, legacy in your laughter. You're not performing for blessings. You've become a sanctuary that blessings want to dwell in. That's why you no longer over-explain. You've graduated from justifying your glow. You're not defending the doors that opened. You're simply walking through them. Because when the oil is real, it doesn't ask for permission to shine. It simply flows. A young man named Ruel, a deaf woodworker in a quiet mountain town, spent his youth carving prayer benches for abandoned chapels. No one bought them, no one asked for them, but he kept making them, each one etched with silent intercession. Decades later, an architect restoring sacred ruins found his work in a storage shed. Today, Ruel's benches are installed in dozens of pilgrimage sites across Europe. He never sold his gift. He sowed it, and harvest found him. This is the kind of harvest you're entering, one that recognizes what you protected in obscurity. Isn't it strange how the world always catches up late to what heaven crowned early? You're no longer asking, will they believe in me? You're asking, can I stay true even when they notice? Because fame isn't the goal. Fidelity is, and your consistency is your credibility. You've proven that you don't need applause to sustain presence. You just need conviction. That's what makes you unshakable now. You're not surviving off adrenaline anymore. You're being stabilized by spiritual homeostasis, an internal balance between fire and focus, flow and structure. This is mature peace. This is overflow with roots. Isaiah 33:6 captures this perfectly. He will be the sure foundation for your times, a rich store of salvation and wisdom and knowledge. The fear of the Lord is the key to this treasure. And you have become the storehouse. What you carry is no longer fragile, it's anchored. And the beauty, you never had to fight for it with manipulation. You held your peace, and heaven fought for you. That's wealth, not just in numbers but in knowing, not in balance sheets but in soul balance. It's waking up without dread because nothing is misaligned between who you are and what you carry. It's that holy exhale that tells your nervous system, you're safe, you're seen, you're sourced. True wealth isn't what sits in your hands, it's what sits in your spirit, even when everything else is in flux. It's the divine confidence that tells you, even if nothing changes on paper, everything's already been sealed in heaven. Proverbs 10:22 reminds us, The blessing of the Lord brings wealth without painful toil for it. That doesn't mean absence of effort, it means absence of torment. What you're stepping into now doesn't strain your soul. It supports your design. So stand up taller, not from pride, but from placement. Speak slower, not because you're unsure, but because you're anchored. Feel the gravity of this moment, not as pressure, but as permission. Because you're not hustling for scraps anymore, you're hosting abundance, the kind that rearranges the room when you walk in, not with noise, but with presence. Isn't it stunning that the very energy that once made people overlook you is now what's making them listen? You're not begging to be seen. You're being positioned to be honored. You're not surviving the margins of someone else's story. You're stepping into the headline heaven already wrote for you. Psalm 84:11 says, "For the Lord God is a sun and shield. The Lord bestows favor and honor. No good thing does he withhold from those whose walk is blameless." You've walked blameless not because you were perfect, but because you stayed pure in intent. And heaven remembers that. You're not just being paid to exist. You're being celebrated for enduring without becoming bitter. You didn't let betrayal turn you toxic. You didn't let rejection reshape your reverence. You didn't let scarcity steal your softness. You're being elevated for choosing the hidden, holy roads, for letting integrity matter more than impression, for valuing depth over display. That's what wealth is. Not what you gathered, but what you refused to let go of when it was hardest to hold. Let me tell you about Marcellus, a janitor at a New England university who mentored fatherless boys between classes and graveyard shifts. He never posted, he never pitched, he simply showed up. Today, a leadership institute bears his name, not because he chased legacy, but because he lived one. What the world overlooked, heaven archived. In contrast, Carlos Ghosn, once hailed as one of the most powerful CEOs in the global auto industry, rose to the top through strategy, visibility, and control. But his empire came crashing down when accusations of embezzlement, tax evasion, and hidden compensation exposed the rot beneath the surface. He didn't just lose position, he lost credibility. The narrative shifted from icon to fugitive, because no matter how high a person climbs, if character isn't the scaffolding, collapse is inevitable. You, on the other hand, built slow. You let pain purify instead of poison. You let obscurity shape what applause could never teach. You let surrender become your strategy. And that's why what's coming won't crush you. You were tempered for the wait. Because this isn't about elevation for its own sake. It's about spiritual legitimacy. When heaven crowns you, no man-made hierarchy can undo it. That's why your posture now isn't arrogance. It's alignment. Your peace doesn't come from control, it flows from covenant. Isn't it strange how you don't have to push your way in when heaven has already pulled the chair out for you? You're not responding to culture, you're revealing kingdom. You're not reacting to systems, you're restoring design. You're not filling roles, you're fulfilling prophecy. Psalm 75, 6-7 reminds us, "No one from the east or the west or from the desert can exalt themselves. It is God who judges. He brings one down, he exalts another." And now the exaltation is real, because the foundation is righteous. You are not lucky, you are not trending, you are rooted. And the rooted don't chase seasons, they become the season. You're walking with the weight of answered intercession. You are the manifestation of what your ancestors prayed in silence. You are the continuity of vision across generations. And now the page has turned, not just for you, but for your whole bloodline. This is not just wealth. This is not just favor. This is heaven's legal acknowledgement of your obedience. So let the crown settle. Let the oil flow. Let the doors remain open, because what heaven opened, no man can shut. God's chosen one, this wealth is not just arriving to you, it's arriving through you. This isn't about stacking comfort, it's about stewarding consequence. Heaven isn't funding your life just so you can rest. It's investing in you so others can rise. God never releases abundance without purpose. What's coming to you is part of a spiritual supply chain. Your increase is designed to become someone else's rescue. This is not selfish prosperity, it's sacred provision. The wealth flowing to you now carries assignment, not indulgence. Because when God blesses the chosen, He blesses their shadow too. Your territory is about to become refuge. Your overflow is about to irrigate dry places far beyond your original reach. The riches you're stepping into were never meant to stop with you. They're meant to move through you. That means your influence won't be measured by visibility, but by how far the ripple travels. Someone you'll never meet may eat from a table your obedience built. Just like Joseph stored grain not for himself, but for a famine that hadn't arrived yet, you're carrying answers for a need that's still forming. 2 Corinthians 9:8 declares, "And God is able to bless you abundantly, so that in all things at all times, having all that you need, you will abound in every good work." That's not accumulation, that's activation. Blessing is not the end goal, it's the beginning of responsibility. Heaven doesn't just fill you to full, it fills you to flow. You are now being positioned as a kingdom distribution center, heaven's logistics hub for healing, liberation, and systems change. What if this overflow is not about what you keep, but what you carry forward? The blessing isn't meant to sit in your account. It's meant to be translated into assignments, atmospheres, and access. God didn't raise you to be a collector. He raised you to be a conduit. You're not just a recipient, you're a river. You weren't blessed to sit, you were blessed to build, and what you build now will outlive the applause. What you pour now will awaken dormant destinies in people who don't even know your name yet. A river doesn't ask who's downstream, it simply flows. The more it pours, the more life forms around it. That's your new design. You're not here to impress, you're here to irrigate. Genesis 12:2 speaks it clearly. "I will bless you, and you will be a blessing." This is covenant, not capitalism. Mission, not materialism. Capitalism accumulates for status. Covenant distributes for purpose. The riches that are coming carry instructions. They were formed to serve not just your comfort, but the kingdom's unfolding blueprint. You are now part of heaven's infrastructure. That's why the pressure was so intense before this breakthrough, because God wasn't just preparing your hands to receive, He was preparing your character to distribute. This is wealth as trusteeship, not trophy. Pressure purifies motives. When God trusts you with overflow, He must first trust that your heart is safe for others to drink from. That's why you were stretched in private, so you'd never exploit what He releases in public. Could it be that God is blessing you because your legacy will bless cities? Legacy isn't a biography, it's a blueprint others can walk on. Your story, your scars, your survival, they're not just memories, they're maps. When your legacy touches cities, it's not because you shouted louder, but because you surrendered deeper. You've endured poverty, not just of income, but of impact. For years you felt invisible, not because you lacked value, but because the system had no language for your kind of wealth. But now, heaven has authorized you not only to own, but to empower. Your impact was forming in silence. Every unnoticed seed is now erupting into legacy. You're not just someone who endured, you're someone who now embodies the antidote for a generation. Proverbs 13:22 whispers generational clarity. A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children. But this isn't just about land or stocks. It's about wisdom, atmosphere, justice, equity, safety. Your children's children may never see your tears, but they will walk in the provision your tears unlocked. That's how heaven thinks, not in decades, but in dynasties. Mackenzie Scott, philanthropist and author, has given away over $14 billion to causes aligned with human dignity, without requiring publicity or compliance. She isn't trying to be the face of change. She's funding space for others to become it. That's a picture of quiet power, using wealth to unchain people instead of obligating them. When your giving has no hooks, no pride, no proof required, you've graduated into divine economics. In contrast, Pablo Escobar, one of the richest and deadliest drug lords in history, used his billions not to liberate, but to control. He built entire neighborhoods and then used them as leverage to own the people inside. His wealth outpaced his wisdom, and in the end, he died hunted, isolated, and erased from every system he once ruled. Because money without mission leads to manipulation, he built cities on fear, not faith, and empires built on fear will always eat themselves. You're not Escobar, you're Esther. You're not gathering for power, you're gathering for purpose. Esther didn't use her favor to be safe. She used it to make others safe. You're not being enriched to feel important. You're being positioned to rewrite decrees. Meet Liam, a formerly incarcerated man in Detroit who learned to code while serving time. When he was released, he didn't build an app to get rich. He built a program that teaches youth with incarcerated parents how to write their first line of code. He now employs 18 former inmates, none of whom have reoffended. His wealth? It's the stability he created in others. He didn't escape his past, he redeemed it. Liam is proof that restoration isn't about erasing the wound, but converting it into wisdom. And now that wisdom pays salaries. Deuteronomy 8:18 says, "But remember the Lord your God, for it is He who gives you the ability to produce wealth, and so confirms His covenant." This is covenant confirming wealth, not just to buy, but to build something no storm can sweep away. Covenant doesn't fade in recession. It doesn't tremble with inflation. Covenant wealth is eternal in intention. It creates impact that outlasts markets and platforms. Are you ready to fund freedom instead of just your comfort? Because comfort may sustain you, but freedom will transform others. This question separates consumers from catalysts, and you weren't chosen to consume. You were chosen to create corridors of liberty. Because what's being released is not a reward for survival. It's heaven's seed bank, placed in your hands for the harvest of nations. And the question now is no longer, will it come? The question is, can it move through you clean? Because God doesn't just release to hearts, He releases through systems, and you've become one. So let it in, fully, humbly, and without resistance. Let the wealth flow through you, not because you're trying to impress the world, but because God is using you to impact it. Let the support surround you, not because you demanded to be seen, but because heaven knows you're safe to carry influence. Let the recognition rest on your shoulders, not as proof of performance, but as evidence of obedience. You don't need to perform to be trusted. You don't need to strive to be chosen. You simply need to stay available. Because when God says it's time, even the gates you stopped praying for begin to swing open. Not by force, but by favor. This isn't just your harvest, it's a movement, it's a generational echo, and it begins with one yes, yours. If this message resonated with your spirit, please take a moment to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to the channel so you never miss another word of prophetic encouragement and spiritual alignment. I also invite you to leave a comment below. Type 777 if you're ready to receive wealth, not just for you, but through you. To every single person who's supported this message, whether through your presence, your prayers, your shares, or even your super thanks, please know you are seen, you are valued, and your seed is sacred. Even if you never gave $1, your engagement, your amen, your quiet agreement in the Spirit, it matters. And I'm deeply grateful. I speak blessing over you now. May the gates remain open. May your hands be trusted with more than enough. May your name be called in rooms You didn't campaign to enter, and may your wealth be both a sign and a stream, not just of provision, but of purpose. You are chosen, you are ready, and the nations are about to feel what God just released through you. I'll see you in the next video. Your journey's just beginning.